Hello everyone, and welcome to the Saiyan What Ifs. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Goku was the Saiyan who healed the cursed blood of Vamp. Iris Goku x Krul Tepes x Videl, Seraph of the End x Dragon Ball. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Crimson Dimension. The hyperbolic time chamber vibrated with an unusual energy. Goku paused mid-punch, sweat glistening on his brow as he sensed the disturbance. For 3 days straight, he'd pushed himself beyond normal limits, even by Saiyan standards. His GI clung to his muscular frame, torn in places from the relentless training regimen he'd imposed upon himself. "That's strange," he muttered, lowering his fighting stance. "I've never felt anything like that in here before." The endless white expanse of the chamber rippled about 50 meters ahead of him. The fabric of reality seemed to fold inward, creating what appeared to be a small tear in space. Crimson light spilled through the opening, casting an eerie glow across the normally pristine white floor. Curiosity overpowered caution. Goku approached the anomaly with measured steps, his warrior instincts heightened. The tear pulsed with each step he took, as though responding to his ki. "I probably shouldn't touch that," he said to himself, then immediately reached toward it with an adventurous grin. "But when has that ever stopped me?" His fingertips brushed against the crimson light. The sensation wasn't painful, more like dipping his hand into cool water. But the moment contact was made, the tear expanded violently, engulfing Goku before he could even think to pull back. The world twisted and contorted around him. For a moment that stretched into infinity, Goku existed everywhere and nowhere at once. His consciousness scattered across dimensions before snapping back together with jarring force. He landed hard on cracked asphalt. The impact created a small crater beneath him. Disoriented but unharmed, Goku pushed himself up to his knees and took in his surroundings. Gone. Was the endless white of the time chamber. Instead, a ruined cityscape stretched in every direction. Skyscrapers stood like broken teeth against a blood-red sky. Abandoned vehicles littered the streets, some overturned, others crushed beneath fallen debris. The air carried the metallic tang of blood and the mustiness of decay. "Definitely not West City," Goku remarked, rising to his feet. He ushed dust from his orange GI and extended his senses outward, searching for familiar energy signatures. Vegeta, Gohan, anyone, nothing. No familiar key signatures registered. Yet the world wasn't devoid of life. Faint energy readings pulsed throughout the city, strange, distorted ki unlike anything Goku had encountered before. And something else, weaker signals that reminded him of human ki, but scattered and hidden. A scream shattered the eerie silence. Without hesitation, Goku launched himself toward the sound, his body cutting through the air with practiced precision. He landed atop a partially collapsed department store and assessed the situation below. In what once had been a public square, a group of children huddled together. They wore matching black uniforms with distinctive gray trim and clutched unusual weapons that hummed with energy Goku couldn't quite identify. Surrounding them were pale-skinned figures in elaborate white uniforms with an aristocratic bearing, but their predatory movements and glowing red eyes marked them as something inhuman. "Hand over the livestock peacefully," one of the pale beings commanded, his voice carrying an unnatural resonance. "Lord Fei, Rid desires new subjects for his collection. We'd rather die fighting," shouted a purple-haired girl at the front of the group, brandishing a scythe that seemed to pulse with dark energy. The pale being laughed, revealing elongated fangs. "That can be arranged, human." Goku had seen enough. He dropped from his perch, landing between the children and their attackers with enough force to crack the pavement beneath his feet. Both parties startled at his sudden appearance. "Hey," Goku said casually, rolling his shoulders. "I'm not sure what's going on here, but picking on kids isn't cool. How about you leave them alone?" The leader of the pale beings recovered quickly from his surprise. He studied Goku with clinical detachment, nostrils flaring as he inhaled deeply. "What an unusual scent," he remarked. "Not livestock, certainly. What are you?" Goku scratched the back of his head. "I'm Goku, and you guys are." "A vampire," the purple-haired girl behind him whispered, her voice tinged with disbelief. He doesn't know what vampires are. The word triggered recognition in Goku's mind. stories Gohan had read as a child, horror movies Chi-Chi had banned from the house. Vampires. Like the blood-sucking monsters. Goku's expression brightened with interest rather than fear. Neat. I've fought all sorts of aliens and androids, but never vampires. The vampire leader's autocratic features twisted with indignation. Monsters. How dare you, insect. I am Lacus Welt, noble of the 13th Progenitor's faction. You stand before your superiors. Goku's demeanor shifted, subtle but noticeable to any trained warrior. His casual stance took on the balanced readiness of a martial artist prepared for combat. His smile remained, but his eyes sharpened with focus. Superior. Prove it. Lacus blurred into motion, faster than an ordinary human could perceive. But to Goku, the vampire moved in slow motion. He sidestepped the attack with minimal effort, allowing Lacus to sail past him. Too slow, Goku commented. Want to try again? Rage contorted the vampire's features. He signaled to his companions, and 5 vampires attacked simultaneously from different angles. Goku didn't bother to move this time. He released a controlled burst of ki that sent all 5 vampires flying backward. The children gasped collectively. He didn't even touch them. Exclaimed a blonde girl with twin tails. What kind of cursed gear is he using? Asked a taller boy with light brown hair. Goku turned slightly toward the children while keeping his attention on the vampires. You kids should probably get somewhere safe. I'll handle these guys. We're soldiers of the Japanese Imperial Demon Army, not children, the purple-haired girl retorted, stepping forward with her scythe raised. And we don't abandon our mission because some strange man appeared out of nowhere. Goku blinked in surprise. Soldiers. But you're just kids. I'm Shinoa Hiragi, sergeant of the Moon Demon Company. She replied with unmistakable authority despite her small stature. This is my squad, and you're interfering in military operations. Before Goku could respond, Lacus launched himself forward again, this time wielding a gleaming sword that hadn't been visible before. Enough talking. Your blood will adorn Lord Farid's chamber, interloper. The sword swung toward Goku's neck with supernatural speed. Goku caught the blade between his index finger and thumb, stopping it instantly. The vampire's momentum continued forward, causing him to lose balance and stumble. Your technique needs work, Goku observed. You rely too much on speed and not enough on proper form. He flicked the blade, shattering it into metallic fragments. Lacus stared in disbelief at his broken weapon. Impossible, he whispered. A slow clapping sound drew everyone's attention. A tall, elegant vampire with flowing silver hair and aristocratic features approached from the shadows of a collapsed building. His presence caused Lacus and the other vampires to immediately kneel. How fascinating, the newcomer purred. When my pets reported unusual energy readings in this sector, I expected perhaps a new Seraph experiment. But you're something else entirely, aren't you? Goku sensed the newcomer's power immediately, significantly greater than the others, though still nothing compared to before. Lord Farid Batory, Shinoa whispered, her grip tightening on her weapon. Farid's gaze shifted momentarily to the young squad. Ah, my little lambs are here too. What a delightful surprise. His attention returned to Goku. But you are the real mystery today. Not human, yet not vampire. Your blood sings with power. Goku squared his shoulders. I'm a Saiyan, from Earth, though I'm guessing this isn't my Earth. A Saiyan. Farid tasted the word. How exotic. I've existed for millennia and collected countless rarities, yet never encountered your kind. His eyes gleamed with predatory interest. I simply must have a sample. Farid vanished from sight, reappearing directly behind Goku with clawed fingers aimed at his throat. But Goku had already sensed his movement and countered with a swift elbow strike that connected with Farid's chest. The vampire noble flew backward, crashing through a concrete wall. The vampire subordinates stared in shock. Shinoa's squad exchanged glances of disbelief. Farid emerged from the rubble, dust coating his elegant uniform. Rather than showing anger, his face displayed delighted surprise. He brushed himself off with exaggerated care. Strength, speed, and reflexes beyond any human I've encountered. He licked his lips. How marvelous. I don't want to fight you, Goku said. But I won't let you hurt these kids either. Such nobility. Farid exclaimed dramatically. Very well, I propose a compromise. Give me a small taste of your blood voluntarily, and I'll withdraw my forces, for today. My blood. Goku raised an eyebrow. Lo, Road Ferret collects the blood of unique specimens, Lacus explained, rising from his kneeling position. It's an honor to contribute to his collection. Goku considered the request. Just a small sample, and you'll leave these kids alone. Goku. Don't. Shinoa called out. Vampire nobles can't be trusted. Ferret placed a hand over his heart in mock offense. How you wound me, little Hiragi. I am the very soul of integrity. Goku made his decision. Fine. A small sample, then you leave. But if you try anything. Yes, you'll demonstrate more of your impressive abilities, Ferret waved dismissively. He approached with measured steps, producing a small crystal vial from inside his coat. Your arm, if you please. With cautious movements, Goku extended his arm. Ferret's cold fingers wrapped around his wrist, turning it to expose the veins beneath tanned skin. With his other hand, Ferret produced a small silver needle. This will only hurt for a moment, he promised with a smile that showed his fangs. The needle pierced Goku's skin. Blood, darker and richer than human blood, flowed into the crystal vial. Ferret's eyes widened as the vial began to glow faintly in response to the Saiyan blood. Extraordinary, he whispered. When the vial was half filled, Goku pulled his arm back. That's enough. Ferret didn't resist, too fascinated by the container in his hand. He held it up to the crimson light of the sky, watching the blood swirl within. The power I sense in this sample. Ferret's voice trailed off. Without warning, he uncorked the vial and took a small sip. The effect was immediate and violent. Ferret's body convulsed, the vial dropping from his fingers and shattering on the ground. He clutched his throat, his normally pale face flushing with color. The red glow in his eyes intensified then fluctuated erratically. What's happening to him? The blonde girl from Shinoa's squad asked. I don't know, Mitsuba, Shinoa replied, readying her weapon. Ferret collapsed to his knees, his body trembling. When he looked up, his eyes had momentarily shifted from red to a normal human blue before flashing back to crimson. What is this? He gasped. Your blow, OD. It burns like sunlight but strengthens like the finest human essence. It's purifying me somehow. Goku stepped forward, concerned despite himself. Are you okay? Ferret's laughter burst forth, tinged with madness and wonder. Okay, I'm better than okay. For the first time in centuries, I remembered what it felt like to be human, just for an instant. He staggered to his feet, swaying slightly. The queen must know about this immediately. With surprising speed for his disoriented state, Ferret disappeared into the ruins. His subordinates exchanged confused glances before following their master, leaving Goku alone with Shinoa's squad. For a moment, silence reigned. Then all 5 members of the squad turned their weapons toward Goku. Hey now, Goku raised his hands placatingly. I thought we were on the same side. We don't know what side you're on, Shinoa replied coolly. Or what you are. I told you, I'm a Saiyan. My name is Son Goku. He offered his signature friendly smile. And I'm definitely against those vampire guys. Your blood did something to Ferret Batori, noted a bespectacled boy with dark hair. As the squad's intelligence specialist, I must note that's unprecedented. Vampire nobles are virtually invulnerable to most weapons except for cursed gear. Yeah, about that, Goku scratched his head. I have no idea what happened. My blood has never done anything special before. At least not that I know of. Shinoa lowered her scythe slightly, curiosity overriding caution. You genuinely don't know what's going on, do you? Not a clue, Goku admitted cheerfully. 1 minute I was training in the hyperbolic time chamber, the next I fell through some weird crimson tear and ended up here. Wherever. Here, is. The hyperbolic what? Asked the tall brown-haired boy. Time chamber. It's a special training room where time passes differently. Goku looked around at the ruined cityscape. So, what happened here? Why are there vampires running around capturing kids? The 5 squad members exchanged glances. After a silent communication, Shinoa sighed and transformed her scythe back into a small object she could hold in one hand. We have a safe house nearby. You should come with us, she decided. Lieutenant Colonel Gurren will want to meet you. And I think we have a lot to tell each other. Goku's stomach chose that moment to growl loudly. He placed a hand on his abdomen with an embarrassed laugh. Any chance there's food at this safe house? Dimensional travel really works up an appetite. Despite the tension, the smallest boy in the group, who hadn't spoken yet, let out a surprised laugh. I like him already, Yoichi, the bespectacled boy admonished, though his lips twitched with a suppressed smile. Follow us, Shinoa instructed. And try to keep up. Goku grinned. That won't be a problem. Miles away, in an underground chamber beneath the vampire stronghold of Sanguinum, Farid Badori staggered into a luxurious meeting room where several noble vampires had gathered. His usual composure was shattered, his elegant clothing disheveled, and a wild look burned in his eyes. My friends, he announced, spreading his arms dramatically. I have discovered something that will change our world forever. A beautiful vampire with long pink hair and the appearance of a young girl sat upon an ornate throne at the far end of the chamber. Her crimson eyes narrowed at Farid's entrance. Lord Farid, she spoke, her childlike voice carrying ancient authority. You interrupt a council meeting of the progenitors without permission. This had better be important. Farid bowed low, a theatrical gesture that did little to mask his excitement. Queen Krul Tepes, third progenitor and ruler of Japan, I would never dare waste your precious time. He straightened, producing a second vial from his coat, one he had filled while Goku was distracted by his reaction to the first sample. I bring you the blood of a being who could be the answer to our most ancient problem. Krul's expression remained impassive, but the slight tilt of her head betrayed interest. Explain. I encountered a creature today. He called himself a Saiyan. Not human, not vampire. Something entirely new. Farid approached the throne, holding the vial reverently. His blood, pressed the curse of vampire transformation. Murmurs erupted among the gathered nobles. Krul silenced them with a raised hand, her gaze never leaving Farid. You claim this blood can reverse vampirism. That's impossible. Despite her dismissive words, Krul leaned forward slightly. Not reverse. Not completely, Farid clarified. But for a brief moment after consumption, I experienced humanity. The thirst diminished. I felt warmth. My heartbeat, my actual heartbeat, returned momentarily. A tall, silver-haired vampire with a monocle scoffed. Farid's theatrical nature has finally overcome his reason. Perhaps he's been drinking from intoxicated livestock. Crowley, my friend. Farid smiled thinly at his critic. Your skepticism wounds me, but perhaps a demonstration would be more convincing than my humble testimony. Without waiting for permission, Farid uncorked the vial and took another small sip. Once again, his body shuddered visibly. The gathered nobles watched in fascination as color briefly flooded Farid's face, and his eyes flickered between crimson and blue. Impossible, whispered a female noble. Krul rose from her throne in one fluid motion, crossing the distance to Farid with preternatural speed. She snatched the vial from his hand and examined the dark liquid within. Where is this being now? She demanded. Farid's smile widened. Last seen with the human military's Moon Demon Company. A squad led by Shinoa Hiragi. Krul's fingers tightened around the vial. You let him go. A being with blood that can affect our kind in this manner. I was indisposed after my first taste, Farid admitted. But I thought it more important to bring this discovery to you immediately, my queen. Krul turned away, pacing the chamber with measured steps. The other nobles watched her in tense silence. If what you claim is true, she finally said, this, Saiyan, could be valuable beyond measure. Particularly to our research regarding your brother, Farid suggested softly. Krul whirled to face him, her expression murderous. Watch yourself, Badori. Your position does not grant you liberties regarding certain topics. Farid bowed again, deeper this time. My apologies, Your Majesty. After a tense moment, Krul addressed the assembled nobles. This council is adjourned. Lord Crowley, assemble your best soldiers. Lord Farid, you will lead them to capture this being, alive and unharmed. I want him brought to me immediately. And the humans with him? Crowley inquired. Krul waved dismissively. Kill them if they interfere. The Saiyan is all that matters. As the nobles dispersed to carry out her orders, Krul returned to her throne. The vial of Saiyan blood still clutched in her small hand. When she was alone, she raised it to eye level, studying the dark liquid with an intensity that bordered on reverence. After all these centuries, she whispered to herself, could this be the key to saving you, Asura? Meanwhile, across dimensions in the world Goku had left behind, Videl Satan paced the L ways of Capsule Corporation headquarters. Her short black hair was disheveled from repeatedly running frustrated hands through it, and the set of her jaw indicated the famous stubbornness that had RVED her well as both a crime fighter and martial artist. It's been 3 days, Bulma, she said to the blue-haired scientist hunched over a complex control panel. The hyperbolic time chamber door is sealed, and Goku hasn't emerged. Something's wrong. Bulma briefs sighed, pushing goggles up onto her forehead. Dark circles under her eyes testified to her own concern. I know, Videl, but the temporal mechanics of the chamber are extremely complex. We can't just break down the door, it could collapse the pocket dimension entirely. But Gohan is worried sick, Videl protested. And frankly, so am I. Goku may be the strongest fighter in the universe, but even he has limits. Don't remind me, Bulma muttered, turning back to her instruments. Vegeta's been threatening to blast the door open every hour on the hour. I've had to bribe him with upgrades to the gravity chamber just to keep him from doing something reckless. Videl leaned against the wall, crossing her arms. What about the Dragon Balls? Could we use them to locate Goku or bring him back? Possibly, but they're scattered again after our last wish. It would take weeks to gather them. Bulma adjusted some settings on her console. Besides, Goku's disappeared before and always returned on his own. He's probably just lost track of time. You know how he gets when he's training. Videl wasn't convinced. Over the past year, she'd been working closely with the Z fighters, improving her own martial arts skills and learning to harness her ki. Through this training, she developed a sort of intuitive sense about energy disturbances. There's something else, she said slowly. For the past few days, I've been sensing something strange. Near West City, like small tears in reality. This caught Bulma's attention. Tears in reality? What exactly do you mean? It's hard to describe. Videl pushed off from the wall and approached Bulma's workstation. Like little pockets where the air feels wrong. Cold spots that seem to vibrate with strange energy. And recently, there have been disappearances reported in those same areas. Disappearances? Bulma frowned. Why is this the first I'm hearing about this? Because they're being classified as ordinary missing persons cases. 3 so far, all teenagers who vanished while walking home at night. No evidence of struggle, no witnesses. Videl pulled out her phone and showed Bulma a police file she'd accessed through her connections. But I investigated the sites myself. Each one had that same strange energy signature. Bulma studied the information, her scientific mind already forming hypotheses. And you think these disappearances are connected to Goku's situation? I don't know, Videl admitted. But the timing is suspicious, don't you think? Goku enters the time chamber. Doesn't come out when expected, and meanwhile, reality starts developing holes in it. Bulma set down her tools with new urgency. Show me where you've felt these disturbances. I need to take readings. What about the chamber? The monitoring equipment will alert us to any changes. Right now, these tears you've detected might be our best lead. Bulma grabbed a compact device from her workbench. If there are dimensional disturbances happening, we need to understand them. Especially if they're connected to Goku's disappearance. Videl nodded, her investigative instincts fully engaged. The strongest one I felt was near the old industrial district, behind the abandoned Meteor Electronics factory. Then that's where we'll start. Bulma grabbed her jacket. And Videl, let's keep this between us for now. No need to worry Gohan and the others until we have something concrete. Agreed, Videl said, though she felt a twinge of guilt at keeping secrets from her boyfriend. But if we find evidence that Goku's in danger, then we'll call in the cavalry, Bulma promised. Every Z fighter, full alert. As they prepared to leave, neither woman noticed the small crimson shimmer that briefly appeared in the corner of the laboratory before vanishing again. The dimensional barriers between worlds were growing thinner by the hour. The safe house S. Hinoa's squad brought Goku to was a partially collapsed subway station, reinforced with makeshift barricades and hidden from street level. As they descended the crumbling stairs, Goku observed the young soldiers with interest. Despite their age, they moved with the coordination of experienced fighters, each covering blind spots for the others, maintaining vigilant awareness of their surroundings. So these vampires took over after some kind of apocalypse? Goku asked, ducking under a low-hanging pipe. The apocalypse virus, the bespectacled boy, who had introduced himself as Shiho Kimazuki, explained. It killed most of the world's adult population when we were children. Trom hiding and offered protection in exchange for blood donations. More like blood farming, Mitsuba added bitterly. They treat humans like livestock. They reached a heavy metal door. Yoichi, the smallest boy, performed a complex knock pattern. After a moment, the door swung open to reveal a bustling underground base. Dozens of uniformed soldiers moved purposefully through the repurposed subway platform, carrying weapons, maps, and supplies. "Welcome to Resistance Outpost 11, Shinoa announced with a theatrical flourish. One of humanity's last strongholds in the Tokyo area. Goku whistled appreciatively. You've made good use of the space. A tall man with wild dark hair and a white uniform approached them. His expression shifting from recognition to suspicion when he spotted Goku. Sergeant Hiragi, he addressed Shinoa. Your squad was assigned reconnaissance only. Who is this? Shinoa snapped to attention. Lieutenant Colonel Guren Ichinos, sir. We encountered a unique individual during our mission who demonstrated extraordinary abilities against vampire nobles, including Farid Badori. Guren's eyes narrowed as he assessed Goku. You fought Farid Badori and lived. That puts you in rare company. Goku smiled easily, extending his hand. I'm Son Goku. Nice to meet you. Guren ignored the offered hand. What are you? You're not one of our enhanced soldiers. He claims to be something called a Saiyan. Sir, the 5th squad member, a stoic boy named Yuichiro Hayakuya, spoke up. And his blood did something weird to Farid. Made him act almost human for a minute. This caught Guren's full attention. His blood affected a noble vampire. That's impossible. That's what we thought too, sir, Shinoa replied. But we all witnessed it. Farid consumed a small amount of his blood and temporarily exhibited human-like characteristics. Guren circled Goku, studying him from all angles. Take him to the interrogation room. I want a full debrief. And blood samples. Now wait a minute. Goku's friendly demeanor cooled slightly. I'm happy to explain everything I know, but I'm not some lab experiment. I gave that vampire guy a sample because he threatened these kids. I'm not just giving blood to anyone who asks. The atmosphere tensed immediately. Several nearby soldiers reached for their weapons. Guren's hand moved to the sword at his hip. You're in a human military installation during wartime, surrounded by elite soldiers. Your cooperation isn't optional. Goku's expression remained calm, but his stance shifted subtly. I respect that you're fighting to protect people. That's why I helped your soldiers against those vampires. But threatening me isn't going to work out well for anyone. The air between the two men seemed to vibrate with tension. Shinoa glanced between them, recognizing the dangerous impasse. Lieutenant Colonel, she interjected smoothly, perhaps a compromise. Goku seems genuinely interested in understanding our situation. Maybe we could brief him on the current conflict, and in return, he could voluntarily provide information about himself and his abilities. Goku nodded appreciatively. That sounds reasonable to me. After a tense moment, Guren removed his hand from his sword. Fine, but he remains under guard at all times. I can live with that. Goku agreed. The tension dissipated somewhat, though suspicion lingered in Guren's eyes. Shinoa, your squad is responsible for him. Take him to the strategy room and get him up to speed. I'll join you shortly, after I inform High Command about our visitor. As Guren stalked away, Shinoa's squad collectively released a breath. That could have gone worse, Yoichi offered optimistically. Could have gone better too, Yuichiro muttered. Shinoa turned to Goku with newfound respect. Not many people stand up to Lieutenant Colonel Ichinos and walk away unscathed. Goku shrugged. I didn't come here looking for trouble. But I've learned from experience that giving in to threats just leads to more threats. Wise philosophy, Kimazuki commented. Now, you mentioned food earlier. The mess hall is this way. Goku's face brightened immediately. Lead the way. I'm starving. The squad escorted Goku through the underground base to a repurposed maintenance area that now served as a dining facility. The room fell silent as they entered, all eyes turning to the stranger in the bright orange GI. Whispers followed them as they collected trays of rations. "Don't mind them," Mitsuba said as they sat at an empty table. "We don't get many outsiders here." Goku surveyed the meager portions on his tray with poorly concealed disappointment. "Is this all there is? Food supplies are strictly rationed," Kimazuki explained. "Agricultural production is limited to protected zones, and hunting outside the walls is dangerous." Noticing Goku's crestfallen expression, Shinoa smirked and pulled a small package from her uniform pocket. "Here, I was saving this for a special occasion, but you look like you might expire from hunger before our briefing." He handed him a sealed military ration bar. Goku accepted it gratefully, unwrapping it and taking an enthusiastic bite. His face contorted immediately. "That's different," he managed after forcing himself to swallow. The squad burst into laughter. "High-density nutrition," Shinoa explained through her giggles. "Designed for maximum caloric intake with minimum size. Taste was not a priority. I've eaten some weird things during survival training," Goku admitted, eyeing the bar dubiously before taking another bite. "This might be the worst, but I appreciate it all the same." As they ate, Yoichi asked, "So where exactly are you from, Goku? You mentioned another Earth." "Yeah, I'm from Earth. Just not this version of it, I think." Goku finished the ration bar in 2 more determined bites. "Where I come from, there's no vampire apocalypse. We have our own problems. Aliens, androids, godlike beings trying to destroy the universe. You know, the usual." The squad stared at him. "You're serious?" Yuichiro finally asked. "Completely." Goku nodded. "I'm actually only half Saiyan. My father was a Saiyan warrior named Bardock, but I was raised on Earth by an old martial arts master named Gohan. I named my son after him." "You have a son?" Mitsuba seemed surprised. "Two, actually. Gohan and Goten." A wistful smile crossed Goku's face. "Gohan's all grown up now. Probably worried sick about me, actually. He's married to Videl. She's a martial artist too, though she's fully human. And Goten's still a kid, but already showing amazing potential as a fighter." "And where you come from, humans know about aliens?" Kimazuki asked skeptically. "Some do," Goku replied. "Most people just try to live normal lives. They know strange things happen, but they prefer not to think too much about it. The Earth has been destroyed and wished back into existence more than once, and most people don't even remember it." "Wished back?" Shinoa raised an eyebrow. "With the Dragon Balls," Goku explained. Then noted their blank expressions. 7 magical orbs that, when gathered, summon a dragon that grants wishes. "It's complicated. Your world sounds..." Mitsuba searched for the right word. "Insane," suggested Kimazuki. "Amazing," Yoichi countered. Before Goku could respond, alarms blared throughout the facility. Red emergency lights began to flash, and soldiers jumped to their feet, grabbing weapons and rushing to predetermined positions. "Perimeter breach," a voice announced over the intercom. "Vampire nobles detected in Sector 7. All combat units deploy immediately." Shinoa's squad was on their feet instantly, their half-finished meals forgotten. "Sector 7 is directly above us," Kimazuki said grimly, drawing his twin blades. "How did they find us so quickly?" Mitsuba demanded, gripping her battle axe. Yuichiro turned accusing eyes to Goku. "Did you lead them here?" "Of course not," Goku protested, rising as well. "But that Farid guy seemed pretty interested in my blood. Maybe they burst into the mess hall, his sword already drawn and glowing with unearthly energy." "Shinoa, get your squad to the eastern exit. Create a diversion while we evacuate the wounded." "Yes, sir," Shinoa acknowledged. She turned to her team. "You heard him. Eastern tunnel, now." As the squad moved out, Goku fell in beside them. "All help. This is probably my fault anyway." Gurren blocked his path. "No, for all we know, you're exactly what they're after. You'll remain here under guard." "With respect," Goku replied firmly, "I've been fighting battles since I was a kid. Your people are outmatched against those vampires. I can help even the odds." "He did handle Farid and his minions easily," Shinoa pointed out. "Having him with us could be an advantage." After a moment of internal debate, Gurren cursed under his breath. "Fine, but Shinoa, if he makes one suspicious move, we'll handle it," she promised. The squad raced through the underground tunnels, eventually emerging into what had once been a subway maintenance shaft. A metal ladder led upward to a heavy hatch. Yuichiro climbed first, pushing open the hatch cautiously and scanning the area before signaling the others to follow. They emerged into the ruined cityscape, now illuminated by the eerie glow of fires burning in nearby buildings. The sound of combat echoed from multiple directions, shouts, explosions, and the distinctive hum of cursed weapons engaging vampire defenses. There, Kimazuki pointed toward a cluster of white uniformed figures moving with supernatural grace through the battlefield. Goku squinted, recognizing Ferret among them, alongside a muscular vampire with auburn hair and a relaxed demeanor despite the chaos around him. "That's Crowley Usford with him," Shinoa informed them grimly. 13th progenitor, one of the most powerful nobles in Japan. "They're heading straight for the main entrance," Mitsuba observed. "Then we cut them off," Yuichiro declared, readying his sword. Goku studied the approaching vampires, assessing their movement patterns and energy signatures. "Let me try something first. I want to understand what they're after." Before anyone could object, Goku stepped forward into the open street, deliberately making himself visible to the approaching nobles. "Hey, Ferret," he called out, "looking for me?" The vampire noble halted mid-stride, a delighted smile spreading across his face. "The Saiyan reveals himself. How considerate of you to save us the trouble of hunting you down." Crowley Usford studied Goku with clinical interest. "This is the specimen you were so excited about, Ferret. He doesn't look like much." "Appearances can be deceiving, my friend," Ferret replied. "As you're about to discover." Goku crossed his arms casually. "Why are you attacking these people? If it's me you want, there's no need to involve them." "How noble," Ferret chuckled. "But also naive. These livestock have been a thorn in our side for years. Culling them while capturing you is simply efficient." "I'd prefer not to fight," Goku stated calmly. "But I will if I have to." "You misunderstand," Crowley interjected. "You're not being given a choice. Queen Krul Tepes herself has ordered your capture. Your blood is property of the vampire nation now." Goku's expression hardened. "Nobody owns me or my blood. Last chance to walk away." The vampires exchanged amused glances before Crowley sighed dramatically. "I'd hoped to assess your abilities more thoroughly before subduing you, but time is of the essence." With blinding speed, Crowley launched himself toward Goku, drawing his sword mid-leap. The blade, imbued with progenitor power, slashed downward with enough force to cleave concrete. Goku didn't dodge. Instead, he caught the blade between his palms, stopping its momentum completely. Crowley's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible," he whispered. Goku smiled. "You vampires really need to work on your technique. Too much reliance on raw speed. Not enough attention to proper form." With a casual twist of his hands, Goku snapped the vampire's sword in half. Before Crowley could react, Goku delivered a swift palm strike to his chest, sending the 13th progenitor flying backward into a collapsed building. Ferret clapped his hands in delight. "Magnificent. Simply magnificent. The Queen will be most pleased when we deliver you." "You're still not getting it," Goku sighed. "I'm not going anywhere with you. And I won't let you hurt these kids." "Such confidence." Ferret laughed. "But you're outnumbered, Saiyan." On cue, dozens of lesser vampires emerged from the shadows, surrounding Goku and Shinoa's squad in a tightening circle. Shinoa and her team formed a defensive formation, their cursed weapons glowing with power. "Any suggestions?" Shinoa asked Goku, her voice tight with tension. Goku assessed the situation with the calm experience of a seasoned warrior. "Yeah, stay behind me." Before anyone could question him, Goku widened his stance and clenched his fists at his sides. A low growl escaped his throat as he began to channel his ki. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and small pebbles rose into the air as an aura of blue-white energy began to shimmer around his body. "What is he doing?" Yoichi whispered in awe. The energy around Goku intensified, his hair beginning to wave as though caught in an invisible wind. The blue aura grew brighter, casting harsh shadows across the ruined street. The vampires hesitated, sensing the dramatic increase in power. With a final shout, Goku's aura exploded outward. His black hair transformed, standing upright and shifting to a brilliant golden hue. His eyes changed from dark brown to teal, the golden energy radiating from his bod. Why illuminated the battlefield like a second sun? A transformation. Farad's voice held a note of uncertainty for the first time. Crowley emerged from the rubble, dusting off his uniform. His confident demeanor had vanished, replaced by wary respect. What are you? Goku's voice carried new authority as he answered, I told you. I'm a Saiyan, and this is a Super Saiyan. The lesser vampires CKED away instinctively from the golden light. Shinoa's squad stared in disbelief at the transformed warrior before them. His power level, Kimazuki whispered. It's unlike anything I've ever sensed. Even Lieutenant Colonel's black demon doesn't feel like this, Mitsuba added. Goku turned slightly toward them, his teal eyes softening momentarily. When I give the signal, run back to your base. I'll handle these guys. We can't just leave you, Yuichiro began. Trust me, Goku cut him off. This won't take long. Farad's uncertainty vanished, replaced by manic excitement. The Queen must have you now more than ever. All units, capture the Golden One. The vampire forces surged forward in unified attack. Goku's expression remained calm as he raised one hand, palm outward. Solar flare, he shouted. A blinding flash of light erupted from his body, intensified by his Super Saiyan aura. The vampires, with their enhanced sensitivity to light, screamed in pain, clutching at their eyes. Even Crowley and Farad were momentarily incapacitated. Now, run, Goku commanded Shinoa's squad. Despite their training to never retreat, the young soldiers recognized the tactical advantage and fell back toward the base entrance. Only Shinoa hesitated. What about you? She called to Goku. I'll find you after, he promised. Go. As the squad retreated, Goku turned his full attention to the recovering vampires. Farad blinked rapidly, his vision clearing just in time to see Goku vanish from sight. An instant later, the Saiyan reappeared directly in front of him. Your blood nearly restored my humanity, Farad said, his voice trembling with excitement despite the danger. Imagine what it could do for our entire race. That's not my decision to make, Goku replied. And kidnapping me won't change that. With lightning speed, Goku delivered a series of precise strikes, not killing blows, but disabling attacks that shattered Farad's enhanced vampire defenses. Able to stand, Crowley fared no better. Despite his progenitor strength, he found himself overwhelmed by Goku's speed and power. Within moments, both noble vampires lay defeated, and the lesser vampires retreated in disarray. Goku powered down, his hair returning to its normal black state. The golden aura faded, leaving him standing alone amidst the defeated vampires. Tell your queen, he addressed the conscious but immobilized Farad, that if she wants to talk about my blood and its properties, she can meet me personally. No armies, no kidnapping attempts. Just a conversation. Farad's laughter bubbled up despite his injuries. Oh, she'll want to meet you now more than ever. A being who can defeat two noble vampires without breaking a sweat. You've just made yourself the most valuable commodity in our world. Goku frowned. I'm not a commodity. I'm a person. Semantics, Farad replied dismissively. The game has changed, Saiyan. The very nature of our existence might be altered by your arrival. Do you think either side will simply let you walk away? The implications of Farad's words settled heavily on Goku's shoulders. He had arrived in this world by accident, but his presence was already reshaping its conflicts. If his blood could affect vampires in such profound ways, both sides would indeed see him as a weapon to be controlled. The distant sound of approaching vampire reinforcements reached his ears. Making a quick decision, Goku placed 2 fingers to his forehead and concentrated, sensing for the key signatures of Shinoa's squad. Finding them, he vanished, leaving Farad staring at empty space. His laughter echoing through the abandoned streets. Back in Goku's home dimension, Videl and Bulma stood in the abandoned industrial district of West City. Bulma's LD device emitted a steady beeping that increased in frequency as they approached a derelict warehouse. The readings are strongest here, Bulma said, studying her scanner. Dimensional fluctuations, similar to what the time chamber produces, but unstable. Videl shivered despite the warm evening. I feel it, like the air itself is wrong somehow. They cautiously entered the warehouse through a broken loading dock door. The interior was dark, illuminated only by Bulma's flashlight and the glow from her instruments. Abandoned machinery loomed like silent sentinels in the shadows. There, Videl pointed toward the back of the warehouse. That shimmering in the air. Bulma directed her flashlight where Videl indicated. The beam passed through what appeared to be a distortion in reality, a patch of air that rippled like heat waves, tinged with a faint crimson glow. Fascinating, Bulma murmured, approaching the anomaly. Her device's beeping became a continuous tone. It's definitely a dimensional tear, similar to what the time chamber creates artificially. But this one is wild, uncontained. Could Goku have fallen through something like this? Videl asked, keeping a cautious distance from the distortion. It's possible. The time chamber exists at a nexus point between dimensions. If these tears are appearing in both our world and the chamber. Bulma trailed off, her scientific mind racing through the implications. Videl stepped closer to the anomaly, feeling its strange energy pulsing against her skin. If the missing teenagers disappeared through these tears, where did they go? And more importantly, can we use them to find Goku? Theoretically, yes, Bulma replied, adjusting settings on her device. But we'd need to stabilize the tear first, then find a way to navigate through the dimensional corridors. It would be incredibly dangerous. A sudden noise from behind caused both women to turn. A teenage boy stood in the warehouse entrance, his eyes wide with recognition as he spotted the dimensional tear. You can see it too? He asked, his voice tinged with desperate hope. The red door. Bulma and Videl exchanged glances. Yes, we can see it, Videl replied carefully. Do you know something about it? The boy approached slowly, his gaze fixed on the rippling air. My sister disappeared 3 nights ago. We were walking home when she said she saw a red door in the air. I thought she was crazy, but then she just walked through it and vanished. His voice cracked with emotion. The police think she ran away, but I know what I saw. Bulma's expression softened with sympathy. What's your name? Kenji, the boy replied. Kenji Furukawa. Well, Kenji, Bulma said, you're not crazy. These dimensional tears are appearing throughout the city. And we think our friend might have disappeared through one too. Then you believe me. Hope brightened the boy's features. We do, Videl assured him. And we're going to find a way to bring back everyone who's disappeared, including your sister and our friend. As if responding to their conversation, the dimensional tear pulsed, expanding slightly. The crimson glow intensified, casting eerie shadows across the warehouse interior. It's becoming more active, Bulma observed, checking her readings. The energy signature is spiking dramatically. Is that good or bad? Videl asked. Before Bulma could answer, a figure emerged from the tear, not stepping through it, but being forcefully ejected from it. A young girl in a tattered uniform crashed onto the concrete floor, gasping for breath. Blood stained her clothing, and her eyes were wide with terror. Mika, Kenji cried, rushing forward to the girl. Mika, it's me. The girl stared at her brother without comprehension, her body trembling violently. When he reached for her, she scrambled backward in panic. Stay away, she screamed. The nobles will come for me. They always find livestock who escape. Videl approached slowly, keeping her movements non-threatening. You're safe now, Mika. You're home. Back in West City. The girl's wild eyes darted around the warehouse. This isn't Sanguinum. Where am I? How did I get back? You came through that. Bulma pointed to the dimensional tear. The same way you disappeared 3 nights ago. Recognition slowly dawned on the girl's face as she looked at her brother. Kenji, is it really you? It's me, sis, he confirmed, tears streaming down his face. What happened to you? Where did you go? Before she could answer, the tear pulsed again, growing larger. Crimson light now filled the warehouse, and a high-pitched whine cut through the air. It's destabilizing. Bulma shouted over the noise. We need to get out of here now. Videl helped Kenji get his sister to her feet, and they all rushed toward the exit. Behind them, the tear expanded rapidly, swallowing machinery and debris as it grew. They barely made it outside before a shockwave of energy burst from the warehouse, shattering windows and setting off car alarms throughout the industrial district. The building itself seemed to implode, collapsing inward as the dimensional tear consumed it from within. As suddenly as it had begun, the phenomenon ceased. Where the warehouse had stood, only a smoking crater remained, with no sign of the crimson tear. What just happened? Videl asked, helping the siblings to their feet. Bulma studied her readings with a grim expression. The tear collapsed in on itself. But my instruments detected similar anomalies forming across the city before it did. She looked up at Videl, her scientific detachment giving way to genuine concern. Whatever is happening between dimensions, it's accelerating. We don't have much time. Mika clutched her brother's arm, her eyes haunted by whatever she had experienced on the other side. The vampires, she whispered. They're coming. They know about the doors now. Vampires, Videl repeated incredulously. That's what they call themselves. Mika confirmed. They rule the other world. They farm humans for blood. And now they know there's another world to conquer. The implications hung in the night air like a physical weight. Bulma and Videl exchanged determined looks. We need to find Goku, Videl declared. And fast. And we need to warn THD. If vampires from another dimension are planning to invade our world, then Earth needs its defenders ready, Videl finished her thought. All of them. As they led the traumatized siblings toward Bulma's vehicle, neither woman noticed the pale figure watching from the shadows of a nearby building, a figure with crimson eyes that gleamed with hungry interest before melting back into the darkness. The boundaries between worlds were weakening, and the consequences were only beginning to unfold. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Blood and Ki. The underground resistance base buzzed with chaotic energy. Medical teams rushed to treat wounded soldiers. Tactical officers shouted orders across crowded command centers, and the air vibrated with a mixture of fear and determination. Goku materialized in the middle of this organized chaos, his sudden appearance sending a nearby communications officer tumbling backward in shock. Sorry about that, Goku offered, extending a hand to help the startled man. Instant transmission can be a bit surprising if you're not used to it. You just appeared out of nowhere. The officer stammered, accepting Goku's help despite his confusion. Shinoa pushed through a group of bustling medics, her eyes widening at the sight of Goku standing casually in the command center. How did you get back here before us? We left you surrounded by vampires. Goku tapped 2 fingers against his forehead with a grin. Instant transmission. I can teleport to any location I can sense energy signatures from. Teleportation. Lieutenant Colonel Gurren emerged from a strategy session, his uniform stained with fresh blood, though whether his own or someone else's remained unclear. That's impossible without specialized cursed gear. Where I come from, it's just another technique, Goku shrugged. Took me a while to master it though. Had to train with the Yardrats for months. Before Gurren could interrogate him further, an explosion rocked the underground facility. Dust and concrete fragments showered from the ceiling as emergency lights flashed crimson throughout the command center. Perimeter breach in Sector 4. A scout reported, rushing into the room. Noble-class vampires have broken through the eastern barricades. Gurren cursed under his breath. Evacuation Protocol Theta. All non-combat personnel to escape tunnels. Squads 3 through 7 provide covering fire. His gaze hardened as he turned to Goku. This is your fault. They tracked you here somehow. Maybe, Goku admitted, but I can help fix it. We don't need. Another explosion cut Gurren off, this one closer and more powerful than the first. The concrete floor beneath them cracked ominously. Discussing blame can wait, Shinoa interjected, her cursed scythe materializing in her hands. We need everyone who can fight right now, Lieutenant Colonel. After a tense moment, Gurren nodded. Fine, Saiyan, you're with Shinoa's squad. Fall back to secondary defensive position and hold that line. Give the civilians time to evacuate. Got it, Goku agreed, his expression shifting from casual to focused in an instant. Shinoa led her squad through crowded tunnels toward the secondary defensive position, a reinforced CED chamber that had once been a maintenance hub. Kimazuki and Yoichi moved ahead to secure the area while Mitsuba and Yuichiro covered their rear flank. So what exactly happened up there? Shinoa asked as they moved. We heard explosions, saw your golden transformation, and then you just disappeared. I defeated the nobles, Goku replied simply. They weren't expecting me to transform into a Super Saiyan. A what? Mitsuba's head whipped around. Super Saiyan. It's a transformation that multiplies my power many times over. The golden hair and aura are side effects of the ki concentration. Is it some kind of cursed gear manifestation? Kimazuki asked, adjusting his glasses with professional curiosity. Goku shook his head. No gear involved. It's a biological transformation unique to my species. Saiyans have the ability to grow stronger through combat and transform when we reach certain power thresholds. Biological. Yoichi's eyes widened. So it's in your blood. The significance of that question hung in the air as they reached the defensive position. The maintenance hub had been converted into a fortified chokepoint with barricades constructed from salvaged metal and concrete. Narrow firing ports allowed for ranged attacks while minimizing exposure. That's why they want you, Yuichiro realized, taking position behind a barricade. Not just because your blood affected ferret, but because of what it might contain, the secret to this transformation. Goku frowned, considering this perspective. I never thought about it that way. Where I come from, transformations like mine aren't that unusual. But here it could change everything. Shinoa finished for him. A vampire with Saiyan powers would be nearly unstoppable. The conversation halted as distant gunfire erupted, followed by screams and the distinctive sound of vampire weapons clashing against cursed gear. The battle was drawing closer. Get ready, Shinoa instructed her squad. Yoichi, take the high position. Kimazuki and Yuichiro, hold the central line. Mitsuba, defensive perimeter. I'll coordinate. What about me? Goku asked. Shinoa considered him for a moment. You claimed you could teleport. Can you move between positions to reinforce wherever we're weakest? Sure, I just need to be able to sense your energy signatures. What? Goku's explanation was interrupted by why the appearance of vampire soldiers at the far end of the tunnel. Pale faces with crimson eyes assessed the defensive position with cold calculation. Here they come, Kimazuki warned, raising his twin blades. The vampire forces surged forward with inhuman speed. Yoichi released a barrage of cursed arrows that split and tracked multiple targets simultaneously, forcing the attackers to divide their attention. Mitsuba slammed her axe into the ground, creating a wave of demon energy that slowed the vampires' advance. Goku watched the squad work with professional appreciation. Despite their youth, they functioned as a cohesive unit, each member's abilities complementing the others. Their weapons, cursed gear, they called them, channeled energy unlike any Goku had encountered before. Not quite ki, but something adjacent to it. A vampire lieutenant broke through the initial defense, moving faster than the squad could track. He appeared behind Kimazuki, sword raised for a killing blow. Before the blade could fall, Goku materialized between them, catching the vampire's wrist. You're pretty fast, Goku acknowledged, but your technique needs work. With a simple twist, he disarmed the vampire and sent him flying back into his comrades with a palm strike. The lieutenant crashed through 3 other vampires before embedding in the tunnel wall, unconscious. Thanks, Kimazuki managed, momentarily stunned by Goku's speed. No problem. You guys handle the foot soldiers. I'll take care of any nobles that break through. As if summoned by his words, a powerful presence approached from the shadows of the tunnel. The vampire forces parted, making way for a slender figure with distinctive pink hair and regal bearing despite her childlike appearance. Krul Tepes, Shinoa whispered, her voice tight with tension. The vampire queen herself. Goku stepped forward, positioning himself between the squad and the approaching monarch. He sensed her power immediately, far greater than Ferret or Crowley had displayed. Krul stopped several meters away, her crimson eyes studying Goku with calculated interest. So you're the Saiyan warrior who defeated 2 of my progenitors without breaking a sweat. Her voice carried the weight of centuries despite her youthful appearance. I expected someone more imposing. Sorry to disappoint, Goku replied with an easy smile. But appearances can be deceiving. Indeed they can. Krul's gaze traveled over him, assessing. Ferret claims you oppressed his vampiric nature. Is this true? I guess so. That wasn't intentional, though. Few world-changing discoveries are. A smile curved Krul's lips, revealing delicate fangs. I propose a trade, Saiyan. Come with me willingly, provide blood samples for our research, and I will spare these humans you've befriended. Behind him, Goku heard Yuichiro's indignant intake of breath, but Shinoa silenced whatever protest he planned with a sharp gesture. That's not much of a trade, Goku observed. You're basically saying, surrender or I'll kill everyone. I'm being practical. You're valuable. They are not. Goku's expression hardened slightly. Everyone has value, and I won't be anyone's lab experiment. Such noble sentiments, Krul sighed. But misplaced. My scientists could unlock the secret of your transformation, perhaps even synthesize it. Imagine. A cure for vampirism. Wouldn't that be worth some temporary discomfort on your part? The offer gave Goku pause. A cure. You want to stop being vampires. Something flickered in Krul's ancient eyes. Vulnerability, perhaps, or hidden purpose. Some of us remember being human. Some of us have reason to desire humanity's return. My blood isn't a science experiment, Goku replied after considering her words. But if you're serious about finding a cure, maybe we can work together instead of fighting. I don't understand much about how ki energy works with biology, but I have friends who might. Krul tilted her head, studying him with renewed interest. You suggest cooperation rather than capture. How unexpectedly civilized. I'm always up for a good fight. Goku grinned, but not when innocent people are caught in the middle. Call off your attack, and we can talk. Bold of you to make demands of the Vampire Queen, Krul remarked, though amusement tinged her voice. What assurance do I have that you won't simply escape once my forces withdraw? My word, Goku said simply. Where I come from, that still means something. Krul laughed, a sound like crystal bells that belied her predatory nature. How refreshingly archaic. Very well, Saiyan. I will withdraw my forces from this human nest, and you will accompany me to a neutral location for negotiations. I have conditions, Goku countered. First, I choose the location. Second, I want to bring representatives from the humans. And third, no restraints or cages. The Vampire Queen's eyes narrowed. You presume much. I defeated T. Woe of your strongest nobles without trying very hard, Goku reminded her gently. I'm not presuming anything. Tension crackled between them as Krul weighed her options. Finally, she inclined her head in a slight nod. Acceptable terms. But should you attempt to flee or attack, our agreement is void, and I will personally ensure these humans suffer for your betrayal. Fair enough. Goku turned to Shinoa. Who should come with us? Someone who understands both the science and politics of your situation. Shinoa exchanged glances with her squadmates before answering. Lieutenant Colonel Gurren should represent us. And perhaps Shinya Hiragi, if he's available. I will permit 2 human representatives, Krul stipulated. They will be granted safe passage under my protection. The ancient Empire's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Consider it a gesture of good faith. I'll inform the Lieutenant Colonel, Shinoa replied, maintaining remarkable composure in the presence of humanity's most powerful enemy. As she moved to carry out this task, Goku maintained his position between Krul and the squad, studying the Vampire Queen with open curiosity. You're different from the others, he observed. More controlled, more purposeful. I am a third progenitor, one of the oldest vampires in existence, Krul replied. Time grants perspective, if nothing else. And what's your perspective on all this? Goku gestured to encompass the ongoing conflict. Humans farmed for blood, forced underground, fighting back with demon weapons. Is this really what you wanted? Something ancient and weary flickered across Krul's childlike features. What I want and what necessity dictates are rarely aligned, Saiyan. Perhaps that's something we have in common. Before Goku could probe further, Shinoa returned with Gurren and a tall, silver-haired man with piercing blue eyes. Lieutenant Colonel Gurren Ichinos and Major General Shinya Hiragi, Shinoa introduced formally. They will represent the Japanese Imperial Demon Army in negotiations. Gurren's expression remained carefully neutral, but hostility radiated from his posture. Shinoa informed us of your arrangement with the Vampire Queen. A temporary ceasefire to explore mutual interests, Krul clarified smoothly. Nothing more. I suggested a neutral location, Goku reminded them. Any ideas? After a moment's consideration, Shinya spoke for the first time. There's an abandoned research facility in Sector 23. It was designated neutral territory during previous attempted negotiations. Acceptable, Krul agreed. I will take a small honor guard only. The Saiyan will accompany me directly to ensure compliance. Goku nodded. I can transport there instantly if someone shows me where it is first. I'll guide you, Shinya offered. I've been there before. With arrangements made, Krul withdrew her forces from the human base. The vampire soldiers retreated with visible reluctance, many cast hungry glances at the humans as they departed. Krul herself remained, awaiting Goku's return from his reconnaissance with Shinya. When they were alone, Mitsuba approached Goku with uncharacteristic hesitation. "Are you sure about this? Vampires aren't known for honoring agreements with humans." "Krul seems different," Goku replied. "There's something specific she wants, something beyond just my blood. That's what worries us," Kimazuki interjected. "Vampire nobles always have hidden agendas. Especially the queen." Yuichiro nodded in agreement. "They're monsters. Every last one of them. I've met plenty of monsters," Goku said thoughtfully. "And plenty of people who seemed monstrous at first but weren't actually evil. I try not to judge too quickly." "A luxury we haven't had," Shinoa remarked. But her tone held curiosity rather than rebuke. "What makes you so willing to trust?" Goku considered the question seriously. "I've been fighting battles since I was a kid. I've faced enemies who wanted to destroy entire planets, wipe out civilizations. But some of those same enemies eventually became my greatest allies and friends." A smile touched his lips. "Even Vegeta tried to kill me when we first met. Now he's family." "Vegeta?" Yoichi inquired. "The Prince of all Saiyans," Goku explained with a fond chuckle. "Still holds that title even though there are only a handful of us left. He's about this tall." Goku held his hand at shoulder level, with hair that stands straight up, and an attitude bigger than the universe itself. The mental image drew reluctant smiles from the squad members. For a moment, the tension eased, allowing Goku to see them as they truly were, children forced to become soldiers, finding moments of normalcy wherever they could. Shinya returned from conferring with Gurren, his expression carefully composed. "The research facility is approximately 15 kilometers northeast of our position. I can guide you there now." Goku nodded, then turned to the squad. "Thanks for trusting me, even a little. I'll do my best to make this negotiation work for everyone. Just be careful," Shinoa advised. Krul Tepes didn't become queen by being straightforward. With a final reassuring smile to the squad, Goku followed Shinya through the tunnels to prepare for the diplomatic mission. Neither noticed Yuichiro's lingering gaze, filled with equal parts suspicion and hope. Across dimensions, Videl paced the emergency conference room at Capsule Corporation. Bulma had called an urgent meeting of Earth's defenders, and the room gradually filled with familiar faces, some confused. Others concerned by Krillin arrived first with Android 18, their daughter Marin safely left with Master Roshi. Piccolo materialized soon after, his cape swirling dramatically as he took position in a corner of the room. Tien and Xiaosu entered together, exchanging quiet greetings with the others. Gohan was the last to arrive, dark circles under his eyes, testament to sleepless nights spent worrying about his father's disappearance. He immediately sought out Videl, embracing her tightly. "Any news?" he asked, voice low with barely contained hope. "We've found something," Videl confirmed, leading him to where Bulma had set up a holographic display. "But it's complicated." Once everyone had assembled, Bulma cleared her throat to bring the meeting to order. The blue-haired scientist looked exhausted but determined, her usual stylish appearance somewhat disheveled from hours of non-stop research. "Thank you all for coming so quickly," she began. "We've discovered a serious situation that may explain Goku's disappearance and potentially threatens Earth itself." The holographic display activated, showing swirling patterns of energy that Bulma identified as dimensional readings. "We've detected multiple tiers forming between our dimension and another reality. These tiers are unstable, appearing and disappearing throughout West City with increasing frequency." "Like portals?" Krillin asked, leaning forward to study the display. "Essentially, yes," Bulma confirmed. "We believe Goku may have encountered one of these tiers while in the hyperbolic time chamber and been pulled through to the alternate dimension." Piccolo's brow furrowed in concern. "The time chamber exists in a pocket dimension already. A tier forming there could create a cascade effect between multiple realities." "Exactly," Bulma nodded, "which might explain why these tiers are multiplying in our world. The boundaries between dimensions are weakening." "But what's on the other side?" Gohan asked, the scholar in him momentarily overriding his concern for his father. Videl stepped forward. "That's where it gets strange. We found a girl who had been led through one of these tiers 3 days ago. When she returned, she was traumatized and talking about vampires. A moment of silence followed this revelation, broken by Android 18's skeptical tone. Vampires, as in blood-sucking creatures from horror movies. That's what she described, Videl confirmed. Pale beings with supernatural strength who farm humans for blood. According to her, THEY control the other world after some kind of apocalyptic virus wiped out most of the adult population. And you believe this? Tien asked, his third eye narrowing slightly. I interviewed her myself, Videl replied firmly. I've worked enough criminal cases to recognize truth from delusion. She experienced something traumatic and real. Bulma advanced the holographic display to show energy addings from one of the dimensional tiers. There's more. The energy signature from these tiers has similarities to Saiyan Ki, specifically, Goku's energy pattern. This caught everyone's attention. Gohan adjusted his glasses, studying the readings more closely. Are you suggesting my father is somehow causing these tiers? Not intentionally, Bulma clarified. But his presence in the other dimension might be acting as an anchor point, drawing our realities closer together. And if the girl's testimony is accurate, the beings on the other side have noticed. So we potentially have a vampire invasion to worry about. Krillin sighed. Just when I thought we might get a few years of peace. Our priority is locating and retrieving Goku, Piccolo stated firmly. Once he's back, we can address any interdimensional threats. Agreed, Bulma nodded. Which is why I've been working on this. She gestured to a device taking shape on a nearby workbench, a circular framework housing complex technology and power systems. A controlled dimensional gate. If I can calibrate it to Goku's energy signature, we might be able to open a stable passage to wherever he is. How long until it's operational? Gohan asked. 2 days. If everything goes perfectly, Bulma estimated. But I need help. Specifically, I need someone who can sense and channel Ki with extreme precision to help tune the gateway. All eyes turned to Gohan, whose Saiyan heritage and scholarly training made him uniquely suited for the task. I'll do whatever it takes, he agreed immediately. But what about these random tiers appearing around the city? If vampires are using them to cross over. That's why I called everyone, Bulma explained. We need to establish a monitoring network. Any tiers that form need to be secured immediately. Nothing comes through without our knowledge. I'll coordinate with the police department, Videl offered. We can create a special response unit without causing public panic. And I'll set up an energy detection grid across the city, Bulma added. Calibrated specifically for these dimensional anomalies. As the group divided responsibilities, Videl pulled Gohan aside, her expression troubled. There's something else. Something Bulma didn't mention to the group yet. Gohan tensed. What is it? The girl who came back, her blood tests showed anomalies. Trace elements that Bulma couldn't identify. Whatever happened to her on the other side changed her somehow. Changed how? Videl shook her head. We don't know yet, but she's stronger than a normal human should be. Her reflexes, her sensory perception, it's all enhanced. Concern deepened on Gohan's features. Do you think my father is in danger from these vampires? A small smile touched Videl's lips despite the gravity of the situation. I'm more concerned about what happens when a bunch of blood-drinking creatures try to take on a Super Saiyan. Your dad has a way of affecting everything around him, Gohan. For better or worse, Gohan couldn't argue with that assessment. His father had a history of transforming not just himself, but entire civilizations through his unique approach to conflict and friendship. Let's just hope he doesn't decide to train them, Gohan muttered, drawing a surprised laugh from Videl. As the meeting continued, neither noticed the slender figure watching Hiro, a partially open door. Mika Furukawa, the returned girl, her eyes reflecting an unnatural crimson glow for just a moment before fading back to normal. Her hand unconsciously touched the fading puncture wounds on her neck as she listened to Earth's defenders plan their response to a threat they couldn't possibly understand. The abandoned research facility stood in a desolation zone between vampire and human territories. Once a governmental biomedical complex, the building now served as an occasional neutral ground for the rare diplomatic exchanges between the warring factions. Its sterile white hallways and laboratories remained largely intact, preserved by the vampire nobility for potential future use. Goku materialized in the facility's central atrium with Shinya Haragi's hand on his shoulder. The silver-haired officer immediately stepped away, surveying their surroundings with practiced vigilance. The main conference room is through there, Shinya indicated a set of double doors. Reinforced walls, one entrance, no windows. Designed for secure discussions even before the apocalypse. Goku nodded, extending his senses outward. I don't detect any ambushes. But there are vampire signatures approaching from the north. Shinya raised an eyebrow. You can sense them from here. Key sensing is a basic technique where I come from, Goku explained. Everyone has energy signatures, humans, animals, plants. Vampires too, though theirs feel different. Distorted somehow. Fascinating, Shinya murmured. Our cursed gear can detect vampire presence, but only at close range. Your ability would be strategically invaluable. Goku shrugged. I could teach you. It's not that difficult once you understand the basics. Before Shinya could respond, the facility's maw. Indoors opened with Krul Tepes entered first, followed by Farid Batori and two vampire soldiers serving as guards. Gurren Ichinos arrived moments later through a side entrance, his expression darkening at the sight of Farid. I see we're all punctual, Krul observed, her childlike voice echoing in the cavernous atrium. Shall we proceed to the designated meeting area? The conference room featured a long table of polished black stone, surrounded by high-backed chairs that had somehow survived the apocalypse untouched. Krul took position at one end of the table, while Gurren and Shinya occupied the opposite end. Goku, uncomfortable with formal seating arrangements, chose to stand near the center. Before we begin, Gurren stated flatly, I want to establish that this meeting does not constitute official recognition of vampire authority by the Japanese Imperial Demon Army. How tedious, Farid sighed theatrically. Always with the political posturing. And I, Krul countered smoothly, wish to clarify that this discussion in no way acknowledges human autonomy over any territories currently under vampire protection. Goku suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Can we skip the formal stuff? We're here to talk about my blood and whether it can help with the vampire situation. All eyes turned to him, some surprised by his directness, others appreciative of it. Indeed, Krul agreed after a moment. Let us address the phenomenon directly. Farid claims your blood temporarily suppressed his vampiric nature when consumed. I wish to understand how this is possible. Goku scratched the back of his head. Honestly, I'm not sure. Where I come from, Saiyans are warriors, not scientists. My blood has never done anything special before, at least not that I know of. Perhaps, we should begin with an explanation of what a Saiyan is, Shinya suggested diplomatically. Your biology might hold the key to understanding the effect. Sure, Goku nodded. Saiyans are a warrior race from planet Vegeta. We look human, but we're stronger, faster, and our bodies are designed for combat. We get stronger after recovering from injuries, and we can transform into different states that multiply our power. Another planet. Gurren's skepticism was evident. You expect us to believe you're an alien. Technically half alien, Goku corrected. My father was a Saiyan warrior, I was raised on Earth, just not this Earth. Different dimension, different planet, Farid mused, tenting his fingers. How delightfully exotic. Krul remained focused on the practical implications. This transformation you displayed against my progenitors, the golden aura, explain it. It's called Super Saiyan, Goku replied. It's a transformation triggered by intense emotion and training. It amplifies my strength, speed, and ki abilities many times over. Ki, Shinya inquired. Life energy. Everyone has it. Saiyans just have more of it, and we've learned to control and channel it. Goku extended his palm, forming a small sphere of glowing energy to demonstrate. This is pure ki. The vampires recoiled slightly from the light, while the humans leaned forward with interest. It resembles cursed gear manifestation, Gurren observed, but without a demon contract. Indeed, Krul's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. And therein may lie our answer. The vampire curse functions by replenishing human life force with demonic essence. If Saiyan Ki is potent enough to temporarily overpower this essence, it could potentially restore human characteristics, Shinya finished, understanding dawning. At least temporarily. Precisely. Krul turned her ancient gaze to Goku. I propose an experiment. A controlled test of your blood's effect on vampire biology. What kind of test? Goku asked cautiously. A small sample of your blood administered to a vampire subject under observation. We monitor the physiological changes and document the results. And who would be this test subject? Gurren inquired, suspicion evident. Krul's lips curved in a slight smile. I volunteer myself. Her declaration stunned everyone present. Farid's eyes widened with genuine surprise, a rare sight for the typically composed noble. Your Majesty, he protested, the risk is calculated. Krul cut him off. As third progenitor, my control over the vampire curse is unmatched. If anyone can safely test this blood, it is I. Goku studied her with newfound curiosity. Why would you risk it? What do you hope to gain? Something flickered in Krul's ancient eyes, a glimpse of pain quickly masked by royal composure. Knowledge. Understanding of a potential weakness in our biology that enemies might exploit. Surely that justifies caution. But Goku sensed there was more to her motivation, something personal that drove the ancient queen beyond strategic advantage. If I agree, he said slowly, I want something in return. Name your price, Krul replied without hesitation. Not a price, an exchange. Goku leaned forward, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by serious intent. I want you to call a 1-week ceasefire between vampires and humans. No blood collection. No attacks on settlements, no kidnapping of children. Quote. Gurren and Shinya exchanged surprised glances at Goku's diplomatic maneuver. Krul considered the request, her childlike features impossible to read. 3 days, she countered. And limited to the Shinjuku region only. 5 days, the entire Tokyo settlement, Goku returned firmly. A smile touched Krul's lips, appreciative of his negotiating skill. 4 days, Tokyo settlement. But blood collection continues under humane conditions, no deaths, no children. Goku looked to Gurren, who gave a subtle nod of approval. Deal, Goku agreed, but the experiment happens here, with both human and vampire witnesses. Acceptable, Krul nodded. Shall we proceed immediately? At Goku's agreement, Farid produced a sterile medical kit from a case he'd brought. With practiced precision that hinted at medical training in his human life, he prepared to draw blood from Goku's extended arm. This might sting a little, Farid purred, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. I've had worse, Goku replied dryly. The needle pierced Saiyan flesh, and dark crimson blood flowed into the collection vial. Goku noticed that Krul watched the process with an intensity that bordered on hunger, not just physical thirst, but desperate hope. When a suitable sample had been collected, Farid prepared a syringe with a small amount of Goku's blood. Krul removed her outer garment, exposing a pale shoulder, and nodded for Farid to proceed. For science, Farid smiled, administering the injection with theatrical flourish. The effect began almost immediately. Krul's body tensed, her crimson eyes widening as Saiyan blood entered her system. A visible shudder passed through her small frame, and her hands gripped the armrests with enough force to crack the material. Your Majesty, Farid inquired, concern evident despite his usual flippancy. Krul raised a hand to silence him, her focus turned entirely inward. Color slowly suffused her pale cheeks, not the flush of feeding, but the natural warmth of human circulation. Her breathing, normally unnecessary for vampires, became deeper and more regular. Most striking was the change in her eyes. The crimson glow faded, revealing irises of brilliant emerald green, her original human eye color, unseen for centuries. Remarkable, Shinya whispered, documenting the changes with scientific precision. Krul raised a trembling hand to her chest, feeling the steady rhythm of a heart that had lain dormant since her transformation. It beats, she whispered, her voice momentarily stripped of its royal authority. I had almost forgotten the sensation. Goku watched with fascination as the vampire queen experienced fragments of her lost humanity. There was something profoundly moving about the sentient being's reaction, not joy or triumph, but quiet wonder tinged with melancholy. How do you feel? He asked gently. Alive, Krul answered simply. Truly alive, Nshe turned to Gurren and Shinya with startling directness. The thirst is gone, completely absent for the first time since my turning. This revelation caused even Gurren's stoic expression to shift. The implications for human vampire E-relations were enormous if the effect could be replicated or extended. How long will it last? Shinya inquired. Unknown, Krul replied. Farid's experience suggests hours rather than days. But as a progenitor, my reaction may differ. Quote, as they discussed the implications, Goku noticed Farid watching Krul with an expression that couldn't quite be called loyalty. Calculation, certainly. Fascination, definitely. But beneath those lay something more complex, resentment mingled with reluctant respect. The dynamic between the vampire nobles intrigued Goku. It reminded him of the complicated relationships between the gods of destruction and their attendants, ancient beings bound by protocol but seething with private ambitions and histories. If this effect could be sustained, Krul mused, rising from her seat with newfound grace. It would change everything. The progenitor council would need to be informed. Preparations made. For what purpose? Gurren asked bluntly. To create a vampire army with Saiyan-enhanced abilities. Krul's temporarily human eyes flashed with irritation. To consider the possibility of an actual cure, Lieutenant Colonel. Or does the concept of peace not interest your military mind? Peace requires trust, Gurren countered. Something in short supply after decades of humans being treated as livestock. Ironic, Farid interjected smoothly, considering. It was human experimentation that created the apocalypse virus to begin with. One might argue we merely inherited your mess. Tension crackled between the factions until Goku stepped physically between them. This is exactly why we need the ceasefire. To cool down and think clearly about what this could mean for everyone. His intervention seemed to break the building hostility. Krul returned to her seat with regal composure. Though the human warmth in her features remained. The Saiyan is correct, she acknowledged. 4 days of ceasefire will allow both sides to consider implications and possibilities. As they formalized the temporary truce agreement, Goku noticed subtle changes in Krul's demeanor. The vampire queen moved with less supernatural fluidity and more human grace. Her breathing continued steadily, and occasionally she would touch her throat or chest as if reacquainting herself with the sensations of living flesh. When the meeting concluded, Krul approached Goku privately while Farid was distracted by a pointed conversation with Gurren. There is something I would discuss with you, she said quietly. Away from my subordinates and your human allies. Goku tilted his head curiously. What kind of something? The true reason I am interested in your blood's properties. Krul's emerald eyes held an intensity that transcended her childlike appearance. It concerns a personal matter of great importance. Your brother, Goku guessed, remembering Farid's veiled reference that had angered the queen earlier. Surprise flashed across Krul's features before she masked it. You are more perceptive than you appear, Saiyan. I've been told that before, Goku smiled. Usually right before someone tries to kill me. I have no wish to harm you, Krul assured him. Quite the opposite. Your blood represents a possibility I had abandoned centuries ago. She glanced toward the others, ensuring they remained out of earshot. Would you meet with me privately, during this ceasefire? There are things I cannot discuss here, things that could determine the future of both vampires and humans. Goku considered her request. Despite everything he'd heard about the vampire queen's ruthlessness, he sensed genuine desperation beneath her royal composure. Where and when? He asked. There is a cathedral in the old city center. Come alone at midnight tomorrow. Krul's expression grew severe. Tell no one, especially not Farid. Some secrets are too dangerous, even among immortals. Before Goku could question her further, Krul returned to her entourage, her regal mask firmly back in place despite the human blood still coursing through her veins. As the negotiation party prepared to depart, Shinya approached Goku with a contemplative expression. You've accomplished more in one day than years of human-vampire diplomacy. It's unsettling, frankly. Why unsettling? Because it means either we've been approaching this all wrong, or... Shinya's voice lowered. Our Krul Tepes has reasons beyond what she's revealing for pursuing this ceasefire. Goku thought of the Queen's request for a secret meeting and nodded. Probably both. Shinya studied him with newfound respect. You're not as naive as you first appeared, are you? Goku grinned. I've been fighting bad guys and making friends with former enemies for most of my life. You start to notice patterns after a while. And which category do you place Krul Tepes in? Shinya asked carefully. I'll let you know after I figure that out myself, Goku replied honestly. Dash dash dash. Back at the human resistance headquarters, Goku sat cross-legged on the floor of a small room he'd been assigned. His eyes were closed in meditation, his breathing slow and even as he extended his senses outward, familiarizing himself with this new world's energy patterns. A knock at the door interrupted his concentration. "Come in," he called, opening his eyes. Shinoa entered, carrying a tray with what passed for dinner in the resistance, a bowl of synthetic protein supplemented with carefully rationed vegetables grown in underground hydroponic farms. "The lieutenant colonel said you'd be hungry after the negotiations," she explained, setting the tray beside him. "Though I doubt our rations compare to what you're used to." "Food is food," Goku replied cheerfully, accepting the meal with genuine gratitude. "Thanks for bringing it." Shinoa remained standing, studying him with curious intensity. "Is it true? The vampire queen actually transformed partially back to human after taking your blood?" Goku nodded, between enthusiastic bites. Her eyes changed color, green instead of red, and her heart started beating again. She seemed pretty shocked by it. "It's unprecedented," Shinoa murmured. Empirism has been considered irreversible since the first progenitors appeared." Finishing the meal with impressive speed, Goku set the empty bowl aside. "Where I come from, we've learned that very few things are truly irreversible. There's almost always a way, if you're willing to look for it." "Even death?" Shinoa asked, her tone light but her eyes serious. "Especially death," Goku chuckled. "I've died twice myself." Shinoa stared at him, trying to determine if he was joking. "You're serious?" "Completely. The first time was fighting my brother Raditz. The second time was against Cell, to save Earth from exploding. Both times I was brought back, though the second time I chose to stay dead for a while to train in Otherworld." "Otherworld? Where souls go after death?" "There's a check-in station run by King Yema. And then you either go to heaven, hell, or somewhere in between depending on how you lived." Goku spoke about the afterlife with the casual familiarity of someone describing a neighboring town. "The food in Otherworld isn't great, but the training opportunities are amazing." Shinoa sat down abruptly, her customary sardonic mask slipping to reveal genuine wonder. "Your world is so different from ours. Before the apocalypse, we had normal lives. Technology, school, ordinary problems. Then the virus came, the vampires emerged, and everything became about survival." "What was your life like before all this?" Goku asked, genuinely interested. A shadow crossed Shinoa's features. "I was a Hiragi, part of one of the most powerful families in Japan. We knew demons and vampires before the apocalypse. My family experimented with forbidden magic. My sister Mahiru was part of Thost happened to her. She became possessed by a demon. Eventually, she became a demon herself." Shinoa's voice grew quiet. Her cursed gear, the demon she became, now serves Lieutenant Colonel Gurren. Goku listened without judgment, sensing the pain behind her carefully controlled narrative. "I'm sorry about your sister," he said simply. "Family is complicated even without demons involved." This drew a small, genuine laugh from Shinoa. "That's putting it mildly. The Iragi family wrote the book on complicated. Most of them only care about power and position. But not you." Shinoa's expression softened slightly. "I care about my squad. They're more family to me than my blood relatives ever were." "I get that," Goku nodded. "Some of my closest family aren't related to me at all. Krillin's been my best friend since we were kids training under Master Roshi. Piccolo started out trying to kill me, but ended up becoming like a second father to my son Gohan. Your enemies became family." Shinoa raised a skeptical eyebrow. "That's difficult to imagine with vampires." "Maybe, maybe not." Goku shrugged. Krul seemed different when her heart was beating again. Less cold, more connected to her emotions. "Don't be fooled," Shinoa warned. "Vampire nobles are masters of manipulation. They've had centuries to perfect their acts." "Probably true," Goku acknowledged. "But I still think there's more to her interest in my blood than she's admitting publicly." Shinoa leaned forward. "Such as?" Goku hesitated, remembering Krul's request for secrecy. "Just a feeling I get. She seems to want the cure for a specific reason, not just general vampire liberation." "Interesting theory," Shinoa mused. "I'll share it with intelligence." They might have insights on Krul's personal motivations. After Shinoa departed, Goku returned to his meditation, but his thoughts drifting to the Vampire Queen's request. The desperation behind her carefully controlled exterior had felt genuine. Whatever secret she wanted to share involved her brother, and somehow, Goku's unique blood might be the key to resolving it. His contemplation was interrupted by a subtle shift in the energy around him. Without opening his eyes, Goku addressed the presence lurking outside his door. "You can come in, Yuichiro. No need to stand out there brooding." The door slid open to reveal the dark-haired squad member, his expression somewhere between surprise and annoyance at being detected. "How did you know it was me?" he demanded. "Your energy signature," Goku explained, opening his eyes. "Everyone has a unique one. Yours has a lot of power, but it's turbulent." Conflicted, Yuichiro scowled, stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. "I'm not conflicted. I know exactly what I want. Which is to kill every vampire in existence," Yuichiro stated flatly. "They murdered my family, my entire orphanage, everyone except." He trailed off, pain flashing across his features. "Except," Goku prompted gently, "my brother Michaela. He was turned into one of them." Yuichiro's fists clenched at his sides. "He sacrificed himself so I could escape Sanguinum 4 years ago. I thought he died, but he's alive, just not human anymore." Understanding dawned on Goku. "And now you're wondering if my blood could turn him back." Yuichiro's head snapped up, his green eyes burning with intensity. "Is it possible? Could it cure him completely, not just temporarily?" "I don't know," Goku answered honestly. "This effect on vampires is new to me. Where I come from, my blood is just blood. But you'll help us find out, right?" There was a desperate edge to Yuichiro's question. "You won't just give your blood to the vampires and let them use it for their own purposes." Goku stood, facing the young soldier directly. "I want to help everyone affected by this situation, humans and vampires. But I won't let either side use me as a weapon against the other." "That's naive," Yuichiro snapped. "This is a war. There aren't peaceful solutions. There are always options beyond fighting," Goku countered. "Though sometimes you have to fight first to earn the right to those options." "You sound like Gurren," Yuichiro muttered, though some of the hostility left his posture. "Your commander seems like a smart guy, even if he's a bit intense," Goku observed with a smile. "Tell me about your brother. What was he like before?" The question caught Yuichiro off guard. He hesitated before answering, his usual aggressive demeanor softening slightly. "Mika was kind. Too kind for the world we lived in. Always looking out for the younger kids in the orphanage, sharing his food rations. Making sure everyone had hope." A ghost of a smile touched Yuichiro's lips. "He was the smart one. Always planning, thinking ahead. I just rushed into things without considering consequences." "Sounds like my son Gohan," Goku remarked. "He's got a brilliant mind, but he's also one of the strongest fighters I know when his loved ones are threatened." "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" Yuichiro asked, though without real anger. "Just saying I understand wanting to protect family," Goku replied. "And I promise you this, if there's a way my blood can help your brother, I'll do what I can to make that happen." Yuichiro studied him intently, searching for deception and finding none. "Why would you help us? You don't even belong in this world." "Because it's the right thing to do," Goku answered simply, "and because I've been stuck in strange situations enough times to know how it feels." After a moment of consideration, Yuichiro gave a curt nod, the closest thing to acceptance Goku suspected he was capable of offering. "If you betray us," he warned as he turned to leave, "I'll find a way to make you regret it." Goku smiled at the empty threat. "I believe you'd try." After Yuichiro departed, Goku returned to his meditation, but with renewed purpose. The young soldier's story about his transformed brother resonated with Krul's hidden agenda regarding her own sibling. Connections were forming, threads of a complex tapestry that might explain the true nature of vampirism in this world. Tomorrow night's meeting with Krul would be illuminating indeed. In the shadowy throne room of Sanguinum, Farid Badori knelt before a communication device that connected the Japanese vampire nobility with the progenitor council in Europe. The ornate screen flickered with interference before stabilizing to reveal the austere features of second progenitor Erd Giles. "Lord Farid, the ancient vampire acknowledged with minimal courtesy. Your message indicated urgent developments requiring council attention. Indeed, Lord Giles, Farid replied, his usual flippancy replaced by formal deference. A being from another dimension has appeared in Tokyo. His blood has demonstrated remarkable properties when consumed by our kind. Erd's expression remained impassive, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Explain these properties. Temporary suppression of vampiric characteristics, Farid reported. Return of human physiological functions, heartbeat, coloration, diminished thirst. Queen Krul experienced these effects herself under controlled observation. This information earned a rare display of surprise from the second progenitor. Krul willingly exposed herself to an unknown substance. That is, uncharacteristically reckless. The Queen believes this being's blood may hold the key to controlling our condition rather than being controlled by it, Farid explained carefully. She has negotiated a ceasefire with the Japan, say human forces to further study the phenomenon. A ceasefire. Displeasure crept into Erd's tone. Without council approval, a temporary tactical measure only, Farid assured him smoothly. 4 days, limited to the Tokyo region. Erd was silent for a long moment, his ancient eyes assessing Farid with cold calculation. There is more you are not telling me, Lord Farid. Your message hinted at key implications regarding the first's experiments. Farid's lips curved in a sieve as always, Lord Giles. Yes, there are connections that Queen Krul has not fully acknowledged publicly. The being calls himself a Saiyan, a warrior from another world with unique abilities, including transformation through enhanced life energy. Similar to the Seraph modifications, Erd observed. Precisely. But natural, not engineered. His abilities are innate to his species. Erd leaned forward slightly, genuine interest visible for the first time. And you believe this connects to the first's experimental bloodline? I believe it may explain why certain vampires retain more humanity than others, Farid replied carefully. Why some of us remember our human lives with perfect clarity while others lose those memories entirely. You suggest our curse is not uniform in its effects. I suggest, Lord Giles, that what we have long considered immutable fate may in fact be subject to adjustment. Farid's voice lowered conspiratorially. With the right catalyst. The second progenitor's expression darkened. The council has forbidden such research since the catastrophe of 1246. The risks of destabilizing our entire race are considerable, Farid interjected smoothly. But so are the potential benefits. Imagine vampires who retain human innovation and creativity while keeping our strength and immortality. The stagnation that has plagued our kind for millennia could end. Or our entire species could devolve into mindless bloodlust, as happened with the Belgrade experiment. Erd's tone left no room for debate. The council's position remains unchanged. You will take no further action regarding this, Saiyan, without direct authorization. Farid bowed his head in apparent submission. Of course, Lord Giles. I merely thought it prudent to inform the council of developments. Your prudence is noted, Erd replied dryly. Continue observation only. I will consult with the other progenitors regarding this matter. Quote, as the communication ended, Farid's deferential expression melted away, replaced by calculating amusement. Observation only, he repeated to the empty throne room. How convenient that dear Krul has already volunteered for such intimate observation. Rising gracefully, Farid exited the throne room and made his way through the underground city's ornate corridors. He eventually reached a hidden passage that led to a chamber unknown even to most nobles, his private laboratory. Inside, sophisticated equipment hummed alongside ancient alchemical apparatus. Glass containers lined the walls, holding specimens and samples collected over centuries of secret experimentation. Farid approached a secure refrigeration unit and entered a complex code. The door hissed open, revealing rows of carefully labeled vials, blood samples from various subjects. He removed the vial containing Goku's blood, holding it up to the light with reverent fascination. The missing ingredient, he murmured to himself. After all these centuries, at the far end of the laboratory stood a complex containment system. Within the reinforced glass chamber floated what appeared to be a human child suspended in preservative fluid, but the angelic wings sprouting from its back marked it as something else entirely. Soon, Farid promised the unconscious Seraph experiment. Soon we'll wake you properly. With a new recipe in your veins. And then the real experiment can begin. A dark chuckle escaped his lips as he carefully prepared Goku's blood sample for analysis. The temporary ceasefire would provide perfect cover for his true work that neither Krul Tepes nor the Progenitor Council would approve. The game of immortals was changing, and Farid Badori intended to rewrite the rules entirely. Dawn broke over the ravaged Tokyo landscape, painting the ruins in hues of gold and crimson. Videl Satan stood atop Capsule Corporation headquarters, performing her morning kata with fluid precision. Each movement flowed into the next as she centered her ki, preparing for another day of dimensional research and vampire contingency planning. The rooftop door opened quietly as Bulma joined her, carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee. She waited patiently for Videl to complete her routine before offering one of the mugs. "You're up early," Bulma observed, leaning against the rooftop railing. Videl accepted the coffee gratefully. Couldn't sleep. Too many thoughts about Goku, these dimensional tears, vampires, it's a lot to process. "Tell me about it," Bulma sighed. "I've been running simulations all night. The dimensional gate is progressing, but there's a problem I can't solve without Goku's direct energy signature." "What kind of problem?" "Targeting," Bulma explained, gesturing toward the city skyline. "These random tears are appearing throughout the city, but they don't all lead to the same place. It's like there are multiple parallel Saiyan's becoming accessible simultaneously." Videl frowned. "So even if we build a gate, we might not send it to wherever Goku is." "Exactly. We need something of his, preferably something recently in contact with his ki, to use as a homing beacon." "What about the hyperbolic time chamber?" "That's where he disappeared from." Bulma shook her head. "I've analyzed the chamber thoroughly. The dimensional signature there is too diluted now. We need something stronger, more recent." Videl's expression shifted as an idea formed. "What about the girl who came back? Mika, if she was in the same dimension as Goku, could she have traces of his energy on her?" "Possibly," Bulma considered, "but it's a long shot. We don't even know if she encountered him while she was there." "Still worth trying," Videl insisted. "Where is she now?" "Medical Observation Wing. Gohan and my father are running tests on the changes in her blood chemistry." Bulma's expression grew troubled. "There's something else you should know. The changes are accelerating." "What do you mean?" "Her strength has increased 300% since yesterday. Her cellular structure is altering on a fundamental level. It's like her body is caught between human and something else." A chill ran through Videl despite the morning warmth. "She's turning into a vampire." "Here, not exactly," Bulma replied. "The transformation is different from what she described experiencing in the other dimension. It's like her body is trying to adapt to having been in another reality and then returning." "Could it be dangerous to her or to us?" Bulma sipped her coffee before answering. "That's what we're trying to determine. So far, she hasn't shown any aggressive tendencies or bloodthirst. Just enhanced physical capabilities and sensory perception. Like a Saiyan," Videl mused. Bulma's eyes widened at the implication. "You think exposure to Goku could have affected her somehow? Transferred some Saiyan characteristics?" "It's just a theory," Videl shrugged. "But from what Gohan has told me, Saiyan DNA has some unusual adaptive properties. Maybe it's not just vampires who can be affected by it." "Worth investigating," Bulma agreed. "And it might explain why the dimensional tears seem to resonate with Saiyan energy patterns." Their conversation was interrupted by an alert from Bulma's wrist device. She checked the screen and frowned. "Another tear has formed. This one's in the financial district. And it's larger than any we've detected before." Videl set down her coffee cup. "I'll check it out. You keep working on the gate. Take Piccolo with you," Bulma advised. "These tears are becoming more unpredictable. If something comes through, I'll be careful," Videl promised. "But I've been training. I'm stronger than I look." "I know," Bulma smiled. "That's why Gohan's been walking around with that dopey proud expression whenever you spar with him." Videl blushed slightly at the mention of her boyfriend's admiration. "He's a good teacher, and having a half Saiyan as a sparring partner definitely accelerates the learning curve." As Videl prepared to depart, Bulma called after her, "If you encounter any vampires, remember what Mika told USNG. And nearly immortal except for decapitation or complete destruction of the heart." "Noted," Videl replied grimly. Though I'm hoping diplomacy is an option before we resort to beheading. With our luck. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Better practice your sword techniques, just in case. The financial district's once gleaming skyscrapers now stood like silent sentinels over empty streets. Videl approached cautiously, Piccolo's tall form moving silently beside her. The Namekian's cape billowed slightly in the morning breeze as his acute senses scanned for threats. The tear is inside that building, Piccolo indicated a partially collapsed office tower. I can sense the dimensional distortion from here. Videl nodded, focusing her own developing key sense. It feels larger than the others, more stable somehow. Agreed. Piccolo's expression remained stoic, but concern tinged his voice. Stay behind me. If anything comes through, I know the drill, Videl assured him. Observe and report. Engage only if necessary. They entered the building through a shattered lobby entrance. Debris crunched beneath their feet as they navigated toward the energy disturbance. The tear had formed in what once had been an executive boardroom, a spacious chamber with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the ruined city. The dimensional anomaly hung in the center of the room like a suspended curtain of crimson light. Unlike previous tiers, which had been unstable and fluctuating, this one maintained a consistent oval shape approximately 2 meters tall. It's almost like a proper portal now, Videl observed, maintaining a safe distance. Piccolo approached cautiously, his hand raised to sense the energy patterns. The signature is stronger, more defined. Something has changed in the interdimensional matrix. Could someone be stabilizing it from the other side? Videl suggested. Possible, Piccolo agreed. Though who WOU? LD have both the knowledge and technology too. His words cut off as the crimson light intensified. The portal's surface rippled like disturbed water, and a figure began to emerge, a slender silhouette. Stepping deliberately through the dimensional boundary, Videl dropped into a fighting stance while Piccolo's hand moved to his turban, ready to remove his weighted training gear if combat became necessary. The figure stepped fully into their world, a teenage boy with blonde hair and crimson eyes, dressed in a white uniform with gold trim. His inhumanly beautiful features registered surprise at the welcoming committee. Ah, he said, his voice carrying an aristocratic lilt. I see this world has defenders. How inconvenient. Identify yourself, Piccolo demanded, his deep voice echoing through the empty building. The boy smiled, revealing delicate fangs. Michaela Hyakuya, former livestock, current vampire. And you are, Piccolo, former demon king, current protector of Earth. Michaela's eyebrows rose slightly. Demon king, interesting. Perhaps our worlds aren't so different after all. Videl stepped forward, maintaining her guard. Why are you here? How did you create this stable portal? I didn't create it, Michaela replied. I merely followed it when it appeared in our world. As for why, his crimson eyes assessed Videl with disturbing intensity. I'm searching for someone, a warrior with extraordinary abilities who disappeared from our world approximately 48 hours ago. Videl and Piccolo exchanged glances. You're looking for Goku, Videl realized. Michaela's expression sharpened with interest. You know of him. He's from this world, Piccolo stated flatly. What business do you have with him? The vampire's posture remained casual, but tension radiated from him. His blood has properties that affect my kind. I need to find him before the vampire nobles use those properties for their own purposes. Why should we trust you? Videl challenged. For all we know, you're working with these nobles. A bitter smile touched Michaela's lips. I serve out of necessity, not loyalty. My only concern is protecting what remains of my family. Your family? Piccolo's eyes narrowed. My brother, Yuichiro Hyakuya, currently a soldier in the Japanese Imperial Demon Army. Michaela's composed exterior cracked slightly. He believes vampires are monsters who should be exterminated. He's not entirely wrong. Videl studied the vampire with growing curiosity. Despite his inhuman eyes and fangs, there was something profoundly human about his concern for his brother. If Goku is in your world, she said carefully, we want him back. We're building a dimensional gate to reach him. Michaela considered this information. A technological solution. Interesting. Our world's technology was largely destroyed in the apocalypse. Then how did you stabilize this portal? Piccolo demanded. I didn't, Michaela repeated. But I know who did. He turned, gesturing toward the crimson tier. She's waiting on the other side. Before either could respond, another figure emerged from the portal, a small, delicate girl with long pink hair and an ornate white uniform. Despite her childlike appearance, she carried herself with undeniable authority. Queen Krul. Michaela bowed slightly as she appeared. Videl tensed, recognizing the name from Mika Furukawa's terrified descriptions. The vampire queen of Japan had just stepped onto Earth. Krul Tepes surveyed her new surroundings with ancient eyes that missed nothing. Her gaze settled on Piccolo with particular interest. A non-human defender, she observed. This world is full of surprises. State your purpose, Piccolo demanded, his tone leaving no room for evasion. Why have you come to our world? Krul smiled, a gesture both beautiful and predatory. Direct. I appreciate that quality. She took a step forward, her movement graceful despite the oppressive gravity difference between dimensions. I've come with a proposition regarding Son Goku. What kind of proposition? Videl asked, maintaining her guard. An exchange, Krul replied simply. My world has need of his unique abilities. Your world clearly wants him returned. I propose a formal arrangement, a limited period of service in exchange for guaranteed safe passage home. Goku isn't property to be bartered, Piccolo growled, his patience visibly thinning. Of course not, Krul agreed smoothly. He would be a valued ally, compensated for his assistance. I merely seek to formalize what has already begun, his involvement in our world's conflicts. Videl's eyes narrowed. What exactly has Goku gotten himself involved in? Krul studied her with newfound interest. You care for him. Family. No. Friend, perhaps more. Answer the question, Videl insisted, ignoring the vampire's probing. Son Goku has discovered that his Saiyan blood contains properties that can temporarily reverse vampirism, Krul explained. He has already agreed to help explore this phenomenon under controlled conditions. That sounds like Goku, Piccolo admitted reluctantly. Always willing to help, regardless of the risks. Indeed, Krul nodded. An admirable quality, if somewhat naive. However, there are factions in my world who would exploit his abilities for less altruistic purposes. My presence here is partly to ensure his protection while these experiments continue. Why should we believe you care about his welfare? Videl challenged. Krul's ancient eyes met Videl's directly. Because I have witnessed firsthand what happens when unique beings are exploited by those in power. I have no desire to see history repeat itself with your Saiyan friend. Michaela watched this exchange silently, his expression carefully neutral. Only someone very observant would notice the slight tension in his shoulders whenever Krul spoke of exploitation. If Goku has agreed to help your people, Piccolo stated, that's his choice. But we intend to establish direct contact with him to confirm his situation. A reasonable precaution, Krul acknowledged. I can facilitate such communication. In fact, I welcome world understands of ours. The more productive our association can be. This isn't about forming an alliance, Videl clarified. We just want our friend back safely. Krul's smile held centuries of diplomatic experience. Of course, but while arrangements are made for his return, perhaps we might discuss other matters of mutual interest. For instance, the increasing instability of the dimensional boundaries between our worlds. Piccolo's eyes narrowed. What do you know about that? More than you might expect, Krul replied cryptically. The phenomenon is not entirely natural. Someone, or something, is deliberately weakening the barriers. Why would anyone do that? Videl asked. Power. Michaela spoke up unexpectedly. Access to new worlds means new resources, new territories, new blood. Krul asked him a warning glance before returning her attention to Piccolo and Videl. My young companion oversimplifies, but he isn't entirely wrong. There are entities in both our worlds who would benefit from dimensional collapse. And you're not one of them. Piccolo's skepticism was evident. Chaos serves no one's long-term interests, Krul replied smoothly. Especially those of us who think in centuries rather than moments. A distant explosion interrupted their conversation, the sound of another dimensional tear forming and collapsing somewhere in the city. The instabilities are accelerating, Krul observed. Soon, they will be beyond anyone's control. Videl exchanged a glance with Piccolo, silent communication passing between them. Finally, the Namekian gave a slight nod. We need to consult with our scientists. Videl informed the vampires. And confirm Goku's status directly. Of course, Krul agreed. This portal will remain stable for approximately 12 hours before requiring renewal. I will return tomorrow at this same time to continue our discussion. You're leaving? Piccolo asked suspiciously. I have duties in my own world that cannot be neglected, Krul explained. A temporary ceasefire is currently in effect, negotiated by your Saiyan friend, in fact, and I must ensure its terms are honored. As Krul turned to depart, Videl called after her. Wait, what about him? She nodded toward Michaela. The blonde vampire looked surprised at being the center of attention. Michaela will remain here as my representative, Krul decided, and as a gesture of good faith. He can answer your questions about our world and assist with your understanding of vampire biology, should that prove relevant to your dimensional research. Michaela's expression tightened momentarily before smoothing into careful neutrality. As you wish, Your Majesty. He'll need to be monitored, Piccolo stated flatly. I expected nothing less, Krul replied. Michaela understands the importance of diplomatic relations. Don't you, Mika? Yes, Your Majesty, the young vampire responded automatically. With a final nod to Videl and Piccolo, Krul stepped back through the crimson portal, which shimmered briefly at her passage before stabilizing again. An awkward silence fell over the room as the three remaining figures assessed one another. Well, Videl finally said, I guess you're coming with us. Michaela's crimson eyes held a mixture of resignation and calculation. It seems I am. Though I should warn you, I'll require blood to maintain my strength. Animal blood will suffice, but human is preferred. That's going to be an issue, Videl admitted. I don't need living donors, Michaela clarified. Medical blood packs would be sufficient. Piccolo snorted. Find our world has protocols for handling unusual dietary requirements. We currently host a god of destruction who could erase solar systems when he's hungry. Michaela blinked, momentarily thrown by this casual reference to cosmic power. Your world sounds interesting. You have no idea, Videl muttered, activating her communicator to inform Bulma about their unexpected visitor. Let's go. We have a lot to discuss. As they exited the building, Michaela paused to look up at the blue sky, so different from the perpetual crimson haze of his world. For just a moment, something like wonder crossed his inhuman features. Is it always this bright? He asked quietly. Pretty much, Videl replied, noticing his discomfort. Will that be a problem? I thought vampires in stories burned in sunlight. A bitter smile touched Michaela's lips. Another luxury the nobles didn't share with their livestock, complete vampire mythology. Sunlight weakens us, makes our abilities less effective. But we don't burst into flames or turn to dust. Convenient, Piccolo remarked dryly. For them, yes, Michaela agreed. Like most aspects of vampire existence. As they made their way back to Capsule Corporation, Videl studied their unusual guest with cautious curiosity. Despite his inhuman nature, there was something profoundly tragic about Michaela Hayakuya, a soul caught between worlds in more ways than one. Whether he would prove ally or threat remained to be seen. But one thing was certain. The boundaries between dimensions were crumbling, and with them, the neat categories that separated human from monster, friend from foe, savior from destroyer. Goku stood atop a crumbling skyscraper in the Tokyo settlement, watching the sun set over the devastated cityscape. The temporary cease-fire had brought an unusual quiet to the battle-scarred streets. No vampire patrols hunted for human stragglers, no demon army squads conducted guerrilla raids. The stillness felt unnatural after days of constant conflict, but it provided a moment of peace for Goku to center himself and consider his situation. He closed his eyes, focusing his key sense outward, searching for any trace of his home dimension. Since arriving in this world, he had made several attempts to use instant transmission to return, but without a familiar energy signature to lock onto, the technique proved useless for interdimensional travel. Still trying to sense your way home? Shinoa's voice came from behind him. Goku opened his eyes, turning to greet the squad leader as she emerged from the roof access door. Yeah, but no luck so far. It's like trying to tune a radio to a station that's just out of range. I can almost feel it, but not quite enough to lock on. Shinoa joined him at the edge of the roof, her P-type form dwarfed by his muscular height. Lieutenant Colonel Gurren wants me to accompany you to your meeting with Krul tonight. She said to come alone, Goku reminded her. And you trust the word of the Vampire Queen? Shinoa raised a skeptical eyebrow. Not completely, Goku admitted. But sometimes you have to extend trust to receive it in return. Shinoa studied him with open curiosity. You're either the wisest warrior I've ever met or the most foolish. I haven't decided which yet. This drew a laugh from Goku. Probably both. My friends back home would definitely say both. Tell me about them, Shinoa requested. Sitting down on an air conditioning unit. Your friends, your family. The world you come from. Goku smiled, memories of home bringing both comfort and longing. Well, there's my son Gohan, brilliant kid. Even stronger than me when he really cuts loose. His wife Videl is human but tough as nails. She's been learning key techniques even though she started training much later than most of us. You trained your daughter-in-law to fight. Shinoa seemed surprised by this. Of course, she wanted to learn, and she had the potential. Why wouldn't I? In our world, before the apocalypse, there were expectations about women's roles. Even in my family, which trained demon weapon users, the women were often pushed toward supportive positions rather than frontline combat. Goku frowned at this concept. That doesn't make any sense. Some of the strongest fighters I know are women. My friend 18 could probably take out half this city without breaking a sweat. 18. That's her name. Well, she's an android. It's complicated, Goku shrugged. But yeah, where I come from, regardless of who has it. I think I'd like your world, Shinoa mused. Though from what you've described, it has its own apocalyptic threats. True, Goku acknowledged, but we always find a way through. Together. As darkness fell over the city, Goku stood and stretched. I should get going. The cathedral's a fair distance from here. Last chance to take backup, Shinoa offered, though she seemed to already know his answer. I'll be fine, Goku assured her. If anything goes wrong, I can teleport out instantly. At least take this. Shinoa handed him a small communicator. Standard issue emergency beacon. Activate it if you need extraction. Goku accepted the device with a grateful nod. Thanks for worrying about me. It's not worry, Shinoa corrected with her characteristic smirk. It's tactical prudence. You're a valuable strategic asset. Right, Goku grinned, seeing through her professional facade to the genuine concern beneath. I'll check in when I'm done. With a casual salute, Goku levitated off the rooftop and accelerated into the night sky. His aura leaving a brief trail of blue-white energy as he soared toward his rendezvous with the Vampire Queen. Below, Shinoa watched him disappear into the darkness, her typical sardon. I see expression replaced by thoughtful concern. Tactical asset, she repeated to herself quietly. That's all, but the slight flush on her cheeks suggested otherwise. Chapter 2 End Chapter 3, The Third Progenitor's Gambit. The abandoned cathedral loomed against the crimson sky, its once magnificent Gothic architecture now a skeletal reminder of human faith before the apocalypse. Shattered stain. Glass windows gaped like colorful wounds in stone walls. Gargoyles, their features worn by time and warfare, kept silent vigil over empty streets. Moonlight filtered through the damaged roof, casting fragmented patterns across the debris-strewn floor. Goku landed silently in the cathedral courtyard, his key sense already probing the area for threats or ambushes. The stillness felt deliberate, raw, thayer than natural, the absence of typical nocturnal sounds creating an eerie vacuum of sensory input. He detected a single powerful energy signature waiting inside the cathedral's main chamber. At least she came alone, he murmured to himself, approaching the massive wooden doors that hung precariously from rusted hinges. The interior stretched before him, a vast nave with rows of broken pews leading to an altar partially crushed by a fallen ceiling beam. Candles flickered in strategic locations, casting elongated shadows that danced across stone walls. The scent of dust mingled with something older, more primal, blood. Faint but unmistakable, Krul Tepes stood before the remains of the altar, her diminutive form somehow commanding the cavernous space through sheer presence. Her pink hair cascaded down her back, contrasting with the formal white uniform she wore. When she turned to face Goku, her crimson eyes reflected candlelight like liquid rubies. You came alone, she observed, her childlike voice carrying easily through the empty cathedral. either remarkably trusting or supremely confident. Goku approached with measured steps, his usually casual demeanor replaced by attentive wariness. A bit of both, I guess. You wanted to talk privately, here I am. Indeed. Krul gestured to a relatively intact pew. Please, sit. What we must discuss requires time. Goku remained standing. First, I'd like to know why all the secrecy. If your blood experiments are sanctioned by vampire leadership, why meet in abandoned buildings? A smile touched Krul's lips, appreciation for his directness rather than amusement. Perceptive. You're not as simple as you initially appear, Saiyan. I get that a lot, Goku replied with a shrug. Usually right before someone tries to kill me. I have no desire for your death. Quite the opposite. Krul moved toward a side chapel, indicating for him to follow. But what I'm about to share could result in mine, should certain parties discover my actions. Curiosity piqued. Goku followed her into the smaller chamber. Unlike the main cathedral, this space had been meticulously restored. Fresh candles illuminated walls cleared of debris, and at the center stood not an altar but a containment tank filled with amber liquid. Floating within, connected to various monitoring devices, was a young boy who appeared to be sleeping, or perhaps in stasis. This, Krul said quietly, placing her palm against the glass, is my brother, Krul Tepes. Goku approached the tank, studying the boy's peaceful features. Despite his apparent youth, nothing about his presence felt ancient. He's a vampire too, yes and no. Krul's voice carried centuries of pain. His body was turned, but his soul was extracted and bound to a cursed gear weapon. What remains here is an empty vessel, preserved through a combination of vampire blood and ancient magic. I don't understand, Goku admitted. If his soul is in a weapon, how can it be returned? Krul's ancient eyes met his. That's why I sought you out, Saiyan. Your blood has properties I've never encountered in 8 centuries of existence. When it entered my system, I NCED something beyond simple reversion to human traits. I felt wholeness, as if fragmented pieces of my essence were temporarily reunited. Understanding dawned on Goku's face. You think my blood could reconnect your brother's soul with his body? I believe it might serve as a catalyst, Krul clarified. The curse that separates vampire souls from their humanity is similar to the process that binds demons to cursed gear. Both involve severing and containment of spiritual essence. Goku circled the tank thoughtfully. Where is his soul now? Which weapon? A cursed gear sword named Asaramaru, currently wielded by Yuichiro Hayakuya of the Moon Demon Company. This revelation stopped Goku mid-step. Yu's demon weapon contains your brother's soul. Does he know? Few humans understand the true nature of their cursed gear. Krul replied. They believe they're wielding captured demons, not transformed humans. The Hiragi family and their scientists maintain this deception to prevent moral qualms about their methods. Goku frowned, processing this information. So the demons that give the human weapons their power, they're all former vampires. Not all. Some are true demons from beyond our realm. But the most powerful cursed gear weapons contain the souls of progenitors or nobles who were captured and experimented upon. Krul's voice remained steady, but her hands clenched at her sides. My brother was among the first. He was just 16 when we were turned against our will. How did it happen? Goku asked, his natural empathy overriding strategic concerns. Your transformation, I mean. Something flickered in Krul's ancient eyes, vulnerability, perhaps, or simply surprise at being asked about her origins. Few would dare question the third progenitor about her past. We were slaves in the ancient Middle East, she answered after a moment's hesitation. Our entire village was sacrificed to the first progenitor during a ritual meant to grant immortality to a dying king. Only Ashura and I survived the initial bloodletting, and only because the first was intrigued by our resilience. She traced patterns on the tank's glass, memories clearly painful the centuries separating her from them. The first progenitor turned us personally. But the transformation affected us differently. I retained more of my human consciousness, while Ashura struggled. His gentle nature couldn't reconcile with the bloodthirst. When the Hiragi family captured him during an expedition to our territories, I couldn't reach him in time. Goku absorbed her story with quiet attention. The pain in her voice transcended time and species, the universal anguish of failing to protect family. I understand wanting to save your brother, he said finally. But what exactly do you think my blood will do? Your blood temporarily restored my humanity vampire abilities, Krul explained. It created a bridge between states that should be mutually exclusive. If properly utilized, it might bridge the gap between Ashura's body and his imprisoned soul. And if it works, what then? Goku's expression grew serious. Would you stop treating humans as livestock? End the war. Krul's laugh held no humor. Politics is never so simple, Saiyan. Even as third progenitor, my authority has limits. The Progenitor Council would execute me for treason if I unilaterally declared peace. So this is just about saving your brother. Is that not reason enough? Krul challenged. Would you not move heaven and earth to save your sons if they were taken from you? The question struck a chord. Goku had sacrificed his life multiple times to protect his family and friends. He couldn't claim moral superiority on that front. Fair point, he conceded. But I won't help you if it means others suffer as a result. I'm not asking you to champion vampire supremacy, Krul clarified. Only to help restore a soul unjustly imprisoned. What comes after would depend on many factors, including Ashura's own choices once restored. Goku approached the tank again, placing his palm against the glass opposite Krul's. He extended his key sense toward the sleeping boy, detecting the faintest pulse of life energy, dormant but not extinguished. I'll need to examine the weapon, he decided. If his soul is there, I might be able to sense the connection between them. But getting access to use demon weapon won't be easy. Leave that to me, Krul replied with enigmatic confidence. I have arrangements in place that will bring the weapon to us within 48 hours. So, mething in her tone raised Goku's suspicions. What kind of arrangements? The necessary kind, Krul answered smoothly. Politics requires leverage, Saiyan. Even temporary alliances need incentives. Before Goku could press further, a distant explosion shattered the cathedral's stillness. The building trembled, dust and fragments of stone raining from the damaged ceiling. What was that? Goku demanded, already moving toward the main chamber. Krul remained unnaturally calm, a regrettable necessity. Goku whirled to face her, understanding dawning. What have you done? Secured your cooperation, she replied simply. And the weapon we need. Another explosion, closer this time, sent tremors through the stone floor. Goku extended his key sense outward and detected multiple vampire E-signatures converging on the cathedral, along with a familiar human energy pattern in distress. You kidnapped someone, he realized, anger darkening his features. During a ceasefire you personally negotiated. Technically, Lord Farad kidnapped someone, Krul corrected, unperturbed by his mounting anger. I merely failed to prevent it. An important distinction in vampire politics. Without another word, Goku rushed into the main cathedral chamber just as the massive doors burst inward. Farad Bhattori strode through the debris cloud, dragging a struggling figure beside him. Special delivery, as requested, Farad announced with theatrical flair. One human soldier, minimally damaged, with cursed gear intact. Shinoa Hiragi stumbled forward as Farad shoved her uniform torn and UD'd but her eyes burning with defiance. Her cursed scythe materialized in her hands as she regained her balance, its edge gleaming with demonic energy. Goku, she called out, relief visible on her face despite her predicament. Don't trust them. This whole ceasefire was a setup. Farad chuckled, making a mock scolding gesture. Now, little Hiragi. So quick to assume the worst. We've or the terms regarding civilian populations. One little tactical kidnapping hardly constitutes a violation. Goku moved to Shinoa's side, positioning himself between her and the vampires. Are you okay? I've had worse training sessions with Lieutenant Colonel Gurren, she replied with forced bravado, though the blood seeping from a wound on her temple suggested otherwise. They ambushed me after you left. Seemed very interested in my weapon specifically. Not your weapon, dear girl, Farad corrected. Your squad mate's weapon. The demon sword Asuramaru, currently in young Yuichiro's possession. You're simply the bait to draw him here. Understanding dawned on Shinoa's face as she glanced between Krul and Goku. This was the plan all along. The ceasefire, the negotiations, all to get access to cursed gear. I didn't know, Goku assured her, his expression hardening as he turned to Krul. This isn't how allies treat each other. The vampire queen emerged from the side chapel, regal bearing undiminished by Goku's obvious anger. Allies require trust, Saiyan. Trust is earned through action, not words. I needed assurance of your commitment. By kidnapping my friend. Goku's voice remained calm, but the cathedral floor began to crack beneath his feet as his ki rose unconsciously. That's not how I operate. An unfortunate cultural difference, Krul replied dismissively. In vampire society, leverage is the foundation of all meaningful agreements. Release her, Goku demanded. Now, I'm afraid I can't do that, Krul replied, unmoved by his display. The Moon Demon Company is already mobilizing to recover their sergeant. When they arrive, with Yuichiro and Asuramaru among them, we will have everything necessary for our experiment. And if I refuse to help, Krul's childlike features hardened into ancient cruelty. Then I cannot guarantee the safety of either Sergeant Hiragi or the human settlement during the remaining ceasefire period. The threat hung in the air between them. Goku's aura began to manifest visibly, a blue-white flame of ki that illuminated the cathedral more brightly than the scattered candles. Careful, Your Majesty, Farid cautioned, taking a prudent step backward. Our Saiyan friend seems rather attached to these humans. Perhaps threatening them directly was undiplomatic. I don't respond well to threats, Goku confirmed, his voice deceptively quiet. Especially against people who can't defend themselves. Krul assessed the situation with the calculating precision of an 800-year-old predator. The power radiating from Goku exceeded her initial estimations. Even as third progenitor, she recognized when tactical adjustment was necessary. Perhaps I was overzealous in my methods, she conceded, though the words clearly cost her pride. My concern for my brother sometimes overwhelms diplomatic considerations. Let Shinoa go, Goku repeated. Then we'll talk, and lose our assurance that Yuichiro will bring Asuramaru. Krul shook her head. I cannot. Before the standoff could escalate further, Shinoa herself intervened. Goku, wait, what exactly does she want with Yu's demon weapon? Briefly, Goku explained what Krul had revealed about Asuramaru's true identity and her hope that Saiyan blood might restore her brother. Shinoa's eyes widened as the implications registered. You're saying cursed gear demons are transformed vampires? That they used to be human? Not all of them, Krul clarified impatiently. But Asuramaru specifically, yes. Shinoa's tactical mind raced. Pros. SSING this revelation against years of classified information she'd accessed as a Hiragi. That would explain certain inconsistencies in the official cursed gear documentation. The Hiragi records Avenue redacted sections about the first series of demon contracts. Because they don't want their soldiers knowing they're essentially enslaving transformed souls, Krul confirmed. Much easier to fight monsters than victims. A complex series of emotions crossed Shinoa's face. Shock, anger, then grim determination. She lowered her side slightly, addressing Goku directly. If what she's saying is true, this changes everything about cursed gear. The ethical implications alone. She took a steadying breath. I think we should hear her out. While you're her prisoner, Goku questioned skeptically. Consider me a diplomatic observer with a shadow of her usual sardonic smile. Besides, when Yu realizes I've been captured, nothing will stop him from charging in here with Asuramaru drawn. Might as well use the situation to our advantage. Goku studied her for a moment, recognizing the strategic mind behind her youthful appearance. You're sure? No, she admitted quietly. But curiosity has always been my besetting sin. And if cursed gear demons can potentially be restored rather than just contracted or destroyed, that's knowledge worth acquiring. After a moment's consideration, Goku powered down his aura. Though his posture remained alert. Fine, but Shinoa stays with me, unrestrained. And when Yuichiro arrives, no one attacks him. We explain the situation and let him decide whether to participate. Agreed. Krul nodded, ignoring Farid's surprised expression. Though I suggest we move to a more secure location. This cathedral has served its purpose, but the structural integrity is compromised. And whose fault is that? Shinoa muttered, glancing at the damage from the explosions. Lord Farid has a flair for dramatic entrances, Krul remarked dryly. Subtlety has never been his strong suit. You wound me, Your Majesty, Farid placed a hand over his heart in mock offense. I merely wished to ensure the Saiyan understood the seriousness of our proposition. By blowing up a historical landmark. Shinoa raised an eyebrow. Collateral damage in service of greater knowledge, Farad shrugged elegantly. A small price for potential revolution in vampire-human relations. Where exactly did you have in mind for this secure location? Goku interrupted, unwilling to let Farad's theatrics distract from the practical concern. My private research facility, Krul replied. Located beneath Sanguinum but separate from main vampire territories. We can transport Ashura's containment system there without arousing suspicion. Shinoa tensed visibly. You want us to enter Sanguinum? The vampire capital, a restricted section only, Krul clarified. With my personal guarantee of safety. Which means exactly what after you've already violated the ceasefire? Goku challenged. Krul's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. I am still Queen of Japan's vampires, Saiyan. My word, once formally given, carries weight beyond human understanding. I hereby extend my blood oath protection to you, Sergeant Hiragi, and any companions who accompany you peacefully to my research facility. The formal declaration seemed to carry ritual significance beyond the words themselves. Even Farad's perpetual amusement faded momentarily, replaced by solemn acknowledgement. A blood oath is not offered lightly, he explained to Goku and Shinoa. It binds the giver to fulfill its terms or face dissolution, a fate worse than death for our kind. Shinoa looked to Goku questioningly. Can we trust this blood oath? I don't know, he admitted. But I can sense she's being truthful about her brother. That part isn't a trick. A distant commotion interrupted their deliberation, shouts and the distinctive energy signatures of approaching Moon Demon Company soldiers. The rescue party had arrived faster than anticipated. It seems Yuichiro's concern for his sergeant has lent wings to their deployment, Farad observed with amusement. How touching. We need to decide now, Krul pressed. My blood oath protection extends only to those who come willingly. If your friends attack, I cannot guarantee their safety from other nobles who may be present. Goku made his decision. I'll go with you to examine Asurumaru and your brother. But I want to speak to Yuichiro first, alone. He deserves to know what's happening with his demon weapon. Acceptable, Krul agreed after brief consideration. But be swift. Other vampire patrols will respond to this disturbance soon. I'm coming too, Shinoa declared firmly. As squad leader, I should be present for any discussion involving my soldiers' equipment. Goku nodded appreciatively at her courage before turning to Krul. Wait here. I'll bring you back with me if he's willing to listen. Without waiting for her response, Goku placed 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished, using instant transmission to locate Yuichiro among the approaching rescue force. Yuichiro Hyakuya advanced through the ruined streets with murderous intent. His demon sword Asurumaru glowing with violet energy that reflected his rage. Behind him, the rest of Shinoa's squad moved in tactical formation, accompanied by Lieutenant NT Colonel Gurren and a full platoon of Moon Demon Company soldiers. We should have known the bloodsuckers would violate the ceasefire, Yuichiro snarled, his knuckles white around Asurumaru's hilt. Shinoa tried to warn us. Save your energy for fighting, not complaining, Gurren advised tersely. Intelligence confirms multiple noble-class vampires at the cathedral site, including Farad Bottori and possibly Krul Tepes herself. Perfect, Yuichiro's smile held no humor. I've been wanting to test Asurumaru against progenitor-class opponents. The sword in his hand pulsed, as though responding to his bloodlust. A faint voice whispered in his consciousness, his demon's perpetual temptation. Such delicious rage, Asurumaru's feminine voice caressed his thoughts. Let me taste more of it, you. Give me control and I'll help you slaughter every vampire in that cathedral. Not now, Yuichiro muttered under his breath. I need to stay focused. But your precious squad leader is suffering, the demon taunted. I can sense her pain from here. The nobles are not known for gentle interrogation techniques. This provocation nearly shattered Yuichiro's concentration, exactly as the demon intended. Before he could respond, however, Goku materialized directly in front of their advance party. He greeted with uncharacteristic solemnity. We need to talk. Where's Shinoa? Yuichiro demanded immediately, raising Asurumaru defensively. Is she alive? She's fine, Goku assured him. A few cuts and bruises, but nothing serious. She's at the cathedral with Krul and Farad. Then we're wasting time. Yuichiro moved to push past him. Every second we delay. It's about your sword. Goku interrupted, his gaze fixing on Asurumaru. Or rather, the demon inside it. This stopped Yuichiro short. What about Asurumaru? He used to be human, Goku stated directly. And not just any human. He was Krul Tepes' brother before being transformed and bound to that weapon. A stunned silence fell over the rescue party. Even Gurren, normally unflappable, appeared caught off guard by this revelation. That's impossible, he finally stated. Cursed gear demons are manifestati. Ons of human desire given form through forbidden magic. They're not transformed vampires. Some aren't, Goku conceded. But Asurumaru specifically was once Ashura Tepes' younger brother to the vampire queen. She has his original body preserved in stasis. The sword in Yuichiro's hand trembled violently, causing him to nearly drop it. The demon's voice, usually controlled and seductive in his mind, suddenly screamed with chaotic emotion. Lies, lies. I am Asurumaru, demon of lust and greed. I have always been demon. The denial echoed painfully through Yuichiro's consciousness with enough force to make him stagger. Mitsuba rushed to support him as he struggled to maintain his grip on the frenzied weapon. What's happening to him? She asked Goku urgently. The truth is breaking through the demon's conditioning. Goku explained, watching the sword with intense focus. Krul believes my Saiyan blood might be able to restore Asurumaru's true identity, maybe even reunite him with his original body. This is highly classified information, Gurren interrupted, his expression darkening. How exactly did the vampire queen come to share it with you? She wants her brother back, Goku replied simply. And she thinks I can help make that happen. Even if what you're saying is true, Kimizuki interjected skeptically, why would we help restore a vampire noble? Especially one strongest cursed gear. Because, Yuichiro spoke up, his voice strained as he fought for control over his weapon. If Asurumaru was human once, then turned vampire, then turned demon, what does that make me for using him as a weapon? The question hung heavily in the air. Ethical implications rippled through the rescue party as each soldier contemplated the cursed gear they wielded so readily. Not just you, Yoichi added quietly. All of us who wield cursed gear would be, what? Slave masters, jailers. This is exactly why such information is restricted, Gurren stated flatly. It complicates necessary military decisions. Or prevents informed ethical choices, Mitsuba countered with unexpected heat. If we're essentially enslaving transformed humans, we're no better than the vampires who farm humans for blood. Gurren's expression hardened. That's a dangerous false equivalence, Sangu. The cursed gear demons, whatever their origins, are no longer human or even vampire. They're malevolent entities that would consume their wielders without the binding contracts. Maybe because that's what they've been reduced to, Goku suggested. If someone took your humanity, your memories, and bound you to an object for centuries, you might become something unrecognizable too. Yuichiro stared at the sword in his hands with new perspective. Since forming his contract with Asurumaru, he'd viewed the demon as a necessary evil, a powerful tool that required constant vigilance to control. Never once had he considered that the entity might have its own tragic history. I want to know the truth, he decided firmly. If Asurumaru was once human, once Krul's brother, I need to know that. It could be a trap, Gurren warned. Vampires are masters of manipulation. This could be an elaborate scheme to separate you from your cursed gear. Or it could be genuine, Yuichiro countered. Either way, I need to find out. He turned to Goku. Take me to them. Just me, not the whole rescue force. Absolutely not. Gurren objected immediately. I forbid this reckless. I wasn't asking permission, Lieutenant Colonel, Yuichiro interrupted with uncharacteristic formality. This is my decision to make. And mine, Shinoa's voice added as she strode confidently from the cathedral's shattered entrance. As squad leader, I should evaluate any situation involving my soldiers directly. Relief washed over Yuichiro's features at the sight of her relatively unharmed. Shinoa, how did you? Escaped. I didn't. She approached the group with her usual sardonic smile firmly in PLA. CE despite a blood-stained bandage at her temple. I've been granted diplomatic observer status. Very prestigious. Are you okay? Mitsuba asked urgently, noting the injuries visible beneath Shinoa's torn uniform. Nothing that won't heal. Shinoa dismissed her concern with practiced nonchalance. More importantly, I've seen evidence supporting Goku's claims. The vampires have a stasis chamber, containing what appears to be a teenage boy with remarkable resemblance to Asurumaru's manifested form. The sword in Yuichiro's hand vibrated again, though less violently than before. The demon's voice, when it next whispered in his mind, sounded uncertain rather than threatening. I don't remember. Asurumaru's voice wavered uncharacteristically. There's nothing before the darkness. Nothing before the binding. Yuichiro looked to Gurren, his expression set with determination. I'm going, with or without your approval. After a tense moment, Gurren cursed under his breath. Fine, but not alone. Shinoa squad accompanies you as security detail. And you maintain communication at all times. Deal. Yuichiro agreed immediately. I'll ensure their safety, Goku promised. If anything threatens them, I can teleport everyone out instantly. Gurren's expression remained skeptical, but he recognized the determination in his subordinate's eyes. You have 12 hours. If you haven't reported back by then, I'm bringing the entire Moon Demon Company to Sanguinum's doorstep, ceasefire be damned. With arrangements made, Goku led Yuichiro, Shinoa, Mitsuba, Kimazuki, and Yoichi back toward the cathedral where Krul and Ferret awaited. The rescue force remained in position, establishing a perimeter around the area in case of vampire reinforcements. As they walked, Mitsuba fell into step beside Goku. Her expression troubled. Can I ask you something? Sure, he replied, noting the unusual seriousness in her typically combative demeanor. If what they're saying about cursed Heia is true, if the demons were once human, what does that mean for those of us who've made contracts with them? Are we hurting them by using their power? The question revealed a compassionate depth beneath Mitsuba's tough exterior that Goku hadn't fully appreciated before. I don't know enough about how cursed gear works to answer that, he admitted honestly. But in my experience, souls retain their core essence even through dramatic transformations. If these demons were once human, then vampires, then bound to weapons, some part of their original selves might still exist beneath the corruption. That's what I'm afraid of. Mitsuba confessed quietly, that every time I call on Tenjiryu's power, I'm forcing a former human to relive their trauma. Or maybe, Goku suggested gently, you're giving them their only connection to humanity through your contract. Sometimes relationships that begin as exploitation can become something more balanced over time. Mitsuba considered this perspective, her troubled expression easing slightly. I hope you're right. I really do. In Krul's private laboratory beneath Sanguinum, an elaborate array of equipment surrounded two central Eachers, Ashura's stasis tank and an examination table designed for weapon analysis. The vampire nobility had preserved scientific knowledge lost to humans after the apocalypse, creating a facility to merged modern technology with ancient vampire alchemy. Goku observed with interest as Krul's technicians prepared the laboratory, connecting monitoring devices to the stasis tank and configuring analytical equipment. Despite his limited scientific knowledge, he recognized the sophistication of the setup. Impressed, Ferret inquired, noticing Goku's attention. Our queen has maintained this research facility for centuries, gathering knowledge from human scientists before disposing of them. Must you, Ferret? Krul sighed from where she supervised the final preparations. Your penchant or unnecessary provocation grows tiresome. Merely providing historical context, Your Majesty, Ferret replied with mock innocence. Our guests should understand the commitment you've shown to recovering your brother. Yuichiro stood at the opposite end of the laboratory, deliberately maintaining distance from the vampire nobles. His knuckles remained white around Asurumaru's hilt, though the SW Ord had stopped its earlier violent reactions. How exactly is this supposed to work? He demanded, addressing Krul directly. What do you expect me to do with my demon weapon? Nothing yet, Krul replied calmly. First, we must establish whether a connection still exists between Ashura's body and the sword. For that, we need the Saiyan's assistance. All eyes turned to Goku, who approached stasis tank with focused concentration. I've been thinking about this. If his soul was extracted but not destroyed, there should still be a connection, like a thread of ki linking his physical form to his spiritual essence. Precisely. Krul nodded. Vampire transformation doesn't destroy the soul but corrupts it. The cursed gear binding process further fragments the spiritual essence, but never completely severs its connection to the original vessel. Goku placed one hand on the stasis tank and extended his other toward Yuichiro. May I? After a moment's hesitation, Yuichiro stepped forward, allowing Goku to place his hand atop his where it gripped Asaramaru's hilt. I'm going to use my ki to try sensing any connection between them. GGHT cause some unusual sensations for both you and Asaramaru. Define unusual, Yuichiro requested dryly. Last time I tried something like this, the person described it as having their brain turned inside out while simultaneously being tickled from the inside. Goku admitted with an apologetic smile. Fantastic, Yuichiro muttered, but held his position. Goku closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. His ki began to manifest as a BTLE blue aura that extended from his body to encompass both the stasis tank and the sword. The laboratory instruments recorded dramatic energy spikes as Saiyan life force interacted with vampire biology and demon essence. Inside Yuichiro's mind, Asaramaru's presence writhed in confusion and resistance. What is he doing? The demon demanded. Make him stop. He's breaking through my defenses. Let him try. Yuichiro replied mentally. If you have nothing to hide, there's nothing to fear. I have everything to hide. Asaramaru's voice fragmented into multiple tones, some recognizably feminine, others distinctly masculine and younger. I am not. I cannot remember. There was sun once, and laughter, and sister. In the physical world, Yuichiro gasped as the sword in his hand grew unbearably hot. Goku's expression intensified in concentration, his aura brightening as he pushed his ki-sensing ability to its limits. There's definitely a connection, he announced, eyes still closed. Thin, fragmented, but present. Like a strand of spider silk stretched almost to breaking point. Can you strengthen it? Krul asked, her composed exterior cracking slightly to reveal desperate hope. Maybe, Goku replied, but reinforcing the connection isn't the same as restoring his soul. For that, we'd need to understand exactly how the cursed gear binding works. I might be able to help with that, Shinoa offered unexpectedly. All eyes turned to her as she continued. The Hiragi family maintains detailed records of cursed gear development. As squad leader, I received partial access to those archives. And you're willing to share such classified information? Farid raised an elegant eyebrow in surprise. If it helps us understand whether we're essentially enslaving transformed humans, yes. Shinoa replied firmly. The moral implications override classification concerns. Kimazuki stepped forward, adjusting his glasses with thoughtful precision. I can contribute as well. My sister Mirai is part of the human experimentation program run by the Demon Army. Her transformation process might provide insights into the connection between physical vessels and spiritual corruption. Your sister is a test subject? Goku asked, disturbed by the casual reference to human experimentation. Kimazuki corrected, pain briefly visible behind his glasses. She's been in an artificially induced coma for years while they study the effects of controlled demonic possession. It's why I joined the Moon Demon Company, to gain access to research that might help her. Our human military experiments on its own citizens. Krul's tone held no surprise, merely confirmation of long-held suspicions. And you consider vampires the monsters. This isn't about moral superiority, Shinoa interjected before an argument could develop. It's about understanding processes that both sides have implemented without fully comprehending the consequences. Agreed, Goku nodded. Right now, I can confirm that Asaramaru and Ashura are connected. What we do with that information requires input from everyone involved, including Asaramaru himself. Yuichiro looked down at his sword with new perspective. Can Asaramaru hear us directly? Not just through me, perhaps. Krul approached cautiously. Ashura, brother. Can you hear my voice after all these centuries? His sword remained silent in Yuichiro's grip, but the monitoring equipment detected subtle energy fluctuations from within the stasis tank. Ashura's preserved body showed minimal but measurable neural activity for the first time in centuries. He's responding, one of Krul's technicians reported with clinical detachment. Autonomous nervous system activation patterns consistent with recognition stimuli. He hears you. Goku translated for the humans present. But the connection is too weak for direct communication. We need to strengthen it somehow. Your blood, Krul stated with certainty. If it temporarily restored my humanity, it might enhance Ashura's connection to his original identity. But how do we administer it? Mitsuba asked practically. He can't exactly drink it in his current state. The stasis fluid serves as a medium for nutrient exchange, Krul explained. If we introduce Saiyan blood into the system, it should circulate through Ashura's dormant body. And what about Asurumaru? Yuichiro questioned. The demon bound to my sword. That presents a more complex challenge, Krul admitted. Cursed gear absorbs the blood of its wielder to strengthen their contract. But introducing foreign blood could destabilize the entire system. Yoichi, who had remained quiet throughout most of the exchange, suddenly spoke up. What if Yuichiro consumes some of Goku's blood first? Then when Asurumaru feeds on Yu's blood through their contract, he'd indirectly receive the Saiyan properties. The suggestion drew surprised looks from his squadmates. Yoichi blushed slightly under the attention. I pay attention in demon biology lectures, he defended. Gekkoin and I have a complex relationship. That might actually work, Kimazuki acknowledged, sounding impressed. A creative solution, Farid remarked with genuine appreciation. The quiet ones always surprise you. Krul considered the proposal with ancient calculation. The timing would need to be precise. Both vessels, the physical body and the cursed gear, would need to receive the Saiyan blood simultaneously for maximum effect. And if it works? Yuichiro asked, his voice carefully neutral. It happens to my contract with Asurumaru. Unknown, Krul answered honestly. Best case scenario, Ashura's consciousness is restored while maintaining your existing contract in modified form. Worst case, the demon breaks free and attempts to possess everyone in the vicinity, Gurren finished darkly from the laboratory entrance. His unexpected arrival startled the group, hands instinctively moving toward weapons. Lieutenant Colonel, Shinoa acknowledged with forced casualness. How kind of you to join our experimental ethics committee. When my soldiers discuss potentially destabilizing their cursed gear contracts in vampire territory, I make it my business to be present, Gurren replied dryly. He assessed the laboratory setup with experienced eyes. This is more advanced than our research facilities. How long have you been studying demon-vampire connections, Krul Tepes? Longer than your civilization has existed, Lieutenant Colonel, Krul replied with ancient disdain. My terrorist in spiritual transference predates Japan's emergence as a unified nation. Gurren snorted at her antiquity display. Yet you've failed to restore your brother in all those centuries. What makes you think Saiyan blood will succeed where vampire science has failed? Because it's not just science, Goku interjected before Krul could respond with what would inevitably be a caustic retort. It's about energy, life energy. He exists in everything living, connecting body and spirit. In my world, we've learned to manipulate that energy in ways that transcend ordinary physical limitations. Like your instant teleportation, Gurren acknowledged with grudging respect. Exactly, Goku nodded. Techniques like that work because Ki connects everything at a fundamental level. If Ashura's soul is still connected to his body, even by the thinnest thread, my Ki-infused blood might strengthen that connection enough for his consciousness to bridge the gap. A tense silence followed as each purrs. On present considered the implications from their own perspective. Yuichiro stared at the sword in his hand, filthy demon that might once have been a teenage boy not unlike himself. Krul gazed at her brother's preserved form with the accumulated pain of 8 centuries of separation. Gurren calculated military advantages and liabilities. Shinoa and her squad wrestled with the ethical implications for all cursed gear wielders. Finally, Yuichiro broke the silence. Asurumaru wants to try. All eyes turned to him in surprise. The demon agreed. Gurren asked skeptically. Willingly. Not exactly, Yuichiro admitted. His exact words were, I need to know if these fragments in my consciousness are memories or lies. Either way, this torment of uncertainty ends today. Poetic for a demon of destruction. Farid observed with amusement. Perhaps because he wasn't always a demon, Shinoa countered pointedly. Goku looked to Krul, whose ancient eyes held a vulnerability rarely displayed before others. Are you sure you want to proceed? There's no guarantee this will work as you hope. I have waited 8 centuries to reclaim my brother, Krul replied softly. I can tolerate disappointment if it comes. Not knowing if restoration is possible, that I can no longer bear. With the decision made, Preparations began in earnest. Goku provided blood samples that Krul's technicians processed for both intravenous introduction to Ashura's stasis system and oral consumption by Yuichiro. Medical monitoring equipment was attached to both Yuichiro and the stasis tank to track physiological responses in real time. As final preparations neared completion, Goku drew Shino aside, speaking quietly so only she could hear. If anything goes wrong, if either Ashura or Asuramaru becomes dangerous, get your squad out immediately. I'll handle the situation here. Planning to play hero again? Shino asked, though her typical sarcasm was softened by genuine concern. Just being practical, Goku replied with a slight smile. I've dealt with possession and spiritual entities before, and I can survive things most humans can't. Like vampire queens with wounded pride if this fails. Shinoa suggested perceptively. Exactly. Goku nodded, appreciating her quick understanding. Krul has maintained control for centuries by never showing vulnerability. If this public attempt to save her brother fails, she'll need someone to blame. Shinoa finished his thought. And you've volunteered for the position. Surprisingly strategic thinking for someone who claims to be just a fighter. I've learned a few things over the years, Goku shrugged. Sometimes absorbing damage yourself protects everyone else. Shinoa studied him with newfound respect. The noble sacrifice play. Very dramatic. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Goku replied lightly, though his eyes remained serious. Just be ready to move if I give the signal. When all preparations were complete, the participants took their positions. Yuichiro stood before the stasis tank, Asuramaru drawn and resting with its tip touching the glass. Goku positioned himself between them, one hand on the tank, the other on Yuichiro's shoulder. Krul operated the primary controls, while Farid monitored the demonic energy readings with uncharacteristic seriousness. The Saiyan blood has been introduced to the stasis fluid, a technician reported. Circulation beginning through subject's vascular system. Yuichiro raised the vial of Goku's blood to his lips with a grimace. Bottoms up, I guess. Wait for the signal, Krul instructed. Synchronization is essential. Monitoring screens displayed Ashura's vital signs as Saiyan blood entered his dormant system. Initially, there was minimal response, just slight elevations in electrical activity across neural pathways long dormant. Preliminary cellular response detected, the technician announced. Autonomous nervous system activation increasing by 12%. Proceed with Phase 2, Krul ordered. Yuichiro drank the vial of Saiyan blood in one swift motion, his face contorting at the metallic taste. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then his body stiffened as Asuramaru's blade began to pulse with violet energy. Contract activation detected, Farid reported, studying the energy readings. The demon is responding to the Saiyan blood in its host system. Inside Yuichiro's mind, Asuramaru's typically smooth voice fractured into discordant tones. What is this? What have you done to me, you? I remember. No, I don't want to remember. The sword vibrated violently in Yuichiro's grip, its demonic aura flaring erratically. Simultaneously, the stasis tank's monitoring equipment recorded dramatic spikes in neural activity as Ashura's dormant brain began firing patterns consistent with emerging consciousness. The connection is strengthening, Goku announced, his own key forming a visible bridge between sword and stasis tank. I can feel both sides pulling toward each other. Ashura, Krul called to her brother's physical form. Can you hear me? The body in the tank remained immobile, but the neural patterns on the monitor reorganized into coherent waves resembling conscious thought. Inside the cursed gear, Asuramaru's presence expanded beyond its normal boundaries, reaching through Yuichiro toward the foreign yet familiar vessel. Sister. The word emerged not from Ashura's lips but from the sword itself, the metal vibrating to produce sound independently of its wielder. Krul, is that you? Tears formed in Krul's ancient eyes, the first she had shed in centuries. Yes, Ashura, it's me. I've been searching for you. Where am I? The sword's vibrations produced a voice that wavered between Asuramaru's familiar feminine tone and a younger, masculine voice. Everything is dark. I can't feel my body. Your body is here, Krul gestured to the stasis tank. Your soul was bound to a cursed gear weapon. We're trying to reunite them. Cursed gear. Confusion emanated from the sword. I remember. Humans in robes. Pain. They tore me apart. Said my corruption made me ideal for experimentation. Why? Yuichiro gasped as Asurumaru's memories flooded through their contract bond. Visceral images of Hiragi scientists performing rituals that separated vampire soul from body, binding the extracted essence to demonically forged metal. It's true, he confirmed for the others present. I can see his memories. The Hiragi family captured him during an expedition. They experimented on him because he retained more human consciousness than most vampires. Guren's expression darkened at this confirmation of his family's darkest secrets. Shinoa showed no surprise, merely grim validation of suspicions long held. The connection is growing stronger, Goku observed, his key bridge between sword and tank now clearly visible to everyone present. But there's resistance. The binding spell on the cursed gear is fighting the reunification. Can you overcome it? Krul demanded, centuries of desperate hope making her voice sharp. Not alone, Goku replied, strain evident in his voice. The magic involved is complex, layers of binding spells reinforced over centuries. Perhaps I can assist, Farad offered unexpectedly. He approached the stasis tank, rolling up one ornate sleeve. As one who studied under the first progenitor, I have some knowledge of the original vampire transformation rituals. They may provide insight into reversing spiritual binding. Krul's suspicious gaze met Farad's uncharacteristically serious one. Some silent communication passed between them, ancient vampires who had circled each other in political games for centuries. If you betray this moment, Farad Bhattori, no. Even your relationship with the first will save you from my vengeance, Krul warned quietly. Understood completely, Your Majesty, Farad replied with a formal bow. Some moments transcend politics. With Krul's reluctant permission, Farad joined the ritual, placing one hand on the stasis tank opposite Goku's. His vampire energy, darker and more chaotic than Saiyan ki, flowed into the connection. Intertwining with Goku's life force in an unlikely alliance. G-ritual inverted the natural soul-body connection, Farad explained as he worked. Reversing the key phrases while reinforcing the life E. Zen's bridge might allow for reconnection without complete unbinding. In simpler terms, Yuichiro requested through gritted teeth, struggling to maintain control of Asurumaru during this process. We're not removing the demon from your sword entirely, Farad clarified. Rather, we're expanding the connection to include Ashura's original body, creating a shared consciousness instead of a fragmented one. Is that even possible? Shinoa questioned skeptically. Theoretically, Farad shrugged elegantly despite the obvious effort he was expending. Though I don't believe it's been attempted before. Most exciting, wouldn't you agree? Your definition of exciting leaves much to be desired, Kimazuki muttered. The process continued for nearly an hour, the combined energies of Saiyan, vampire noble, and cursed gear demon creating a metaphysical bridge between fragmented aspects of a single soul. Throughout, Asurumaru's consciousness fluctuated between demonic resistance and human recognition, sometimes speaking with Asurumaru's voice, sometimes with Ashura's. Finally, something fundamental shifted in the energy dynamic. The stasis fluid within the tank began to glow with the same violet hue as Asurumaru's demonic aura. Ashura's physical form absorbed this energy, his chest rising with the first voluntary breath taken in centuries. It's working, Goku announced, though strain showed clearly on his features. The soul fragments are realigning. Inside the tank, Ashura's eyes opened, crimson vampire eyes that immediately focused on his sister's face. His lips moved, forming words that couldn't be heard through the stasis fluid, but the intent was clear. He recognizes you, Goku told Krul, whose composure had completely abandoned her in this moment of potential reunion. Drain the tank, she ordered her technicians, quickly. As the stasis fluid receded, monitoring equipment registered strengthening vital signs from Ashura's body. Simultaneously, Asurumaru's presence in the cursed gear stabilized, the chaotic energy smoothing into more coherent patterns. When the tank opened, Ashura took his first independent breath in 8 centuries, a gasping, despair. Inhalation followed by a fit of coughing. Krul was at his side instantly, supporting his weakened form with gentle hands that belied her usual regal detachment. Sister, Ashura managed between coughs, his voice hoarse from disuse. You found me. Always, Krul replied simply, centuries of separation contained in that single word. The reunion drew varying reactions from those present. Gurren watched with strategic calculation, assessing the military implications of cursed gear potentially reconnecting with original hosts. Shinoa's squad observed with combinations of wonder and concern, contemplating what this meant for their own demon contracts. Farid maintained an unreadable expression that occasionally slipped to reveal genuine fascination. Yuichiro, however, looked troubled. He held Asuramaru awkwardly, the sword's energy neither fully demonic nor fully aligned with its original owner. "What about our contract?" he finally asked, addressing both Ashura and the sword. "Is Asuramaru still there?" Ashura turned toward Yuichiro with obvious effort, his weakened body requiring Krul's support to remain upright. "The demon you know as Asuramaru is a fragment of my consciousness, the part that embraced vampire corruption as a survival mechanism. We are both Ashura, just as we are both Asuramaru now." "That doesn't really answer my question," Yuichiro pressed. Fam. Ilyar's smirk, recognizable as Asuramaru's despite appearing on Ashura's face, curved the vampire's lips. "Worried about losing your power source, you? How pragmatic of you." "That's not what I meant," Yuichiro began defensively. "I know," Asuramaru interrupted, his expression softening. "Our contract remains, but its nature has evolved. I exist in both vessels now, flesh and metal. The demon aspect remains bound to the sword, while my original consciousness has returned to my body. So I'm still contracted to a demon," Yuichiro clarified. "Just one with a backup body." "An oversimplification, but essentially correct," Ashura confirmed. "Though I suspect our interactions will be somewhat different moving forward." The implications of this development were interrupted by a commotion at the laboratory entrance. Guards reported disturbances throughout Sanguinum, unusual energy signatures manifesting in multiple locations. "What's happening?" Krul demanded, reluctantly shifting from sister back to queen. "Dimensional anomalies, Your Majesty," a vampire soldier reported. "Similar to the one that brought the Saiyan to our world, but larger and more numerous." Goku exchange. Ed concerned glances with Shinoa's squad. "The tiers between dimensions, they're appearing here too. It would seem our worlds are becoming increasingly interconnected," Farid observed with inappropriate delight. "How fascinating. Reality itself appears to be fracturing. Can you sense the nature of these anomalies?" Krul asked Goku. Goku closed his eyes, extending his key sense outward. What he detected caused his expression to tighten with concern. "They're similar to the tear I fell through, but more deliberate somehow. Less random, more structured. As though someone is creating them intentionally," Krul concluded. "But who would have both the knowledge and power to manipulate dimensional boundaries?" A meaningful look passed between Farid and Gurren, ancient vampire and human military commander sharing a rare moment of aligned suspicion. "The first progenitor," Farid suggested delicately. "Or the Hiragi family's Seraph of the End Project," Gurren countered. "Possibly both," Shinoa interjected grimly. "If they've made contact somehow." The laboratory's alarm system activated, bathing the room in pulsing red light. Monitoring screens displayed multiple breaches in Sanguinum's security perimeter. Not from human attack, but from within, as crimson tiers in reality opened throughout the underground city. "We need to secure Ashura," Krul decided immediately. His ally restored state makes him vulnerable. "And we need to investigate these tiers," Goku added. "If they connect to my world, they might be my way home. Or an invasion route for something worse," Gurren muttered darkly. As if summoned by his words, the largest monitoring screen showed a dimensional tear forming directly in Sanguinum's central plaza. Unlike the others, this one stabilized almost immediately, its edges crystallizing into a structured portal. From within its crimson depths emerged a figure of commanding presence, tall, pale, with flowing silver hair and eyes that held the emptiness of eternity. "The first progenitor," Farid whispered, for once without a trace of sarcasm or amusement. "Sika Madhu has returned." "Impossible," Krul breathed, instinctively moving to shield her weakened brother. "He disappeared centuries ago. Evidently, he found something interesting in another dimension," Farid remarked, regaining some of his composure. "And now he's brought it back to share." Behind the first progenitor, other figures emerged from the portal, neither human nor vampire, but something that combined aspects of both with unsettling wrongness. Their movements were fluid yet mechanical, their eyes glowing with unnatural energy. What are those things? Mitsuba whispered, hand moving instinctively to her cursed gear. Nothing from my world, Goku replied with certainty. But their energy signature feels familiar somehow. Corrupted, but familiar. The laboratory communication system crackled to life as reports flooded in from throughout Sanguinum. The first progenitor had announced his return and demanded the immediate presence of all vampire nobility in the central chamber, particularly Krul Tepes and her Saiyan guest. How does he know about you? Shinosly. A question we should all find concerning, Gurren agreed. Krul's expression shifted through rapid calculations, centuries of political survival instincts asserting themselves. We cannot refuse his summons. The first progenitor's power exceeds all other vampires combined. You expect us to just walk into an obvious trap? Yuichiro challenged incredulously. No, Krul replied, her ancient eyes focusing on Goku. I expect the Saiyan to demonstrate why Farid was so impressed by his combat abilities. Goku understood immediately. You want me to fight the first progenitor? The original vampire. Not fight, Krul clarified. Impress. Show enough power to establish yourself as an entity worth negotiating with rather than simply eliminating. A demonstration bout, Farid elaborated with renewed enthusiasm. How delightful. The first has always appreciated displays of exceptional ability. It's how many of us survived our initial encounters with him. And if this demonstration doesn't impress him? Gurren asked pointedly. Then we experience the honor of being eliminated by the progenitor of all vampires, Farid replied cheerfully. A distinction few can claim. Your optimism remains your most disturbing quality, Lord Farid, Shinoa remarked dryly. As they prepared to answer the first progenitor's summons, Ashura gripped his sister's arm with surprising strength. Be careful, Krul. Sika Madu never appears without purpose. If he's returned now, after so many centuries. I know, Krul replied softly. Something fundamental has changed in the balance of power. Goku exchanged glances with Shinoa's squad, silent understanding passing between them. Whatever political games the vampires were playing, the human soldiers needed to be ready to withdraw if the situation deteriorated. Stay close to me, he instructed them quietly. If things go badly, grab hold and I'll teleport us out. And abandon the humans in Sanguinum to whatever those creatures are. Yuichiro challenged. We can't help anyone if we're dead, Shinoa reminded him pragmatically. Strategic retreat isn't the same as abandonment. With tensions high and alliances uncertain, the unlikely gathering prepared to face the original vampire, a being whose return had somehow connected to the dimensional tiers between worlds. Whatever the first progenitor wanted with a Saiyan warrior from another dimension. One thing was certain. The fragile balance between humans and vampires was about to change irrevocably. Across dimensions, Videl sat cross-legged in Bulma's laboratory, deep in meditation. Connected to her by a complex array of sensors and monitoring equipment, Michaela Hayakuya maintained a similar posture opposite her. Between them pulsed a small, controlled dimension. Altair, stabilized by Bulma's technology but powered by their combined energy signatures. Their connection is strengthening, Bulma reported to Gohan, who watched the procedure with concerned attention. Michaela's vampire energy combined with Videl's key training is creating a sustainable bridge. Is it safe? Gohan asked, unable to completely mask his worry. Videl's never attempted anything like this before. Define safe. Bulma replied with characteristic scientific detachment. We're manipulating tiers in the fabric of reality using vampire blood and human ki as catalysts. Safe is NT exactly in the operational vocabulary. Not helping, Bulma, Gohan muttered. She's doing fine, Bulma reassured him more gently. Videl's key control is exceptional for someone with her limited training time. And our vampire friend seems genuinely invested in establishing stable contact. Michaela's eyes remained closed, his normally pale features showing unusual concentration as he channeled his vampire energy into the dimensional bridge. I can sense my world more clearly now, he reported without opening his eyes. Sanguinum. Something's happening there. Can you be more specific? Bulma prompted. A gathering. Powerful entities. And your father is among them, Michaela directed this last statement to Gohan. His energy signature is unmistakable even across dimensions. Dad, Gohan breathed, relief evident in his voice. Is he okay? He appears unharmed, Michaela confirmed. But, surrounded by vampire nobility, including the first progenitor. This last revelation caused the young vampire to open his eyes in genuine shock, momentarily disrupting the connection. What is it? Videl asked, maintaining her meditative state despite the disturbance. Who's the first progenitor? The original vampire, Michaela explained, quickly re-establishing his focus. The being who created our entire species. He disappeared centuries ago according to vampire history. And he's back now. Why? Bulma pressed, recognizing the strategic importance of this information. Unknown, Michaela replied, but his return coincides with these dimensional disturbances. That cannot be coincidence. Videl deepened her meditation, pushing her consciousness further along the bridge they'd established. I can almost reach Goku, she reported. His energy is fluctuating. Like he's preparing for combat. Can you communicate with him? Gohan asked urgently. Not directly. The connection isn't strong enough yet. Videl's brow furrowed in concentration. But I might be able to send an impression, a feeling he'd recognize. Do it, Bulma encouraged. Even knowing we're trying to reach him could be crucial information for Goku. Videl focused her ki, channeling it through the dimensional bridge with all the precision her training allowed. She concentrated on the unique energy signature that was distinctly Goku, warm, powerful, indomitable, and projected a simple message through their tenuous connection. We're coming, Goku. Hold on. Asterisk. Across dimensions, as Goku prepared to face the first progenitor in Sanguinum's central chamber, he felt a familiar flicker of ki, distant but unmistakable. For just a moment, Videl's energy signature brushed against his consciousness, carrying with it a sense of determined hope. The Saiyan warrior smiled slightly, straightening his posture with renewed confidence. His family hadn't forgotten him. They were finding a way through. Now he just needed to survive long enough for them to succeed. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Echoes of Saiyan Heritage. Sanguinum's grand chamber stood as a monument to vampire supremacy, an immense cathedral-like space carved from living stone deep beneath Tokyo's ruins. Massive pillars of polished obsidian supported a vaulted ceiling where ancient symbols glowed with eldritch light. Tiered seating surrounded a central arena, arranged in strict hierarchical order according to vampire nobility ranking. The air itself felt weighted with age and power, the collective presence of immortal beings who had witnessed centuries of human history with cold, unchanging eyes. Into this imposing space walked Goku, flanked by an unlikely procession, Krul Tepes and Farid Badori representing vampire nobility, Gurren, Shinoa, and her squad representing humanity's resistance. Behind them, supported by medical attendants, came the newly awakened Ashura, his steps uncertain after centuries of physical dormancy. The assembled vampire nobility fell silent as they entered, crimson eyes tracking their progress toward the center of the chamber. At the far end, upon an elevated throne of crystallized blood, sat a figure whose presence dominated the vast space without apparent effort, the first progenitor, Shikamaru. Unlike the ornate attire favored by most vampire nobles, the first wore simple white robes that emphasized his ethereal beauty. His silver hair cascaded past his shoulders, framing features of such perfect symmetry they appeared almost artificial. His eyes, however, revealed his true nature, depthless voids that reflected nothing, contained nothing, promised nothing. Beside his throne stood the strange beings who had accompanied him through the dimensional tear, humanoid figures with an unsettling blend of mechanical and organic component metallic sheen, while pulsing veins of crimson energy traced patterns across their bodies. They remained motionless, yet gave the impression of barely contained violence. Krul Tepes, the first progenitor's voice carried effortlessly through the chamber despite its soft tone. Third among my children, you have been busy in my absence. Krul dropped to one knee, head bowed in a display of submission that looked unnatural on the usually imperious queen. My lord Shikamaru, your return honors us all. Had we known of your coming, you would have hidden your experiments. The first interrupted, his tone mild yet carrying unmistakable menace. Concealed your attempt to restore Ashura. Sequestered away the dimensional traveler. The assembled nobility stirred at this, murmurs rippling through the tiered seating. Krul maintained her composed exterior, though Goku sensed the tension radiating from her. I sought only knowledge that might benefit our kind, she replied carefully. The Saiyan's blood contains properties we have never encountered. Indeed, the first's empty gaze shifted to Goku, studying him with the detached interest of a scientist examining an unusual specimen. A warrior from beyond our reality. A being whose blood can temporarily reverse vampiric corruption. A smile touched his perfect lips. How fortunate that he should fall into your hands rather than mine. The subtle threat in those words silenced the chamber completely. Goku stepped forward, drawing the first's full attention. I'm Son Goku, he introduced himself with characteristic directness. And I'm guessing you know more about these dimensional tears than you're letting on. Audible gasps echoed from the assembled vampires at this display of familiarity. Speaking directly to the first without permission violated countless protocols of vampire etiquette. Farid's eyes widened in delighted shock, while Krul tensed visibly. Rather than show offense, the first progenitor's expression registered something rarely seen on his ancient features, genuine amusement. Direct, unrestrained by fear or protocol. The first leaned forward slightly. Refreshing, after millennia of sycophantic nobility. Yes, Saiyan, I know of the dimensional tears. In fact, I created the first 18 centuries ago. This revelation stunned even the oldest vampires present. The first rose from his throne with fluid grace, descending the crystalline steps to approach Goku directly. Your arrival accelerated a process already in motion, he continued, circling Goku with predatory assessment. The boundaries between worlds have been thinning for centuries, requiring only a catalyst of sufficient power to create stable passages. Like Saiyan Ki, Goku concluded, remaining still but alert as the first prowled around him. Precisely. The first completed his circuit. Stopping before Goku, your energy signature resonates at a frequency that destabilizes interdimensional barriers. Every transformation, every significant power release, creates ripple effects across realities. Is that why you returned now? Krul dared to ask. Because of these dimensional effects. The first's empty gaze remained fixed on Goku. I returned because Samet, Hing unprecedented has emerged, a being whose blood might succeed where all my previous experiments failed. His voice lowered to a near whisper. The complete liberation of our kind from the curse of vampirism. Without sacrificing our power. Murmurs erupted throughout the chamber. Shock, disbelief, and fragile hope intermingling among the nobility. Vampire existence was defined by eternal stasis. Power and immortality purchased with the loss of humanity, creativity, and growth. The suggestion that this fundamental equation might be altered represented a paradigm shift beyond comprehension for many present. That's why you've been experimenting on Ashura, Goku realized, glancing toward Krul's weakened brother. You've been trying to reverse vampirism for centuries. Ashura retained more humanity than most after transformation, the first acknowledged. A genetic anomaly that made him an ideal test subject. Unfortunately, the Hiragi family interfered before my work was complete. Your work nearly destroyed him. Krul interjected, maternal protectiveness overriding proper deference. The first's expression didn't change, but the temperature in the chamber seemed to drop several degrees. Sacrifices were necessary, child. Progress demands its tribute. That's where we disagree, Goku stated firmly. Progress that requires sacrificing others isn't progress at all. The challenge hung in the air between them, Saiyan warrior and ancient vampire locked in a battle of principles before any physical confrontation began. The assembled nobility watched with bated breath, sensing the unprecedented nature of this moment. Your morality is quaint, the first finally responded, but ultimately irrelevant to the larger design. He gestured to the strange beings flanking his throne. My research continued in other dimensions, leading to these enhanced entities, hybrids of vampire essence and advanced technology from worlds beyond your comprehension. They feel wrong, Goku observed, extending his key sense toward the creatures. Not alive in any normal sense. Because they transcend conventional life, the first explained with cold pride. Neither bound by bloodthirst nor limited by human frailty. The next evolution of conscious existence. Their abominations, Ashura spoke suddenly, his voice weak but determined. Empty vessels without souls. The first's gaze shifted to his former experiment, something like disappointment crossing his perfect features. You always lacked vision, Ashura. Even before your fragmentation. He returned his attention to Goku. But perhaps our Saiyan visitor can appreciate the potential of my work, given proper demonstration. Without warning, the first moved, crossing the distance between them with speed that would Avenue been invisible to ordinary perception. His hand struck toward Goku's chest in a blow designed to incapacitate without killing. Goku's body reacted instinctively, shifting just enough for the strike to miss its target. The first's eyes widened fractionally, the most surprise he had displayed in centuries. Impressive reflexes, he acknowledged, stepping back. Your reputation appears deserved. I've had a lot of practice. Goku replied simply, settling into a fighting stance. Though usually I know why I'm fighting before I start. Consider this an audition, the first explained, his own posture shifting subtly. I require proof of your capabilities before determining your role in the coming convergence. I'm not interested in roles or auditions, Goku countered. I just want to understand these dimensional tiers and find my way home. Home, the first repeated, as though sampling an unfamiliar concept. Such a limiting attachment. There are countless worlds to explore, countless forms of power to acquire. Why constrain yourself to a single reality? Because that's where my family is, Goku answered without hesitation. Power means nothing without people to protect. Something like genuine curiosity flickered in the first's empty eyes. Demonstrate this power that you value so little. Show me what a Saiyan warrior can truly do. The challenge was clear. Goku glanced toward Shinoa's squad, noting their tense postures and worried expressions. Krul gave him an almost imperceptible nod, confirmation that this demonstration was inevitable. Fine, Goku agreed, rolling his shoulders to loosen them. But not in here. Too many people could get hurt. Your concern for bystanders is noted, the first replied with faint amusement. Though unnecessary, my children are considerably more durable than humans. Nevertheless, he gestured toward an adjoining arena visible through massive archways. That space should suffice for our purposes. As they moved toward the designated combat area, Shinoa maneuvered close enough to speak privately with Goku. Is this wise? His true capabilities? Probably not, Goku admitted with a slight smile. But sometimes you need to test the waters to understand the depth. A rather cavalier approach to potentially world-ending power, Shinoa observed dryly. It's worked out so far, Goku shrugged. Besides, I won't go all out immediately. Just enough to establish respect. The arena they entered dwarfed the main chamber, a vast circular space with walls of reinforced stone rising hundreds of meters toward a distant ceiling. Ancient combat had clearly occurred here before. The floor bore scorch marks and impact craters from battles fought centuries past. Vampire nobility filed into observation galleries circling the arena, their excitement palpable despite attempts at aristocratic restraint. For beings whose existence spanned centuries of unchanging routine, the prospect of witnessing their first progenitor or in combat represented unprecedented entertainment. Gurren positioned himself and Shinoa's squad near an exit, clearly planning for quick retreat if necessary. Don't overextend, he advised Goku quietly. This isn't just combat, it's politics. Make your point without revealing everything. Trust me, Goku replied with confidence born of countless battles. I know how this dance works. The Phi RST progenitor stood at the arena's center, his white robes rippling despite the absence of wind. Shall we dispense with further preliminaries, Saiyan? Show me this power that transcends dimensions. Goku walked to position himself opposite the ancient vampire, settling into his fighting stance with practiced ease. Just to be clear, this is a demonstration, not a fight to the death, right? Death would be premature and wasteful. The first confirmed with clinical detachment. I merely wish to assess your capabilities personally. Good to know. Goku took a deep breath, centering himself. Then let's begin. For several heartbeats, neither moved, two beings of immense power taking the measure of each other across empty space. Then, with simultaneity that suggested shared instinct rather than signal, they vanished from visible perception. The clash that followed existed at the threshold of observability, flashes of movement, impact sounds that arrived seconds after the strikes they announced. Displacement waves rippling through the air where bodies had occupied space moments before. Even vampire eyes struggled to track the combatants as they exchanged experimental blows at speeds approaching light. Goku recognized immediately that the first was testing him, using precisely calibrated attacks to measure reaction time, defensive capability, and tactical awareness. He responded in kind, revealing enough skill to command respect while withholding his true upper limits. After several minutes of this high-speed assessment, they separated, reappearing at opposite sides of the arena. Neither showed signs of exertion, though the surrounding atmosphere crackled with discharged energy. "Your base form exceeds my expectations," the first observed, his clinical tone unchanged despite the intensity of their exchange. "Yet you conceal your true capacity. The golden transformation that so impressed Lord Farid remains untapped." "I don't transform unless necessary," Goku replied evenly. "It's not something to use casually." Pride in restraint, the first seemed genuinely curious. "Or strategic concealment." "Respect for power," Goku corrected. "Something tells me you understand that concept." The faintest smile touched the first's perfect lips. Indeed, without warning, his aura manifested, a crimson corona of power that distorted surrounding space through sheer density. The temperature in the arena plummeted as he drew energy from his environment with vampire efficiency. "Perhaps with proper motivation, you might demonstrate more." The attack came without telegraphing, not just faster than before, but fundamentally different in execution. Where previous strikes had been calculated and precise, this assault carried overwhelming force channeled with millennial skill. The first's hand pierced the space where Goku stood, trailing crimson energy that crystallized the air it touched. Goku's evasion was equally transformed, no longer measured restraint but desperate necessity. He felt the edge of the first's attack graze his GI, the material freezing instantly and shattering on contact. The follow-up strikes came in rapid succession, each targeting vital points with lethal precision. In the observation gallery, Shinoa gripped the stone balustrade with white knuckles. "He's not holding back anymore," she whispered, horror evident in her voice. "This isn't demonstration, it's execution." "No," Krul contradicted, her ancient eyes tracking movements too fast for others to perceive. "The first is escalating deliberately, forcing adaptation. It's how he tested each progenitor during our creation, pushing to the threshold of destruction to reveal hidden potential." On the arena floor, Goku found himself driven back by the first's relentless assault. Each exchange required greater speed, sharper reflexes, more precise counterattacks. The gap between their current capabilities was narrow but definite. In his base form, Goku would eventually lose this contest of attrition. Time for the next level. With a controlled shout, Goku released his suppressed ki. Blue-white aura erupted around him, pushing back the first's crimson energy through sheer opposing force. The ground beneath his feet cracked as gravity distorted around his empowered form. "Kaioken," he announced, his voice resonating with newfound power. The first paused, genuine interest reflected in his empty eyes. Fascinating. Energy multiplication rather than transformation. A technique rather than biological evolution. Something like that, Goku acknowledged, adjusting to the strain of Kaioken's enhancement. Ready to continue? By all means. The first's own aura intensified in response, crimson power deepening to near black at its core. "Show me what this technique can accomplish." Their renewed clash shattered the arena floor, creating a depression that expanded with each exchanged blow. Goku matched the first's speed now, his enhanced reflexes allowing high M to counter the ancient vampire's millennia of combat experience. Physical strikes transitioned to energy projection as both combatants escalated their demonstration, beams of concentrated power crossing the arena in luminous geometric patterns. In the observation gallery, vampire nobility watched with unprecedented emotion, fear, awe, even envy visible on faces usually maintained in aristocratic disinterest. The hybrid entities flanking the first's empty throne stirred for the first time, their metallic features registering something akin to agitation as their creator engaged in increasingly serious combat. "He's matching the first progenitor," Farid whispered, genuine amazement replacing his usual affected boredom. "No one has accomplished that since," he cut himself off, glancing cautiously at his fellow nobles. "Since the original," Krul finished for him, her voice low. "The one who came before even Shikamaru." On the arena floor, the combatants separated again, both now showing signs of genuine exertion. The first's perfect appearance remained unchanged, but his breathing had deepened slightly, the first visible indication of effort in centuries. Goku's GI bore tears and scorch marks, though his expression remained focused rather than concerned. Impressive adaptation, the first acknowledged. But still restrained. The golden transformation remains untapped. Why? Oh, you haven't shown me your full power either, Goku countered perceptively. We're both holding back. For the first time, something like genuine emotion crossed the first's features, appreciation for being truly seen. Observant. Yes, I maintain certain limitations in this form. As do you. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Perhaps one final escalation to conclude our demonstration. Goku considered the proposal, sensing the shift in the clinical assessment to genuine engagement. Agreed, but contained. No collateral damage to the observers. Acceptable terms. The first closed his eyes briefly, his form blurring at the edges as though reality itself struggled to contain his manifesting power. When he spoke again, his voice carried harmonic overtones that resonated painfully in human ears. Witness the true form of the first progenitor. The transformation that followed defied conventional description. The first's humanoid appearance dissolved into something both more and less physical, a concentrated nexus of power with only approximate resemblance to his previous form. Wings of crystallized blood erupted from his back, while his skin transmuted to a substance that absorbed rather than reflected light. The empty voids of his eyes expanded, consuming the surrounding facial features until his countenance became a dark mirror that reflected observers' deepest fears. In the galleries, several lesser nobles fell to their knees, overcome by the metaphysical pressure of their progenitor's true form. Even Krul and Farid visibly struggled, their ancient bodies recognizing, on a cellular level, the source of their transformation. Goku observed the change with professional assessment rather than fear. Impressive light show, he acknowledged. My turn, I guess. Unlike the first's reality-warping metamorphosis, Goku's transformation began internally, a gathering of ki from the cellular level outward. Golden light shimmered beneath his skin as he focused his energy, handling the power that had first awakened against Frieza on Namek. This is Super Saiyan, he stated simply. With a controlled shout, Goku completed his transformation. Golden aura erupted around him, his hair shifting from black to brilliant gold as it stood upright in defiance of gravity. His eyes changed from warm brown to piercing teal, reflecting the power now coursing through his enhanced body. The sheer energy output created a counterpoint to the first's reality-distorting presence, life force opposing undeath in perfect balance. For a long moment, they regarded each other across shattered arena, two transcendent beings representing fundamentally opposed principles of existence. Then, with unspoken agreement, they clashed one final time. The impact created a shockwave that rippled outward, shattering stone balustrades and forcing observers to brace themselves against structural supports. Energy discharges illuminated the vast chamber in alternating patterns of gold and crimson. Physical laws bending under the pressure of their contest. Unlike previous exchanges, this final demonstration held nothing back. Goku's Super Saiyan capabilities matched the first's progenitor form perfectly, speed for speed, strength for strength, technique for technique. Where the vampire fought with millennia of accumulated skill, Goku countered with adaptive brilliance and intuitive understanding of combat flow. After nearly a minute of continuous engagement, during which the arena's reinforced floor cratered an additional 30 meters, they separated for a final time, both breathing heavily but otherwise unharmed. Sufficient, the first declared, his form gradually reverting to humanoid appearance. I have seen what I needed to see. Goku powered down as well, golden aura fading as he returned to his base form. And what exactly did you see? The first's empty eyes studied him with newfound respect. Confirmation of theories held since the original's departure. Your Saiyan heritage contains echoes of power not native to either of our dimensions, power that might complete work begun millennia ago. What work? Goku pressed, sensing the importance behind the first's cryptic statement. Instead of answering directly, the first turned toward the assembled nobility. The demonstration is concluded. I will confer privately with our Saiyan visitor and selected council members. His gaze settled on Krul. Third progenitor, you will attend, along with the restored Ashura. Lord Farid as well. And what about us? Gurren interjected boldly, stepping forward from the observation gallery. Humanity deserves representation in any discussion that affects our world's future. The first regarded him with the detached interest one might show an unexpectedly vocal laboratory specimen. The lieutenant colonel shows unusual courage for livestock. Very well. You may designate one representative to attend. Choose wisely. As the assembly dispersed, following the first's dismissal, Shinoa's squad gathered around Goku with mixed expressions of awe and concern. That was the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed, Yoichi admitted, his usual cheerfulness subdued by the display of power. And we've fought progenitor-class vampires before. You matched him, Kimazuki observed with analytical precision. Exactly matched him, almost as if they were calibrating to each other. Shinoa finished perceptively, testing boundaries rather than seeking victory. Goku nodded, impressed by her tactical awareness. That's exactly what happened. He wasn't trying to win. He was measuring my capabilities against some standard I don't understand yet. The question is why, Mitsuba interjected. What does the first progenitor want with Saiyan power specifically? I intend to find out. Goku replied, his expression unusually serious. But first, who's going to be humanity's representative in this meeting? Gurren didn't hesitate. Shinoa. Her Hiragi K. Knowledge combined with her observational skills make her our best option for gathering intelligence. Yuichiro started to protest but stopped when Shinoa placed a hand on his arm. He's right, his isn't about combat capability but information gathering. Besides, someone needs to maintain contact with headquarters if things go sideways. Be careful, Yuichiro conceded reluctantly. The first gives me worse creeps than Ferret. And that's saying something. As they prepared for the private council, Goku pulled Shinoa aside briefly. If anything feels wrong in there, anything at all, signal me immediately. I can teleport us out regardless of whatever barriers they might have. Shinoa's customary sardonic smile softened into genuine appreciation. Concerned for my safety, Saiyan. How gallant. Just being practical, Goku replied with a slight smile of his own. I've learned the hard way that sometimes retreating is the smartest move. A lesson our impulsive Yuichiro has yet to master, Shinoa observed, glancing toward her squad mate. Don't worry, I've survived Hiragi family politics my entire life. Vampire nobility can't be much worse. If only she knew how wrong that assessment would prove to be. Across dimensions, Videl Satan stood in the basement training facility of Capsule Corporation, facing 5 determined teenagers in matching black uniforms with distinctive green trim. Behind her, Piccolo observed with arms crossed, his expression unreadable as always. Again, Videl instructed, maintaining a centered stance as the Moon Demon Company cadets circled her. Focus on sensing energy, not just seeing movement. The cadets, recent arrivals through the stabilized dimensional portal, had been training under her guidance for 3 days now. Their combat skills were impressive by human standards, but their reliance on physical senses rather than key awareness limited their effectiveness against supernatural opponents. I still don't understand why we can't use our cursed gear, complained a tall boy with spiky brown hair. We're demon weapon soldiers, not, whatever this is. Key warriors, Videl corrected patiently. And your cursed gear doesn't function properly in this dimension. As you've discovered, learning to harness your own internal energy gives you options beyond your weapons. Besides, added a petite girl with auburn hair pulled into a severe ponytail. Lieutenant Colonel Gurren ordered us to learn everything we could about this world's combat techniques. Are you questioning direct orders, Takeshi? The boy say, resuming his fighting stance. Videl suppressed a smile at the group dynamics, so similar to the Z fighters despite their different backgrounds. On my mark, she instructed, centering herself. Remember, feel the energy. Don't just watch for physical movement. When Videl moved, she deliberately kept her speed within human parameters, fast by Olympic standards but nowhere near her full capability. Even so, the adepts struggled to track her as she weaved between them, tapping pressure points with precision that left limbs temporarily numbed. Better, she acknowledged as the exercise concluded. Rika Actual L. Y managed to sense my approach before visual confirmation. The auburn-haired girl straightened with pride. It felt like a pressure wave before you moved. Like air displacement, but not quite. That's exactly right, Videl confirmed. You're sensing the key disruption that precedes physical movement. With practice, you'll detect it earlier and from greater distances. This would be useful against nobles," observed a quiet boy with glasses who had introduced himself as Kagami. "Their speed often makes visual tracking impossible for human reflexes." "That's the idea," Videl agreed. "Key sensing levels the playing field against opponents with superhuman physical capabilities." As the cadets took a water break, Piccolo approached Videl with his characteristic directness. "They're adapting faster than expected. Especially the girl. Rika has natural talent," Videl acknowledged. "Similar to what Gohan saw in me when we first started training. The others are progressing too, just more gradually. Have you considered the implications?" Piccolo's voice lowered to ensure only Videl could hear. "If humans from their dimension can learn key manipulation this quickly, it changes the strategic balance against the vampires." Quote. Videl nodded, having already contemplated this angle. It could revolutionize their resistance efforts. But there's something else. Their cursed gear connectee on seems to accelerate key development somehow. Almost as if having contracted with demons makes them more receptive to energy manipulation. "Concerning," Piccolo observed. "Power without proper spiritual foundation leads to corruption. Which is why we're focusing on fundamentals," Videl agreed. "Control before power, just like you and Gohan taught me." Their discussion was interrupted by Bulma's arrival. The blue-haired scientist entered the training area with uncharacteristic urgency, tablet computer in hand. "We've got movement," she announced without preamble. "The dimensional gate I.S. picking up massive energy fluctuations from the other side. Something big is happening." Videl immediately shifted focus. "Goku." "Possibly," Bulma confirmed. "The energy signature has Saiyan characteristics. But it's interacting with something else, something ancient and immensely powerful." "Is he in danger?" Concern edged Videl's voice despite her attempt at professional detachment. "Impose. Sible to determine from these readings alone," Bulma replied honestly. "But Michaela is agitated. Says something called the first progenitor has returned and is interacting with Goku directly." The cadets had gathered around, their break forgotten as they processed this information. The first progenitor. Rika's expression reflected genuine fear, unusual for the composed young soldier. "That's impossible. He disappeared centuries ago according to our history lessons." "Apparently he's back," Bulma stated grimly. "And interested in our Saiyan friend. We need to accelerate the rescue timeline," Videl decided immediately. "How close are we to creating a stable passage?" Bulma's expression tightened. "That's the other news. The gate is ready for testing, but we've hit a complication. He-dimensional coordinates are fluctuating, almost as if the other side is moving." "Moving?" Piccolo's brow furrowed. "Dimensions don't move." "Exactly," Bulma agreed. "Unless something is deliberate, manipulating the interdimensional fabric. We can create the portal, but without stable coordinates, we can't guarantee where it will open on the other side." Videl considered this information with tactical precision she developed through years of crime fighting and martial arts training. "Then we need someone on the other side to create an anchor point, something tied to Goku's energy signet. That can serve as a fixed destination. Like a key beacon," Piccolo elaborated, understanding her concept immediately. "Precisely," Videl nodded. "But how do we communicate that need to Goku?" The cadets exchanged glances before Kagami adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. "What about the vampire? Michaela Hayakuya. He established limited telepathic connection during your meditation session. Perhaps with focused effort. Worth trying," Bulma agreed. "And we do have one other potential option." She hesitated before continuing. "The girl who returned from their dimension, Mika Furukawa. Her transformation has stabilized into something interesting. She appears to have developed a form of dimensional awareness. She can sense the tears before they form." "Is she stable?" Piccolo asked bluntly. "Last report indicated fluctuating aggression patterns." "Dr. Brief believes she's reached equilibrium," Bulma replied. "The vampire characteristics have integrated with her human physiology rather than replacing it. She's something new, a hybrid with abilities from both worlds. Like a dimensional bridge in human form," Videl realized. "That could be exactly what we need." Decision made. They moved to implement their multi-pronged approach. While Bulma finalized preparations for the dimensional gate, Videl would work with Michaela to establish stronger telepathic connection with Goku's world. Simultaneously, Piccolo would evaluate Mika Furukawa's stability and potential as a dimensional anchor. As the group dispersed to their assignments, Rika approached Videl privately, her usual military formality softened by genuine concern. Ms. Satan, she began hesitantly. If we succeed in creating this passage, what happens to us? Do we return to our world, or remain here to continue training? The question carried implications beyond the immediate tactical situation, touching on hopes, fears, and the fundamental choice between worlds. That will be your decision, Videl answered honestly. We won't force anyone to return to a war zone. But if you choose to go back, you'll take with you knowledge that could change your world's future. Rika nodded, absorbing this perspective. In our world, choices are usually made for us, by vampires, by military necessity, by simple survival requirements. Having options feels strange. Freedom often does when you're not used to it. Videl replied with understanding, but it's worth the discomfort. As the young cadet returned to her companions, Videl turned her attention to the dimensional gate taking shape in Bulma's laboratory. Somewhere beyond that technological marvel, Goku was facing an ancient vampire entity with power to rival the gods of destruction. The timeline for rescue had just become much more urgent. The first progenitor's private council chamber reflected his ancient origins, a perfect circular space with walls of polished obsidian inscribed with symbols predating human civilization. A round table of crystallized blood dominated the center, its surface so deeply red it appeared black until light struck at particular angles. 7 high-backed chairs surrounded the table, positioned at precise intervals that created a geometric pattern invisible to casual observation. Goku entered this space with cautious appreciation, his warrior's instincts recognizing a room designed for both conversation and combat if necessary. The balanced acoustics, clear sightlines, and strategic positioning of exits all spoke to a mind that left nothing to chance. The first progenitor took position at the head of the table, gesturing for his selected council to occupy the remaining seats. Krul sat to his immediate right, with Ash weakened but insistent on attending. Farid claimed the chair to the first's left, his perpetual amusement temporarily subdued by the gravity of the gathering. Goku and Shinoa completed the assembly, with one chair remaining conspicuously empty. We gather in extraordinary circumstances. The first began without preamble. The barriers between dimensions weaken. Ancient prophecies approach fulfillment, and a being of extraordinary capability arrives precisely when patterns set in motion millennia ago reach their culmination. Coincidence seems unlikely, Farid observed, studying Goku with calculated interest. Indeed, the first's empty gaze settled on Goku. Tell me, Saiyan, what do you know of your species' origins? The question caught Goku off guard. Not much, he admitted. Planet Vegeta was destroyed when I was an infant. Most of our history was lost with it. A convenient erasure, the first remarked. Yet certain genetic memories persist in your cellular structure, accessible through blood analysis if one possesses sufficient technology. You've been analyzing my blood, Goku realized, glancing toward Krul. From the samples I provided for Ashura's restoration. With my permission, Krul confirmed, her expression unreadable. The first's knowledge of biological transmutation exceeds all others. His insights were necessary for the procedure's success. And what did this analysis reveal? Shinoa interjected, her tactical mind focusing on practical implications rather than ethical concerns. The first's perfect lips curved in what might have been a smile on a more human face. Confirmation of theories held since the original departed our dimension. The Saiyan race did not evolve naturally on planet Vegeta or any other world within your universe, Son Goku. They were engineered. Silence followed this pronouncement as its Plications settled over the gathered council. Goku's expression reflected skepticism rather than shock. Engineered by whom? He finally asked. The same entity who created the first vampires, the first replied. The being you know as the original, the one who transformed me and disappeared into the dimensional void 8 centuries ago. Krul leaned forward, ancient eyes reflecting genuine surprise, a rare display from the usually composed queen. You never shared this connection before, my lord. Necessity dictates revelation, the first responded cryptically. The convergence approaches more rapidly than anticipated. Certain truths can no longer remain sequestered. These truths Being. Goku prompted, his patience for cryptic pronouncements waning. The first regarded him with that same clinical detachment that made his every interaction feel like a laboratory observation. Your Saiyan biology contains genetic markers identical to those found in first-generation vampires, specifically sequences that enable transformation and power multiplication. The difference lies in implementation. Your transformations enhance life energy, while ours replaced it with something else. Quote, "You're suggesting Saiyans and vampires share a creator," Shinoa summarized, her analytical mind cutting through mystical obfuscation. "Some entity that engineered both species for different purposes." "Precisely, little Hiragi," Farid confirmed, genuine excitement replacing his usual affected boredom. "Two experiments running parallel in separate dimensions, one based on life force enhancement, the other on its fundamental alteration." "But why?" Ashura questioned, his recently restored mind struggling with implications beyond his experience. "What purpose would such experimentation serve?" "Transcendence." The first answered simply. The original sought to create beings capable of existing beyond dimensional constraints, entities who could navigate the spaces between realities at will. "Like gods," Shinoa observed with characteristic directness. "Gods are limited by the dimensions they oversee," the first corrected. The original envisioned something greater, consciousness unfettered by dimensional boundaries of any kind. Goku absorbed this information with thoughtful silence. Unlike the others, his experiences included direct interaction with genuine deities, gods of destruction, Kais, even Zeno himself. The concept of engineered transcendence struck him as both ambitious and fundamentally flawed. "Even if what you're saying is true," he finally responded, "it doesn't explain why these dimensional tears are appearing now, or why my blood affects vampires the way it does." "Doesn't it?" The first's empty eyes studied him with disturbing intensity. "You're Saiyan transformations thin dimensional barriers through sheer energy output. Your blood contains the uncorrupted version of the same genetic sequences that create vampirism when altered. When introduced to a vampire's system, it temporarily restores the original implementation pathway, life enhancement rather than replacement. A genetic reset," Shinoa translated, her quick mind grasping implications that others might miss. "But temporary because the vampire curse reasserts dominance once the Saiyan blood metabolizes." "Precisely," the first nodded, apparently impressed by her understanding. "Which suggests an intriguing possibility. With sufficient quantity and proper implementation, Saiyan blood might permanently reverse the corruption aspect of vampirism while maintaining its power enhancements." "A cure," Krul whispered, hope and suspicion warring in her ancient eyes. "That's what you've been seeking all along." "Not a cure," the first corrected. "An evolution. The next stage in the original's design. Vampiric immortality with Saiyan transformative capability. The perfect vessel for interdimensional consciousness." The implications hung heavy in the council chamber. Goku exchanged glances with Shinoa, noting her carefully controlled expression that nevertheless communicated clear warning. Whatever the first progenitor planned, it extended far beyond simple scientific curiosity. What role do you envision for me in this evolution?" Goku asked directly, though he suspected the answer already. "Voluntary contribution initially," the first replied with disturbing frankness. "Your cooperation would streamline the process considerably. But with or without consent, your genetic material will advance our species to its intended state." "There it is," Shinoa muttered under her breath. "The inevitable threat behind the scientific exposition." "Not a threat," the first corrected, his hearing evidently more acute than expected. "Merely pragmatic reality. The convergence approaches regardless of individual preference. Dimensions that were separated for millennia now bleed into one another. The original's return is imminent." This final statement visibly shocked even Krul and Farid, ancient vampires who prided themselves on unshakable composure. "The original returns." Krul's voice held genuine fear beneath regal control. "You've had contact. Interdimensional resonance patterns confirm approach vectors," the first replied with clinical detachment. "The original's consciousness traverses the void between realities, drawn by the Saiyan's power fluctuations. Estimated arrival: 3 days hence." "And what happens then?" Goku pressed, focusing on practical concerns rather than cosmic implications. For the first time, something like genuine emotion crossed The first's perfect features, an expression that might have been reverence or fear or both simultaneously. Judgment. The original will evaluate both experiments, Saiyan and vampire, to determine which MP lamentation better serves the transcendence objective. And the losing side, Shinoa asked, though her tone suggested she already anticipated the answer. Redesign. The first stated simply. Genetic reconfiguration on a global scale. Those unsuitable for adaptation will be removed from the equation. Genocide, Shinoa translated bluntly. Dressed in scientific terminology, but genocide nonetheless. The first neither confirmed nor denied this character's shifting back to Goku. You now understand the stakes, Saiyan. Your cooperation could determine which implementation survives the original's evaluation. Your blood, properly utilized, might elevate vampiric existence to surpass even Saiyan potential. Or I could find a way to stop this convergence entirely, Goku countered. Prevent this original from reaching either dimension. A sound like broken crystal emerged from the first, his version of laughter, though it contained no warmth or humor. You cannot prevent cosmic inevitability, Saiyan. The original exists partially outside conventional dimensionality already. The tears merely facilitate complete manifestation. Then I'll deal with that when it happens, Goku replied with characteristic determination. I've faced gods before. This original can't be that different. The first studied him with newfound interest. You continue to surprise, Son Goku. Most beings, upon learning of their manufactured origins and impending cosmic judgment, respond with existential crisis. You merely seek the next challenge. That's because origins matter less than choices, Goku responded simply. I don't care if Saiyans were engineered or evolved naturally. What matters is what we do with the strength we have. Shinoa's expression reflected surprised appreciation. This philosophical depth from the seemingly straightforward warrior. Even Krul regarded Goku with reassessment, as though seeing dimensions to his character previously overlooked. A perspective worth consideration, the first acknowledged. Perhaps that adaptability explains why the Saiyan implementation survived while other engineered species failed. He rose from his seat with fluid grace. Quote, I have shared sufficient information for present purposes. Consider implications as you will. In 3 days, choice becomes irrelevant. With that pronouncement, the council concluded, the first departing with his hybrid guardians while the remaining participants exchanged troubled glances across the crystallized blood table. Well, Farid broke the silence with forced lightness. Cosmic judgment and potential species extinction. Not how I expected this particular council meeting to conclude. Is it true? Shinoa directed her question to Krul rather than Farid. This connection between Saiyans and vampires. This original entity. Krul's ancient eyes reflected calculation as she measured how much to reveal. The first progenitor rarely speaks directly of our origins. That he shared and this much suggests genuine concern, an emotion I've never witnessed from him in 8 centuries of existence. Which means, Goku prompted. Which means, Krul replied carefully, that regardless of whether every detail is precisely accurate, the threat itself is real. The dimensional tiers, the approaching consciousness, the impending judgment, these align with ancient vampire prophecies traditionally kept from all but the highest progenitors. Prophecies that conveniently support the first's desire for Saiyan blood, Shinoa observed skeptically. Your cynicism, while understandable, is misplaced in this instance. Farid interjected with uncharacteristic seriousness. The Seraph of the End experiments conducted by the Hiragi family were attempts to preempt this very convergence, creating hybridized beings capable of surviving interdimensional restructuring. Using orphaned children as test subjects, Shinoa countered bitterly. How noble. Pragmatic. Not noble, Krul corrected. Both vampires and humans have pursued survival through morally questionable means. The difference lies merely in time frame. We think in centuries, humans in decades. Goku had remained thoughtfully silent, processing implications beyond the immediate power politics. If what the first said is true about Saiyan biology and vampire transformation sharing origins, that might explain why my blood affected Ashura's restoration so effectively. Indeed, Farid agreed, not merely chemical interaction but genetic recognition, awakening dormant implementation pathways. Which raises interesting possibilities, Ashura contributed. his voice stronger than before. If Saiyan blood can temporarily restore vampire humanity, could vampire blood trigger latent genetic memory in Saiyans? This speculation created momentary silence as its implications registered. Goku instinctively rejected the notion, yet couldn't entirely dismiss its logic given what they'd learned. A fascinating experimental proposition, Farid remarked with renewed enthusiasm. Perhaps. No, Goku interrupted firmly. I'm not interested in experimenting with vampire blood. My priority remains finding a way home preventing this convergence, if possible. The two objectives may not be separate, Krul observed. If dimensional barriers are weakening because of this approaching entity, stabilizing them might require addressing the root cause rather than the symptoms. You're suggesting I should help you deal with the original instead of just trying to return to my dimension, Goku translated. I'm suggesting our interests temporarily align, Krul clarified. Neither vampires nor humans nor Saiyans benefit from forced redesign by an entity that views sentient beings as mere experimental subjects. Shinoa studied the vampire queen with tactical assessment. You're proposing an alliance against both the first progenitor and this original. Against cosmic judgment itself, Krul confirmed with regal precision. Regardless of which implementation the original might prefer, forced evolution serves no one's interests but its own. A temporary cooperation between traditionally opposed factions. Farid summarized with evident delight at the political complexity. How unprecedented and entertaining. This isn't entertainment, Farid, Ashura admonished his fellow noble. If the first is correct, existence itself hangs in the balance. Which makes it the most entertaining scenario possible, Farid countered unrepentantly. After centuries of stagnation, we face genuine uncertainty. Isn't that delicious? Goku ignored the vampire's inappropriate enthusiasm, focusing instead on practical considerations. If we're going to work together against this threat, I need to understand or about these dimensional tiers, how they form, how they might be stabilized or disrupted. The research facility contains data collected over centuries, Krul offered. Records of previous dimensional fluctuations, theoretical models of interdimensional transit, even artifacts recovered from other realities. I'll need to see everything, Goku decided. And we should involve the human ants as well, particularly anyone with knowledge of the Seraph experiments. Gurren Ichinos would be the logical contact point, Shinoa suggested. Despite his gruff exterior, he possesses extensive, classified knowledge of the Hiragi family's dimensional research. Agreement reached, they prepared to depart the council chamber. As they rose, Ashura suddenly staggered, clutching his head with a gasp of pain. Krul was at his side instantly, supporting her brother with uncharacteristic public tenderness. What is it? She demanded, concern overriding regal composure. Asuramaru, Ashura managed through clenched teeth. The sword, it's responding to something, resonating. Goku extended his key sense toward Ashura, detecting chaotic energy fluctuations emanating from the cursed gear swirl. Still bound to Yuichiro despite Ashura's partial restoration. It's similar to what happened during your awakening, he observed. But without the stabilizing influence of the ritual. Something's triggering the connection independently. Quote, Ashura's eyes unfocused as he listened to something beyond ordinary perception. Asuramaru senses, familiarity, recognition, something approaching through he dimensional void that resonates with his original nature, before vampirism, before humanity. The original, Farid whispered, his perpetual amusement finally faltering. It's closer than the first estimated. Its influence precedes its physical manifestation, Krul corrected grimly. Reaching across dimensions to touch its creations before arrival. Goku placed a hand on Ashura's shoulder, channeling a small amount of stabilizing ki into the fluctuating energy pattern. Fight it, he encouraged. Whatever's calling to you, you don't have to answer. Ashura's expression contorted with effort before gradually relaxing as Goku's ki helped regulate the chaotic resonance. It's subsiding, he reported, breathing heavily. But it will return stronger. Whatever seeks contact will not be denied indefinitely. Then we work faster, Shinoa declared practically. Coordinate vampire knowledge with human research, add Saiyan perspective, and develop countermeasures before this entity fully manifests. As they left the council chamber, Goku felt a strange prickling sensation at the back of his consciousness, a familiar energy signature brushing against his awareness despite dimensional separation. For just a moment, he sensed Vidal's distinctive key pattern, carried across reality barriers through sheer determined focus. They were looking for him. His friends were finding a way through. The question was whether they would reach him before the cosmic entity that had apparently engineered his entire species arrived to pass judgment on its creation. In the Vampire Research Archives. Dust accumulated over centuries stirred reluctantly as ancient texts emerged from storage. Krul personally supervised the retrieval of classified records, her royal authority overriding normal restriction protocols. Towering shelves contained knowledge preserved from human civilizations long vanished, scientific treatises, mystical codices, historical accounts of phenomena deliberately erased from human memory. Goku, Shinoa, and Ashura gathered around a massive table as Krul selected specific documents for their review. Farid had departed to manage increasing noble unrest following the First's revelations. His political acumen temporarily more valuable than his historical knowledge. These represent 8 centuries of interdimensional research, Krul explained, gesturing to the assembled materials. Much of it theoretical, some experimental, occasionally accidental. Vampires who survived long enough occasionally experienced things that defied conventional explanation. Glimpses beyond dimensional boundaries, Ashura elaborated, his restored memories including information previously hidden from him. Particularly during periods of unusual astronomical alignment or geomagnetic disturbance. Shinoa examined a delicate parchment covered in symbols that predated known human languages. The Hiragi family has similar records, though limited to the past few centuries. They classify them as convergence indicators, precursors to potential dimensional overlap. The humans know more than they should, Krul observed with mild surprise. Though I suppose desperation breeds resourcefulness. The apocalypse virus motivated accelerated research, Shinoa confirmed without defensiveness. When 90% of your adult population dies simultaneously, traditional research constraints become flexible. Goku, meanwhile, focused on diagrams depicting energy flow patterns between dimensional boundaries. Despite his limited scientific background, the illustrations reminded him of key circulation pathways, energy moving through specific channels that could be blocked, redirected, or enhanced through proper technique. These look like meridian points, he observed, indicating junctions where dimensional barriers appeared thinnest. In martial arts, we learn that ki flows through specific pathways in the body. Block or overstimulate these points, and you can disable an opponent without direct physical damage. Pressure points for reality itself, Shinoa translated, grasping his insight immediately. Theoretical access points between dimensions. Precisely, Krul confirmed, genuine respect coloring her tone. The first progenitor identified these nexus points centuries ago, locations where dimensional barriers naturally thin during specific alignments. Like the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku realized, connecting concepts across his experiences. It exists at a nexus point between dimensions, which is why time flows differently inside. Your world has created stable access to interdimensional space. Krul's ancient eyes widened with genuine surprise. Voluntarily. It's a training room, Goku explained. 1 day outside equals a year inside. Great for getting stronger quickly, though the gravity and emptiness take some getting used to. Fascinating, Ashura murmured. Your civilization harnessed interdimensional physics for exercise enhancement. When you put it that way, it does sound kind of ridiculous, Goku acknowledged with a self-deprecating smile. Or brilliantly pragmatic, Shinoa countered. Applying cosmic principles to practical needs rather than esoteric theory. Their research continued through hours that stretched toward a full day, each bringing unique perspective to the accumulated knowledge. Shinoa contributed Hiragi family classifications of dimensional phenomena. Ashura added insights from his fragmented memories as both vampire and demon. Krul provided historical context spanning centuries of observation. Goku offered practical understanding of key manipulation that sometimes confirmed, sometimes contradicted established theories. Gradually, a comprehensive picture emerged, not just of current dimensional instability, but its connection to cycles stretching back millennia. The tears appearing throughout both worlds followed patterns documented across centuries, though never with current frequency or stability. It's accelerating, Shinoa concluded, reviewing temporal data across multiple incidents. Previous convergence events showed similar initial patterns but stabilized or dissipated naturally. This progression continues intensifying. Because of my presence, Goku asked directly, confronting the possibility that his arrival had somehow catalyzed the process. Not caused, Krul corrected. Accelerated. The convergence cycle was already approaching its peak when you arrived. Your Saiyan energy signature simply provided efficient pathways for forces already in motion. Like water finding the path of least resistance, Ashura suggested. The dimensional pressure was building regardless. Your presence created channels for controlled release rather than catastrophic rupture. Which might actually be fortunate, Shinoa observed with tactical assessment. Controlled tiers, while dangerous, allow for measured response. Complete boundary collapse would be unsurvivable. As their research progressed, Goku noticed Ashura growing increasingly distracted, his attention drawn to something beyond ordinary perception. Finally, the recently restored vampire said "see" to his documents with visible frustration. There's something we're missing, he declared. Something fundamental about the nature of these tiers and their connection to both Saiyan and vampire biology. Such as, Krul prompted her brother. The resonance, Ashura replied, struggling to articulate concepts at the edge of comprehension. When a Suramaru connects with the approaching entity, it's not just recognition, it's remembrance. As though accessing genetic memory from before individual consciousness. Shared ancestral memory, Shinoa translated. Like what the first progenitor suggested about engineered origins. More than that, Ashura insisted. The resonance feels familial. Not creator and creation, but relation. Connection through shared essence rather than manufactured similarity. This observation created thoughtful silence as its implications registered. Goku particularly found the concept resonating with his experiences, the strange familiarity he'd sometimes felt when facing opponents who, like him, transformed through ascending power states. What if the original isn't just creator, but progenitor in a more literal sense? Engineering separate species, but lintering aspects of itself across dimensions. Self-division rather than external creation, Krul considered the theory with ancient calculation. It would explain certain inconsistencies in vampire origin mythology, particularly the concept of cursed blood that precedes even the first's existence. And potentially connect to Saiyan transformation triggers, Goku added, thinking aloud. Our strongest forms emerge through extreme emotional catalysts, almost as though accessing something beyond individual capacity through specific psychological gateways. Fragments seeking reunification, Ashura whispered. The concept visibly disturbing him. Not judgment between implementations, but reabsorption of divided aspects. That's considerably worse than the scenario the first described, Shinoa observed with characteristic directness. Not selection between experiments, but consumption of all variations back into the original entity. Theoretical speculation without sufficient evidence, Krul cautioned. Though her expression suggested the concept disturbed even her ancient perspective. Yet worth consideration given observed resonance patterns. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Gurren Ichinos, accompanied by Yuichiro and the remainder of Shinoa's squad. The lieutenant colonel's expression reflected barely controlled urgency. We have a situation, he announced without preamble. Dimensional tiers are forming throughout Tokyo settlement. Not random manifestations, organized patterns consistent with preliminary stages of Seraph awakening. The original's influence strengthens. Krul concluded grimly. Earlier than anticipated. There's more, Yuichiro interjected, drawing a Suramaru despite protocol restrictions within vampire territory. The sword won't stop resonating. It's been getting stronger for hours. The demon blade pulsed with violet energy that synchronized with Ashura's own aura, visible evidence of their shared essence despite physical separation. The resonance pattern matched energy signatures detected from active dimensional tiers, confirming connection between phenomena. We're running out of time, Goku realized. Whatever's coming, it's not waiting 3 days. The first miscalculated, Krul stated, rare uncertainty in her ancient eyes. Are deliberately misled us regarding the timeline. Either possibility proves equally concerning. Farad observed from the archive entrance, having returned from his political management duties. Though personally, I find deliberate deception more aesthetically pleasing as a narrative choice. Not helping. Farad, Krul admonished sharply. On the contrary, Farid countered with unusual seriousness. If the first has his own agenda regarding the original's arrival, why? CH seems increasingly likely. Understanding his deception becomes strategically essential. He wants something from the convergence, Gurren theorized, military assessment overriding personal animosity toward vampires. Power, position, transformation, something worth risking cosmic judgment to acquire. Transcendence, Ashura whispered, memory fragments coalescing into coherent pattern. He seeks what the original promised him centuries ago, existence beyond dimensional constraint. Freedom from form itself. At everyone else's expense, Mitsuba added bitterly. Goku processed these developments with focused clarity born from countless crisis situations. We need to establish direct contact with my dimension immediately. If this convergence is accelerating, coordinated response across realities becomes essential. The research facility contains experimental equipment for dimensional resonance amplification, Krul offered. Originally designed to communicate with the first during his extended absence. Though never successfully implemented, could it be reconfigured to target a specific dimensional frequency? Kimazuki asked, his technical mind engaging with the challenge. Theoretically, Krul confirmed, with sufficient energy source and proper calibration. All eyes turned to Goku, whose Saiyan power represented the most concentrated energy available. Worth attempting, he agreed to the unspoken request. I've been sensing occasional contact from my world, brief impressions that suggest they're trying to reach me as well. Combined effort might establish stable communication, or accelerate the convergence further, Shinoa cautioned, ever the tactical realist. Every significant energy release thins dimensional barriers according to our research. Calculated risk versus guaranteed catastrophe. Gurren summarized grimly, I vote for the former. Decision made. They relocated to the experimental chamber where Krul's scientists had attempted interdimensional communication decades earlier. The equipment, a complex array of crystalline amplifiers surrounding a central resonance chamber, had gathered dust through years of abandonment following repeated failure. The theory was sound, Krul explained as technicians reactivated long-dormant systems. But available power sources proved insufficient to penetrate dimensional barriers. That shouldn't be a problem this time, Goku observed, studying the apparatus with practical assessment rather than scientific understanding. How exactly does it work? Simplified explanation, Ashura offered. The crystals amplify energy wavelengths while the central chamber creates focused resonance patterns, essentially broadcasting a signal across dimensional frequencies. With sufficient power and proper targeting, the signal should reach compatible receivers in parallel dimensions. Like interdimensional radio, Yoichi suggested helpfully. Crude but essentially accurate analogy, Krul acknowledged. Huff with consciousness rather than sound as the transmitted medium. Preparation continued with urgent efficiency, vampire technicians working alongside human resistance members in unprecedented cooperation. Goku positioned himself within the central chamber as directed, while Ashura calibrated the crystalline array to match Saiyan energy frequency. The process requires focused concentration. Krul instructed from the control station. Direct your energy through the amplification matrix while maintaining mental connection to your home dimension. The system will translate energy into coherent transmission. Like spirit bomb energy gathering, but in reverse, Goku translated for himself, relating the unfamiliar technology to concepts he understood. If that reference helps you conceptualize the process, yes, Krul agreed. Though clearly not understanding the comparison, Goku closed his eyes, centering his ki as he had countless times before. Unlike combat application, this read precise control rather than raw output, channeling energy through specific pathways while maintaining clear mental focus on his destination. The crystalline amplifiers responded immediately, glowy with transferred power as they processed Saiyan ki into transmission format. The chamber hummed with increasing resonance as energy levels built toward transmission threshold. Dimensional frequency calibration at 60%. A technician reported. 70%. 80%. Inside the chamber, Goku maintained perfect focus despite growing pressure as the system channeled his energy. He visualized his home dimension, not just physical locations, but the distinctive energy signatures of those connected to him. Gohan's disciplined power, Piccolo's steady presence, Vegeta's intense flame, Vidal's determined spirit. 95% calibration, the technician announced. Approaching transmission threshold. The entire facility vibrated as energy built toward critical mass. Warning indicators flashed on monitoring stations as power levels exceeded design parameters. The crystalline amplifiers glowed with increasing intensity, structural integrity approaching limits. We need to stabilize the array, Ashura warned, monitoring critical systems. The power differential exceeds Co. Without breaking concentration, Goku modulated his energy output, not reducing overall power, but changing its application from constant flow to rhythmic pulses. The adjustment relieved pressure on the crystalline structure while maintaining transmission potential. Ingenious adaptation, Krul observed with genuine appreciation. He instinctively sensed the system's limitations and adjusted accordingly. Transmission threshold achieved, the technician reported with barely contained excitement. Broadcasting interdimensional signal now. The chamber filled with brilliant light as Goku's channeled energy converted to transmission wave, broadcasting across dimensional barriers with unprecedented focus and power. For several seconds, nothing happened beyond the continuous transmission. Then, unexpectedly, the central chamber's light shifted from cyan blue to crimson purple, He transmission somehow receiving response in real time. Incoming signal, Ashura reported with surprise. Something's responding to our transmission. My friends, Goku confirmed without opening his eyes. Maintaining perfect focus despite the development. I can sense them. They've established connection from their side. The monitoring equipment registered complex data exchanges occurring Hero the interdimensional link. Information flowing bidirectionally despite theoretical impossibility of such immediate response. They were ready for contact, Shinoa realized. Already attempting connection when our signal reached them. Quote, synchronized effort across dimensions, Kimazuki added with professional appreciation. Impressive coordination. Inside the chamber, Goku experienced something beyond physical sensation, a direct mental connection transcending dimensional separation. Vidal's consciousness touched his with determined clarity, carrying not just greeting but urgent information. Goku, we've been trying to reach you. The dimensional tiers are appearing throughout our world too. Bulma has created a transport gate, but we need coordinates, an anchor point tied to your energy signature. Asterisk. Goku responded through the connection, his thoughts traveling across dimensions through the amplification matrix. I'm in vampire territory beneath Tokyo. Something called the Origina. L is approaching through the dimensional void, some kind of entity connected to both Saiyan and vampire origins. Asterisk. The information exchange continued for nearly a minute, Videl relaying scientific data. From Bulma regarding dimensional stabilization techniques, Goku sharing revelations about potential shared origins between species. Most importantly, they established parameters for creating a stable passage between worlds, specific energy frequencies, temporal alignment points, and geographical coordinates where dimensional barriers were thinnest. As the connection reached its sustainable limit, Vidal's final message carried both determination and emotion that transcended the technical medium. We're coming for you, Goku. 3 days maximum. Try not to destroy the universe before we get there. Asterisk. The transmission terminated as crystalline amplifiers reached thermal capacity, the system automatically powering down to prevent catastrophic failure. Goku emerged from the chamber exhausted but triumphant, his usual boundless energy temporarily depleted by the precision control required for interdimensional communication. Contact established, he confirmed to the waiting observers. They've created a dimensional gate on their side. 3 days until operational synchronization between our positions. The same timeline as the original's projected arrival, Krul noted with ancient calculation. Convenient or concerning, depending on perspective. Both, most likely, Farad observed with characteristic ambivalence. Cosmic convergence events rarely respect dramatic timing preferences. Goku shared the technical specifications Bulma had transmitted regarding dimensional gate stabilization. Vampire scientists and human resistance technicians immediately began analyzing the information, seeking practical application within available resources. Creating a stable anchor point will require concentrated energy maintained at precise frequency, Ashura summarized after reviewing the specifications. Essentially, a controlled dimensional tear held open through continuous power application. Like holding open a door that wants to close, Goku translated for non-technical listeners. Maintaining constant pressure at exact strength. Not too much, not too little. Can our equipment generate such precision? Krul asked her technical advisors. With Saiyan power as primary source, yes. The chief scientist confirmed. But maintaining exact frequency for extended duration presents significant challenge. I can manage it, Goku stated with characteristic confidence. It might limit my availability for other activities during the maintenance period. Such as confronting the original when it arrives, Shinoa observed with tactical concern. Potentially problematic timing. We'll develop contingency plans, Gurren decided pragmatically. Alternative power sources, defensive perimeters, strategic reserves. Standard crisis protocol. As they discussed implementation details, Goku noticed Ashura growing increasingly distracted again, his attention drawn elsewhere despite the crucial planning session. Following instinct, Goku extended his key sense toward the restored vampire. Detecting unusual energy fluctuations emanating from his core. Something's happening with you, he observed quietly, moving closer to Ashura while others continued technical discussions. The resonance is getting stronger, isn't it? Ashura nodded minutely, not wanting to draw his sister's concerned attention. The connection to Asuramaru intensifies. But it's more than that now. Something calls from beyond the dimensional barrier. Something familiar yet forgotten. The original, Goku suggested. Perhaps, Ashura acknowledged. Or something the original fragmented. From itself, the source material for both vampire and Saiyan implementation. It feels ancestral, primal, like genetic memory activating after millennia of dormancy. The conversation halted as Ashura suddenly doubled over, clutching his chest with a gasped exclamation. His eyes glowed with unusual energy, not vampire crimson or human coloration, but shifting violet patterns that matched dimensional tear signatures. Brother! Krul was at his side instantly, ancient composure abandoned in favor of genuine concern. I see it, Ashura whispered, his voice overlaid with harmonic tones that didn't originate from his physical vocal cords. The original, the fragmentation, the purpose. His eyes focused on Goku with disturbing intensity. You need to remember too, Saiyan. The memory sleeps in your cells, awaiting activation. The original divided itself across dimensions, seeding aspects of its consciousness through engineered vessels. Vampire, Saiyan, others yet unmanifested. Ashura, you're not making sense. Krul insisted, though fear tinged her usually commanding tone. Not Ashura, her brother replied, though his voice increasingly stabilized. Not entirely. The Resonance Act, Ivet's dormant implementation pathways, genetic memory encoded before individual consciousness formed. Goku watched this transformation with professional assessment rather than fear. Unlike the others present, he had extensive experience with entities that transcended ordinary consciousness, gods, spirits, cosmic beings that existed beyond conventional understanding. What exactly should I be remembering? He asked directly, treating the emerging consciousness with respect rather than suspicion. Ashura's eyes fixed on him with unnerving focus. The purpose. Why the original fragmented itself. Why it returns now to reclaim divided aspects. His voice lowered to near whisper. Dimensional collapse approaches regardless of current convergence. The multiverse contract nears termination. The original divided itself to preserve essential Kanchi collapse. This pronouncement created stunned silence among those close enough to hear. Cosmic extinction events existed in vampire mythology and human religious prophecy alike. But hearing them described as methodical process rather than supernatural judgment carried disturbing implications. You're suggesting the original fragmented itself as survival insurance. Shinoa translated, her analytical mind cutting through mystical terminology to practical meaning. Creating species capable of surviving dimensional collapse. Preservation vessels, Ashura confirmed. His voice increasingly his own again as the momentary possession faded. Aspects of primary consciousness distributed across dimensional boundaries to ensure continuity through collapse and reformation. That's why Saiyan and vampire biology share fundamental implementation pathways despite evolving in separate dimensions, Kimazuki realized, connecting theoretical concepts to observed phenomena. Parallel development of preservation characteristics through different methodologies. And now the original returns to reclaim these distributed aspects before collapse initiates, Krul concluded grimly. rendering the preservation purpose irrelevant. Which means everyone who isn't part of its reclamation becomes. Mitsuba trailed off, unwilling to complete the thought. Expendable, Yuichiro finished bluntly. Just like always in this messed up world. Goku processed these revelations with uncharacteristic solemnity. Throughout his life, he had faced numerous extinction-level threats, opponents capable of destroying planets, solar systems, even universes. But the concept of methodical reality collapse orchestrated through cosmic design rather than individual malice represented a different category of threat entirely. How long? He finally asked Ashura, focusing on practical timeline rather than existential implications. Until this multiverse contract termination, you mentioned. Ashura shook his head, the momentary connection to cosmic consciousness already fading. Unknown. The genetic memory contains recognition of process, not specific temporal markers. But the original's return suggests imminence rather than distant possibility. So we have two problems, Goku summarized with characteristic directness. Immediate threat from the original arriving to reclaim its fragmented aspects, and longer-term threat from dimensional collapse itself. When you phrase it that way, our situation sounds almost manageable, Farad remarked with inappropriate cheerfulness. Merely sequential apocalypses rather than simultaneous ones. Not helping, Farad, multiple voices chorused in rare unity. Despite the gravity of revelations, Goku found his strategic mind engaging with the challenge rather than surrendering to fatalism. Throughout his life, impossible situations had resolved through combination of determination, adaptation, and refusing to accept predetermined outcomes. We focus on what we can affect directly, he decided. Establish stable connection with my dimension, coordinate cross-reality defense against the original's arrival. And gather information about this multiverse contract, to determine whether intervention is possible. Logical prioritization, Krul acknowledged with reluctant respect. Though perhaps optimistic regarding long-term cosmic processes. I've helped change the minds of destruction gods, Goku replied with absolute seriousness. Cosmic processes can be influenced by individual determination. As the group dispersed to implement various aspects of their developing strategy, Ashura approached Goku privately, his recent episode leaving visible strain on his features. There's something else, he confided quietly. Something the genetic memory revealed that I couldn't share publicly. About the original, Goku prompted. About you specifically, Ashura clarified. Saiyans weren't just preservation vessels like vampires. They were designated as active intervention agents, specifically engineered to affect cosmic processes through what the original designated as adaptive transcendence potential. Meaning, Goku pressed, sensing important information behind the obscure terminology. Meaning Saiyans were designed to evolve beyond their original implementation parameters, Ashura explained. To develop capabilities the original itself couldn't predict, potentially including methods to survive or even prevent dimensional collapse. So we're not just storage containers for fragmented consciousness. Goku translated. We're supposed to find solutions the original couldn't. Precisely, Ashura confirmed, which makes your presence during this convergence and either cosmic coincidence or fundamental design. The fragment seeking resolution through its most adaptable implementation. This revelation settled heavily on Goku's consciousness, not because it suggested predetermined destiny, but because it aligned with his lifelong pattern of transcending limitations through determined adaptation. Every transformation, every new technique, every impossible victory had potentially served larger purpose beyond immediate survival. I need to train, he decided suddenly. If this original arrives in 3 days, I need to be at full capacity to face it. The energy requirements for dimensional gate stabilization, Ashura began, can be managed through efficiency rather than raw output, Goku interrupted confidently. I've learned to do more with less over the years. But I can't fight at peak capacity without proper preparation. Understanding Saiyan biology's fundamental drive toward combat readiness, Ashura nodded. The underground training facilities used for vampire combat instruction should provide adequate space and reinforcement for your requirements. Perfect, Goku agreed. And I'll need sparring partners, the strongest available, who can handle significant power output without permanent damage. Ashura's expression shifted to something approaching amusement, an emotion still unfamiliar to his recently restored consciousness. Quote, I believe several progenitor-class nobles would volunteer enthusiastically for the opportunity to test themselves against your capabilities. Good. Goku nodded with professional satisfaction. The more varied the opposition, the better the preparation. As they made arrangements for training facilities, Goku felt something shift in his fundamental understanding of his presence in this dimension. What had begun as accidental arrival now carried purpose beyond mere coincidence, connection to cosmic processes that transcended individual worlds. Whether engineered implementation or self-determined adaptation, his response remained fundamentally unchanged. Face the challenge directly, push beyond current limitations, and protect those who couldn't protect themselves. If dimensional collapse approached as cosmic inevitability, he would simply have to find a way to change inevitability itself. It wouldn't be the first time. Chapter 4 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.